she herself might be silenced. Chapter 112, The husband is old, and the wife is left alone. Qinya wanted to remind Cheng Suling. She held the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, her eyes were evasive, but she was always watching secretly out of the corner of her eye. At this moment, her restless heart seemed to suddenly ripple. She held her breath tightly, afraid of disturbing the two people and worried that she would be discovered. She just squatted there quietly, hiding for the entire afternoon. Qinya lowered her head, her heart was filled with shock, but at this moment, a pair of big feet appeared in front of her. Qinya was startled and quickly raised her head. That handsome yet majestic face had appeared in front of her. "Qinya, why are you still here?" When Cheng Suling saw Qinya, her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Looking at Qinya's expression, I wonder how long she has been watching here. Thinking of her previous behavior, Cheng Suling also panicked. Seeing this, Qinya hurriedly stood up, but maybe because she had been squatting for too long or something, her legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yi Yang was quick-witted and held the other person. Yi Yang silently looked at the woman in front of him. Qin Yaren is, as her name suggests, simple, elegant and calm. A standard oval face, flawless. There was a blush on her face and a hint of panic in her eyes, but there was a hint of frost between her brows. Different from Lu Qingqian's cold appearance, Qin Ya's face seemed to be naturally cold. Even though her heart was in turmoil at the moment, there was no expression on her face. That perfect queen face, coupled with that cold expression, adds a touch of mystery. She was tall, wearing an emerald green dress, and had jet black hair that reached her waist. The waist is tightly bound, revealing the graceful figure. She stood firm and quickly pushed Yi Yang away. I didn't see anything. Qinya whispered, her complexion finally recovered. She secretly glanced at Cheng Suling with a hint of worry in her eyes. She didn't know how to persuade Cheng Suling, but she knew that if the great elder knew about this, they would all be in trouble. Suling, this is... After thinking it over again and again, she decided to remind Cheng Suling indirectly, which could be regarded as fulfilling her sisterly duty. This is my husband Yi Yang. Cheng Suling lowered her head tightly, her little face flushed with shame. She didn't dare to look up at Qinya, but her little hand couldn't help but pinch Yi Yang. It's all because of this guy that I lost face in front of outsiders. Ding. Cheng Suling is filled with shame and anger, emotional value plus 1000. Yi Yang. Qinya was startled when she heard the name. Grand Elder Yi Yang of Taishu Holy Land. She never thought that the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land looked so young. She was just the wife of the leader of the Wanling sect, a subsidiary sect of the Taishu Holy Land. On a normal day, she didn't even know many of the elders in charge of the Taishu Holy Land, let alone the great elder Yi Yang. At this moment, when she heard that the person in front of her was Yi Yang, she couldn't help but feel relieved. In this case, Cheng Suling did not do anything reckless. But soon, she looked at Cheng Suling with some surprise again. That's not right. Didn't Cheng Suling say that her relationship with Yi Yang wasn't very good? It is precisely for this reason that the two of them have many more topics to talk about. But she had seen Cheng Suling's performance just now. This woman was so proactive, how could this be called a bad relationship? Seeing Cheng Suling's flushed face, Qinya didn't dare to ask any more questions and just bowed. Disciple Qinya of the Wanling sect greets the great elder. Qinya silently raised her head and looked at Yi Yang. This legendary great elder was indeed very different from what she had imagined. When their eyes met, Qinya found that Yi Yang was also staring at her curiously, and suddenly felt a little nervous. Name: Qinya, cultivation, late Jindan realm. Identity: the wife of the leader of Wanling sect. Note: the heroine of The Divine King Cauldron. Origin: she was born in the Qin family of Kashanfu. Her family was affiliated with the Wanling sect. In order to seek development, her family sent her to Qi Mudao, the leader of the Wanling sect. Unfortunately, Qi Mudao was old and they were only married in name. Qi Feng, Qi Mudao's son, had no respect for her and coveted her, causing her to suffer a lot of grievances in the Qi family. Later, with the help of Yi Shu, the protagonist of God King Cauldron, she escaped from the sea of suffering and followed Yi Shu ever since. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that another protagonist would appear. No need to be polite. Wanling sect is a disciple of my Taishu Holy Land. When you come here, it will be like being in Wanling sect. Qinya nodded slightly and said nothing. However, my impression of Yi Yang improved a lot. It seems that this legendary elder is not as difficult to get along with as imagined. I have something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore, Great Elder. Goodbye. Qinya collected her thoughts, bowed quickly, and then left in a hurry. Only after Qinya left did Chang Suling breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Yi Yang staring at Qinya's back, Chang Suling's eyes moved. What does the Great Elder think of Qinya? Good. Why not let her be my sister? Huh. Yi Yang glanced at Chang Suling in surprise. This woman was still thinking about helping him take a concubine. You decide. Yi Yang was thinking in his heart, how to take down this woman. After all, she was someone close to the protagonist, and it would be perfect to use her to harvest emotional points. However, Qinya did not look easy to get along with, and it would be inconvenient for him to contact her. Now that Chang Suling is willing to help, Yi Yang naturally won't refuse. Upon hearing this, Chang Suling nodded quickly. She brought this up not just for herself. She was familiar with Qinya and naturally knew that Qinya was not having a good time in the Wanling sect. It is for this reason that the two of them became good friends who can talk about anything. If Yi Yang is willing to accept Qinya, he can also help Qinya escape from suffering. She was also helping her sisters. But she was unsure about this matter. Qinya had a very cold personality and hated men. Qinya's experience over the years is even more miserable than Chang Suling's. Let's go back. Yi Yang spoke, but Chang Suling was startled when she heard it. No way, again, I have been busy for a whole afternoon. Great Elder, let me rest for a while. Or, why don't you go to Ning's place tonight? Chang Suling spoke in a low voice. After all, she was an experienced person. The matter between Yi Yang and Ning could be hidden from Yunshu and the others, but not from her eyes. Hearing this, Yi Yang did not force it. Chang Suling was indeed tired this afternoon. Okay, then go and have a rest. Don't take the matter of spiritual medicine mountain so seriously. It's not worth it to tire yourself out. Chang Suling nodded vigorously. Yi Yang turned and left, but he did not go to look for Ning. Although Ning is a warm-hearted girl, she is actually a weakling. Right now, I still need to communicate more with that girl Mu Qingqing. Chapter 113 I'm really not a thief. A sleepless night. After these days of contact, and with the guilt she felt towards Yi Yang, this girl has become much more submissive. Now that Lu Shu is dead, Yi Yang has already made up his mind to let Mu Qingqing take over Lu Shu's position. Mu Qingqing is intelligent and cautious. With a little training, she will definitely be more useful than Lu Shu. The only problem now is this girl's loyalty to him. Yi Yang is not worried that Mu Qingqing will betray him. Although Mu Qingqing is cunning, she will be very obedient once she is conquered. The only thing Yi Yang was worried about was that his future plans would inevitably involve some shady means. If Mu Qingqing knew about it, it might damage his image. At that time, the emotional value obtained may drop sharply. Therefore, some things cannot be explained too clearly. In the early morning, the sunlight shines through the window and falls on Yi Yang's cheek. Mu Qingqing stood by and stretched lazily like a cat. This girl is not quite the same as Ning. Because of her practice, Mu Qingqing looked particularly charming in every move, but these days, under Yi Yang's guidance, she gradually comprehended the Buddhist truth and shed her natural charm. However, there is no need to do that when facing Yi Yang in private. Her naturally charming body is indeed extraordinary. Even Yi Yang could not avoid becoming King Zhou. Qingqing, there are some things happening recently, and I need you to help me investigate them. Yi Yang spoke as he enjoyed the gentle morning sunshine. Great Elder, please speak. There have been some problems with the Wanling sect recently. I need you to help me check the background of Qinya, the wife of the Wanling sect's leader. In the past, Lu Shu did all these things, and now, Yi Yang also has to find the next worker. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing did not ask any further questions and agreed immediately. When Yi Yang asked her to stay and help, she knew that these were what she had to do. When she was in Baihua Valley, her master often asked her to do these things, and she had become accustomed to it. What's more, the fact that Yi Yang arranged these things for her showed that Yi Yang trusted her enough, and she was secretly happy in her heart. Yi Yang did not tell Mu Qingqing the reason, and the girl did not ask any further questions. Just based on this point, Mu Qingqing is countless times stronger than Lu Shu. Of course, it is also because of the relationship between the two that Mu Qingqing would not doubt Yi Yang. Mu Qingqing's work efficiency is quite good. Now, she has Yi Yang's order. Who in the entire Taishu Holy Land would not give her face? A few days later, she brought back the news that Yi Yang wanted. Great Elder, I have already checked everything. The Qinya you are talking about was originally the concubine daughter of the Qin family of Kashan Mansion. Kashan Mansion is under the management of Wanling sect. In order to please the leader of Wanling sect, Qi Mudao, the patriarch of the Qin family gave Qinya to Qi Mudao as a concubine. Inside the sect's main hall, Mu Qingqing was reporting the information she had gathered. Qi Mudao is old, his wife died early, and he has a son named Qi Feng. Ever since Qinya married him, Qi Feng has coveted Qinya and has repeatedly provoked her. But Qi Mudao dotes on his son. Not only did he not punish Qi Feng, but he often whipped Qinya. This matter is almost known to everyone in Wanling sect. When Yi Yang heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Why does Qi Mudao's behavior sound a bit like his past self? At this moment, Yi Yang finally realized that it was no wonder that Qinya and Cheng Suling became good friends. It was probably because they had similar experiences in the past. There's one more thing that this disciple discovered accidentally. Mu Qingqing suddenly said seriously. When I was asking for information in Wanling sect before, I saw with my own eyes that Qi Feng wanted to make a move on Qinya, but was taught a lesson by Qinya. The martial arts used by that woman are very common, but there seems to be something wrong with her technique. Hearing this, Yi Yang's eyes lit up. What's the problem? I'm not too sure, I just think she seems to be hiding her true ability. Mu Qingqing shook her head hesitantly. These were just her personal guesses and she was not quite sure. However, when Yi Yang heard this, he became interested. I have to say that Mu Qingqing is indeed more useful than Lu Shu. She is serious about her work and has her own judgment, which saves Yi Yang a lot of trouble. Okay, I'll go and confirm the rest myself. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Mu Qingqing agreed and was about to leave, but was grabbed by Yi Yang. Mu Qingqing was shocked when she saw this. Great Elder, this. After leaving the sect hall, Yi Yang returned to Ziyang Peak. Now, having the news about Mu Qingqing is not enough, he also needs to confirm other things. As good sisters, Cheng Suling and Qinya must know something about that woman. The reason why Yi Yang didn't ask Cheng Suling directly at the beginning was that he wanted to combine the information he had to see if this woman was hiding anything. Although Cheng Suling respected Yi Yang enough, she was still afraid of him in her heart. Perhaps she would not have any ulterior motives, but when it came to Qinya, this woman might hide something. That night, Yi Yang asked Cheng Suling about Qinya. The results obtained were similar to those found by Mu Qingqing. The only difference was that when Yi Yang asked about Qinya's cultivation, Cheng Suling seemed a little vague. At this point, Yi Yang was basically certain that the woman might really have hidden her cultivation level. Yi Yang understood why Qinya did this almost instantly. After all, he is an experienced person. In the past, when his disciples were dissatisfied with him, they would secretly practice some other skills. Yi Yang understood that they were all thinking of accumulating strength and rebelling against him in the future. Qinya's current situation is the same as that of Cheng Suling and others in the past, and she probably has similar thoughts. Therefore, even if Cheng Suling knew about this, she would not say it. After all, it might expose her past thoughts. Yi Yang did not expose Cheng Suling. At the moment, this woman had been completely subdued, and he just didn't want to create any more trouble. Naturally, he would not pursue the past. Now, I just need to find some time to go and confirm Qinya's condition in person. If that woman really hid her cultivation, then if Qi Mudao knew about this, Qinya's fate could be imagined. If it were Yi Yang in the past, when he found out that Cheng Suling and the others had hidden their abilities, he would also worry that they had ulterior motives and would take action against them. Yi Yang understood Qi Mudao's thoughts best. Chapter 114. The little heroine appears, and the vicious female supporting role comes to pick a fight. Yi Yang was not in a hurry about this matter. After all, I had just met Qinya, and I went to her house. This would arouse some suspicion, so I had to find an excuse. These days, Taishu Holy Land has changed a lot. In addition to arousing the enthusiasm of disciples for cultivation, the sect also began to open its gates and recruit new disciples. As one of the 6 holy places in Kanglan Domain, Taishu Holy Land's recruitment of disciples naturally attracted the attention of the entire Kanglan Domain. Many disciples from small sects came one after another, wanting to become disciples of the Taishu Holy Land. Of course, Taishu Holy Land has its own set of rules for recruiting disciples. Therefore, although many people came this time, not many actually passed the trial. Moreover, after passing the trial, one must also pass the sect's assessment before being able to formally become a disciple of the Taishu Holy Land. The Foreign Affairs Hall, where new disciples are assessed for entry, is already crowded at this moment. Name, Lingju. Age, 28. Which sect are you from? Purple Cloud Sect. The disciple in charge of the examination raised his head and silently looked at the shabby and dirty girl in front of him. His brows furrowed slightly. Since you are here to take the entrance exam to the Grand Void Holy Land, why are you so dirty and messy? I'm sorry, brother, Who is your senior brother? You haven't even entered the Taishu Holy Land yet. Before the girl finished her words, she was scolded by the disciple, which frightened the girl so much that she quickly nodded and admitted her mistake. But at this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Ha ha ha, Lingju, you'd better not waste your energy. Look at you are always covered in dirt and dust, like a little beggar. If you are allowed to join the Taishu Holy Land, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Taishu Holy Land? A pretty girl dressed in brocade and silk pushed Lingju aside and walked forward. Brother, I am Ziling, the daughter of the leader of the Xian sect. Ziling bowed, then took out a bag of spirit stones from her sleeve and handed it over, speaking softly. My father is an old friend of the 8th Elder of the Taishu Holy Land. Now, the 8th Elder is in charge of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Senior brother must also be the 8th Elder's disciple. Before I left, my father asked me to bring some things to the 8th Elder. Now, I have not yet entered the Grand Void Holy Land, so I have no choice but to ask my senior brother to help pass on the message. The disciple took the bag of spirit stones, probed his spiritual sense into it, and his face suddenly changed. There were a full 1,000 spirit stones in that bag. Based on his daily offerings, 1,000 spirit stones were enough to equal his offerings for several years. He was well aware of this and naturally knew that Ziling was just using the excuse of giving a gift, and that giving it to the 8th Elder was just an excuse. The disciple accepted the spirit stone without leaving any trace, and a smile appeared on his cold face. It turns out to be Miss Ziling. What an honor. Miss Ziling, are you here to take part in the entrance examination to my Taishu Holy Land? Exactly. Oh, Miss Ziling is also an acquaintance. I know everything about the situation. You don't need to take the test. The disciple said this and then handed over a document. Seeing this, Ziling turned around and looked at Ling Zhu with contempt. Just as she was about to reach out to take the document, Ling Zhu couldn't help but speak. This is unfair. I was here first, but you left me out. Also, why was she able to pass without any questions? When the disciple who was taking the assessment heard this, his expression suddenly changed, revealing a hint of contempt. Fairness. This world values strength and background. You are just an ordinary disciple of Xian sect. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about fairness? You are so unruly. It is obvious that you do not meet the standards of a disciple of my Taishu Holy Land. Go back. When Ling Zhu heard this, she immediately became angry. Tisk, you are just a servant girl. You were lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple of my Xian sect. You have to thank my father for being so magnanimous to get to where you are now. How dare you compete with me? You really overestimate your own abilities. Ziling held the document in her hand, shook it, and stared at Ling Zhu with contempt. I advise you to quickly return to Xian sect. Maybe my father will be able to take you in. If you stay here, you will only bring shame upon yourself. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhu stared at Ziling with anger on his face. She and Ziling are both from Xian sect. In terms of aptitude, she is better than Ziling, but unfortunately their backgrounds are different. Ziling is the daughter of the leader of Xian sect. She is the center of attention, but she is just a maid. She got an opportunity by chance and embarked on the path of cultivation. Later, she joined Xian sect, but unexpectedly became acquainted with the sect's senior brother. Ziling also loved the senior brother in her heart, so she targeted her everywhere. A few years ago, the eldest senior brother was noticed by Taishu Holy Land because of his extraordinary talent and was accepted into the sect. Therefore, Ziling has always wanted to become a disciple of Taishu Holy Land and find that eldest senior brother. The reason why she joined the Taishu Holy Land had nothing to do with that senior brother, but was because the Taishu Holy Land had a rich heritage and was more suitable for cultivation. She had no good feelings towards the senior brother in the first place, it was just that he was pestering her. Over the years, in Xian sect, Ziling targeted her everywhere, and she had endured it. But this time, the other party actually wanted to stop her from entering the Taishu Holy Land, and she really couldn't tolerate it. But now she could only watch Ziling use her connections and she was helpless. She knew very well that the examiner was right. Where is fairness in this world? At this moment, a deep feeling of powerlessness came over me. She was filled with grief and anger. As a disciple of the Taishu Holy Land, aren't you afraid that the elders of the Holy Land will blame you for doing this? Ha ha ha, elder, can you tell me after you see them? The disciple who was taking the test couldn't help but burst out laughing. Besides, I am the disciple taught directly by the 8th elder. Even if the 8th elder were here, he would not blame me. Well said. Just then, a voice was heard and everyone turned around. The 8th elder's true disciple, you are so arrogant. What's going on? Does the 8th elder have the final say in the Taishu Holy Land now? Yi Yang walked forward slowly. Where had these new disciples present seen Yi Yang before? I just felt that the person in front of me was handsome, almost like a demon, but he was so majestic that people dared not look directly at him. Grand elder. When the disciple who was taking the test saw Yi Yang, he was so frightened that he fell to his knees. When they heard the words, Grand Elder, the new disciples were stunned for a moment. Is this the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land, the legendary #1 swordsman in Kanglan territory? How can the Great Elder be so young? How foolish! How can a monk judge his age by his appearance? The Great Elder is so handsome. Shish, don't act crazy, or you'll be punished. For a moment, the entire Foreign Affairs Hall was silent. Yi Yang ignored the disciple who was taking the test, and walked straight to Ziling. He took the document from her hand without saying a word and tore it to pieces. Our Taishu Holy Land has always been fair. Put away your pretensions here. Chapter 115 Yi Yang's authority, the little heroine's admiration. Ling Zhu looked at Yi Yang in front of her, and her heart couldn't help but beat fast. As a little maid, although she had often heard of Yi Yang's name in the past, she couldn't help but feel nervous when she actually saw him. In front of Yi Yang, even the leader of their Xian sect had to bow down and kowtow. She didn't dare to have any disrespect in her heart. She had just been completely desperate, and it was Yi Yang's appearance that gave her the last hope. Moreover, Yi Yang also agreed with her words. She suddenly felt that she had made the right decision to come to Taishu Holy Land this time. Yi Yang turned around and walked straight to the disciple who was taking the test. Call the 8th elder over here. Yi Yang's voice was not loud, but to the ears of the disciples taking the test, it sounded like a thunderclap. Great elder, please forgive me. I will never dare to do that again. The disciple who was taking the examination kowtowed like crazy, but Yi Yang ignored him and just repeated it coldly. Call the 8th elder over here. Don't make me say it again. Hearing this, the disciple who was taking the test broke out in a sweat. After hesitating for a few seconds, he quickly stood up and ran away like the wind. Ever since Yi Yang had given the 8th elder a warning, he had kept the 7th and 8th elders at home unemployed. The Foreign Affairs Hall was originally managed by Lu Shu. After Lu Shu was executed a few days ago, Yi Yang asked the 8th elder to manage the Foreign Affairs Hall again, which was also a way to give him something to do. Only by giving a big stick and then a piece of candy can you win people's hearts. The 8th elder had been put on hold for these days. Now that Yi Yang has re-employed him, he has become much more sensible. However, he still couldn't take care of everything for the people under him. After hearing his disciples' report of the situation, the 8th elder wished he could slap the bastard in front of him to death. He knew very well that his position as the managing elder was in name only. Now, Yi Yang had asked him to be in charge of the Foreign Affairs Hall, which was a re-recognition of his status as the managing elder. He has been working very seriously these days, fearing any mistake. After all, the 5th elder hasn't even passed his 7th birthday yet, and he doesn't want to follow in his footsteps. But no matter how well he did, he could not stop his disciples from getting sick. You are really my good disciple. The 8th elder gnashed his teeth in anger, picked up the disciple who was taking the test, and immediately rushed to the External Affairs Hall. Great elder, I failed to discipline my disciples strictly, and my disciples have violated the sect rules. I am willing to accept the punishment. The 8th elder now seemed much more obedient. He did not argue much and admitted his mistake immediately. Yi Yang was quite satisfied with his attitude. This shows that this kid has been trained almost enough. You should already know what happened. I'll leave this man to you to deal with. As for you, you will be fined 1 month's salary. Thank you, great elder. The 8th elder bowed and waved his hand, and 2 law enforcement disciples came up from a distance. Take him away, abolish his cultivation, and expel him from the Taishu Holy Land. As soon as these words came out, the disciple who was taking the test collapsed to the ground instantly. It would be better to kill him than to waste his cultivation. Everyone present also looked at him with pity. Even though what this man did was not fair, the punishment was indeed too severe. However, This also made the new disciples have more respect for the Taishu Holy Land. Most of them are just ordinary disciples. The rules of Taishu Holy Land are a good thing for them. Seeing the eighth elder bringing a stool and personally supervising his disciples to take the examinations for becoming new disciples, Yi Yang turned around and left. Behind him, Ling Zhu and Zi Ling were both standing there in a daze, looking a little overwhelmed. However, their moods at this moment were completely different. Zi Ling's assessment certificate has been torn up, and she is afraid that she will not be able to enter the Taishu Holy Land. But Ling Zhu now has the opportunity. After Yi Yang's action, those disciples who are taking the examination probably won't dare to make things difficult for her. With her qualifications, it should be no problem for her to enter the Taishu Holy Land. Yi Yang walked through the crowd, enjoying everyone's admiring gazes, with a smile on his face. He didn't come here intentionally to show off. There was no point in showing off in front of a group of ordinary disciples. He just happened to pass by here and saw the quarrel over there, so he went over to take a look. However, when he saw Lingju, he suddenly became energetic. Name: Lingju. Identity: the heroine of Longevity starts from farming. Cultivation: 5th level of Lingxi realm. Kung Fu: Blue Lotus transformation technique. Origin: Ling Zhu was originally a maid in a mortal family. She accidentally got a ring with a spiritual field inside. She used it to cultivate rare and precious herbs and embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. Later, she joined the Xian sect. However, because she was loved by the sect's senior brother, Zi Ling became jealous and made things difficult for her. However, she improved herself all the way through various opportunities and finally achieved immortality. When Yi Yang first saw Ling Zhu's personal information, he was still a little confused. Although he had read many novels, he had never read any novel about farming, so he didn't know where to start. However, since the person has come to your doorstep, you should see such good opportunities. That's why he stood up. Of course, he did not contact Ling Zhu immediately. Firstly, he did not know the heroine of the farming novel well enough and did not dare to show his emotions. Secondly, leaving a mysterious impression on the other party can turn passivity into initiative in future communications. After leaving the Foreign Affairs Hall, Yi Yang found Cheng Suling. Nowadays, Cheng Suling is in charge of Lingyao Mountain. Since the little heroine is a farming heroine, she must have made some achievements in Lingyao Mountain. Of course, there is another meaning behind Yi Yang's arrangement. That is to let Cheng Suling help observe Ling Zhu first, so that it will be easier for him to take action in the future. After doing all this, Yi Yang stayed in Lingyao Mountain until night before leaving. However, he did not return to Ziyang Peak. Instead, he turned and went to the Foreign Affairs Hall. Those disciples who participated in the sect's assessment, even if they did not pass the assessment, would be arranged to live in the External Affairs Hall. After the assessment was over, Taishu Holy Land would arrange for someone to send them away. Yi Yang came here to find Zi Ling. Since this woman doesn't get along with Ling Zhu, she must know Ling Zhu quite well. I should be able to get a lot of information from her. Moreover, although Yi Yang had only met Zi Ling once, he knew very well about this young lady who had been pampered since childhood. The best way to deal with such people is to use coercion or inducement. They have been protected since childhood and are most likely to collapse when faced with real danger. Moreover, as the daughter of the leader of Xian sect, she has a deeper understanding of Yi Yang. Because of this understanding, she feels fear mixed with admiration, which makes her dare not deceive Yi Yang. When Zi Ling saw Yi Yang again, her behavior just confirmed Yi Yang's guess. At this moment, she seemed extremely cautious. She no longer looked like a young lady, but instead served Yi Yang carefully like a maid. Chapter 116. Dare to bring down the elders at the cost of one's life. Looking at the majestic and handsome Yi Yang in front of her, Zi Ling felt nervous. She was born in Xian sect, and she knew better than anyone what kind of power the person in front of her had. It can be said that with Yi Yang's current status, he is the nominal emperor of the entire Qingshu County. With just one word from him, he could destroy a sect at will. He can decide a person's life or death by just raising his hand. Even the leader of her Xian sect, her father, could only nod and bow in front of Yi Yang. Zi Ling is in Xian sect and is the daughter of the sect master. She has heard countless rumors about Yi Yang. At this moment, this legendary big shot is right in front of her. How can she not be nervous? But besides being nervous, she also had some other thoughts. Ever since she saw Yi Yang for the first time, she was deeply attracted to him. The senior brother whom she had always thought about in the past has now been forgotten. Compared with Yi Yang, what is her senior brother? Her beautiful eyes moved around, staring at Yi Yang intently, feeling nervous yet secretly happy. Although she didn't know why Yi Yang came to see her so late at night, she knew there must be something going on. Does this mean that she also has the opportunity to become a disciple of Taishu Holy Land? Of course, at this moment, she wanted to join the Taishu Holy Land not for her senior brother, but for the great elder in front of her. Do you know that you were wrong about what happened today? After a long silence, Yi Yang saw that the time was right and then he spoke. He knew that to deal with someone like Ziling, he needed to force him. She will only be obedient if you scare her. Therefore, when Yi Yang opened his mouth, he did not speak directly about the matter, but intended to continue to put pressure on her and pressure her. Sure enough, when Ziling heard this, she immediately knelt down on the ground. Great Elder, I know I was wrong, I will never do it again, please forgive me. Ziling knew very well that even if Yi Yang killed her now, her father would not dare to say anything. Even, Yi Yang could take her father's life with just one word. Because she knew Yi Yang's power, she was more afraid than anyone else. Since this is your first offense, I'll let it go this time. Yi Yang spoke softly, and Ziling finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she still knelt on the ground and didn't dare to get up. Your father and I are old friends. I am punishing you in public today in order to uphold justice. For your father's sake, I can allow you to become a disciple of the Taishu Holy Land. Hearing this, Ziling was overjoyed and kowtowed to express her gratitude. Okay, get up. Yi Yang pointed to a stool beside him and Ziling sat down carefully. I came to see you for another matter besides this. Ziling lowered her head nervously. After what happened just now, she was completely intimidated by this moody elder. At this moment, she didn't even have the courage to look at Yi Yang. Ling Zhu is also from Xian sect. You should know something about her, right? Tell me about it. When Ziling heard Ling Zhu's name, she raised her head instantly. She seemed to want to see something from Yi Yang's face, but after just a quick glance, she was frightened by Yi Yang's eyes again and quickly lowered her head. Ling Zhu became a disciple of my Xian sect a few years ago. She was originally a maid, but by some strange coincidence she got a spiritual plant, and that's how she embarked on the path of cultivation. When mentioning Ling Zhu, Ziling couldn't help but grit her teeth. Although she no longer hated Ling Zhu for taking away her senior brother, her hatred for Ling Zhu had not diminished in the slightest. Ever since Ling Zhu joined Xian sect, she has taken away all the glory that belonged to her. She didn't understand why all the disciples who used to follow her around fell in love with Ling Zhu in the blink of an eye. She could only blame it all on Ling Zhu. That woman is a vixen. Any man she sets his eyes on will inevitably fall in love with her. When Ziling said this, she couldn't help but look up at Yi Yang. A bold idea suddenly came to my mind. Yi Yang came to see me in the middle of the night. Could it be that he also fell in love with Ling Zhu? Although Ziling believed that Yi Yang would look down on Ling Zhu given his status, she couldn't help but feel worried. If Ling Zhu has the support of the Great Elder, he will definitely take revenge on her. Great Elder, that woman is not a good person. Don't be fooled by her appearance. I have my own judgment, you continue speaking. When Ziling heard this, she hesitated for a moment and then continued speaking. But she talked for a long time, and it could be summed up in just one sentence. Ling Zhu is a vixen. However, Yi Yang had already expected this. Ziling has a natural filter for Ling Zhu, so she naturally can't say anything good about her. However, from Ziling's mouth, Yi Yang did learn some things about Ling Zhu. That woman would always take out various kinds of elixirs, and many disciples of Xian sect were taken care of by her. Therefore, Ling Zhu was loved by many people in Xian sect. It is precisely because of this that Ziling hates Ling Zhu so much. This is probably because Ling Zhu owns a spiritual field. It makes sense for the heroine of a farming novel to grow spiritual medicines. Based on your understanding, what kind of person does Ling Zhu like? Yi Yang asked. After hearing this, Ziling became even more certain that Yi Yang was definitely fascinated by Ling Zhu. She wanted to dissuade him, but she didn't dare to speak. Great Elder, I don't know what kind of person she likes. She is very enthusiastic towards everyone. I think she should be a very promiscuous woman, the kind who is fickle. Yi Yang took a deep breath. It seemed that he could not get anything out of this woman. Okay, continue to rest. I will have someone take you to the Taishu Holy Land tomorrow. Yi Yang said this, stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Ziling mustered up the courage to speak. Great Elder, Ling Zhu is really not a good person, you must not be fooled by her. As she spoke, Ziling reached out and grabbed Yi Yong, then, she looked at Yi Yong lovingly and spoke softly. Great Elder, what do you think of my qualifications? Ziling was indeed jealous of Ling Zhu, and she would do anything to deal with Ling Zhu. Especially when she found out that Yi Yong was also interested in Ling Zhu, her jealousy gradually turned into fear. She didn't dare let Ling Zhu get too close to Yi Yong, otherwise, she would be the one in trouble. Of course, it would be a blessing for her if Yi Yong could notice her. As long as she hooks up with Yi Yong first, even if she can't stop Ling Zhu from being with Yi Yong in the future, she doesn't have to worry about that woman using Yi Yong to deal with her. Yi Yong looked at Ziling and his expression changed slightly. Does this woman really hate Ling Zhu so much? Before he could say anything, Ziling had already approached. Chapter 117 The capable heroine wins my heart. After a long time, Yi Yong left Ziling's residence. I have to say, this little girl is really cruel. Ziling has a good appearance. Although not as good as Mu Qingqing, she is definitely a beauty. Moreover, this girl is indeed obedient. He can be said to be a perfect tool man. Of course Yi Yong did not accept her. This woman was too utilitarian. The best way to deal with her was to give her some hope but keep some distance. Otherwise, with Ziling's temperament, she would certainly act recklessly and arbitrarily. But we must also give her some opportunities and let her have some hope. More importantly, this girl hates Ling Zhu deeply. If used well, it can be used as a chess piece to conquer Ling Zhu. The next morning, Yi Yong came to the sect hall. Now, the person guarding here has changed from Lu Shu to Mu Qingqing. Seeing this, Yi Yong felt a little uncomfortable. It's not that he thought of Lu Shu, but he didn't want Mu Qingqing to be like this, it was too tiring. Qingqing, you don't have to wait here anymore. You can practice on your own on weekdays. I will call you if there is anything. Now, you still have to focus on cultivation. Mu Qingqing nodded when she heard this. She naturally understood that Yi Yong was deliberately taking care of her, and she couldn't help feeling touched. Ding, Mu Qingqing is moved, emotion value plus 1000. Great Elder, I came here today because I have something to report to you. Walking into the hall, Yi Yong sat down, and then Mu Qingqing struggled slightly and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. What's the matter? Tell me, there's no need to be so restrained since there's no outsiders around. Yi Yong spoke softly, and Mu Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Mudao, the leader of Wanling sect, will celebrate his birthday tomorrow. Didn't you ask me to investigate Qinya before? I think this may be an opportunity to contact Qinya. What do you think? When Yi Yong heard this, his eyes moved. It must be said that Mu Qingqing is a very thoughtful girl. I just asked her to investigate Qinya, but she had thought of all these. Yi Yong was just thinking about finding an excuse to contact Qinya, and now it's delivered to his doorstep, right? You did a great job, there's a great reward. When Mu Qingqing heard this, her face immediately turned red with shame and she spoke in a low voice. Great Elder, please don't reward me. I don't want it. What, you dislike me? Yi Yong pretended to be angry, and Mu Qingqing quickly shook her head, wanting to say something but stopping herself. After a moment of silence, she replied in a low voice. I want to practice recently, but I can't bear it. Looking at Mu Qingqing's shy appearance, Yi Yong couldn't help but want to laugh. Okay, I'll let you rest for a few days. By the way, please prepare some gifts for me. I will go there in person tomorrow. Okay, Mu Qingqing said, then stood up and left the hall. At noon that day, Mu Qingqing brought over the prepared things. Looking at the gift prepared by Mu Qingqing, Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Those gifts were not very valuable. Most of them were elixirs that could prolong life, and there were also many pills that could increase lifespan. These things may not mean much to others, but to Qi Mudao, who is about to die, they are treasures. Mu Qingqing's consideration was very thoughtful. Qingqing, you are so capable. Yi Yong couldn't help but sigh, letting this girl help him was indeed the right choice. Thank you for the compliment, Great Elder. I will go back first. Mu Qingqing said this and hurriedly left the place. Seeing her running away in a hurry, Yi Yong felt helpless. Am I so scary now? Yi Yong felt somewhat helpless. Although having a pure yang body was good, having too much yang energy was not a good thing either. He put away the gift, then took out the communication token and sent a message to Qi Mudao. Since I'm going to celebrate a birthday, I naturally have to notify you in advance. After all, Yi Yang has a special identity. If the other party is not prepared and he suddenly goes over, it is likely to cause trouble for Qi Mudao. Soon, Qi Mudao received the news. When Qi Mudao learned that Yi Yang was coming to celebrate his birthday, he was shocked. He thought he had done something wrong recently. After all, he and Yi Yang had known each other for many years, and Yi Yang had never wished him a happy birthday. In fact, the two of them rarely interact with each other on a daily basis. Wanling sect is a subsidiary sect of Taishu Holy Land, and the sect leaders can only be subordinates in front of the elders of Taishu Holy Land. On weekdays, he had no chance to see Yi Yang at all. If Yi Yang came in person, it must be because he had done something wrong. Qi Mudao didn't say anything and immediately began to admit his mistake. Yi Yang was a little confused. After several explanations, Qi Mudao was convinced that Yi Yang was just wishing him a happy birthday. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Someone come. After putting down the communication token, Qi Mudao immediately called his disciples. Master, what's the matter? Where did Qi Feng go? Young sect master should be in Lingshuang City. Call him back immediately. Also, notify everyone immediately that my birthday party tomorrow is cancelled and I will close the door to all visitors. The entire Wanling sect remains unchanged. Master, what happened? Don't ask any more questions, just do it now. Also, bring Qi Feng back to me immediately, capture him. Yes, I'll do it right away. No, let the third elder go and bring him back to me personally. Qi Mudao gave orders again. When the disciple heard this, he couldn't help but murmur in his heart and quickly turned around and ran out. Qi Mudao knew in his heart that Yi Yang's coming to their Wanling sect was a rare opportunity. He wanted Qi Feng to come back, naturally because he wanted to pave the way for his son. He doesn't have much time left now. Once he dies, Qi Feng will have no support in the Wanling sect. By then, Qi Feng's fate can be imagined. He saw the lesson of Zheng Yufeng of Ganyang's sect very clearly. Right now, he had no choice but to let Qi Feng get close to Yi Yang and connect with the Taishu Holy Land. Only then could Qi Feng live in peace after he died in the future. To do this, he naturally had to prepare in advance. He had originally planned to hold a grand banquet tomorrow so that Qi Feng could make more friends with the major sects, but now it seems that all that can be done without delay. As long as he makes friends with Yi Yang and has the protection of Taishu Holy Land, Qi Feng's future will be secure. Qi Mudao left the sect's main hall and returned to his residence. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Qinya sitting in the yard in a daze. Looking at Qinya's cold face, he instantly became furious. Tomorrow, the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land will come. If you act so coldly again and make the Grand Elder unhappy, I will kill you. Qinya was shocked when she heard this. In my mind, I couldn't help but recall the scene I saw that day. She nodded quickly but said nothing. Chapter 118. The Master of the Cheat Code. Yi Shu walked on the road with a worried look on his face. He didn't know why Qi Mudao suddenly asked Qi Feng to come back, but he was a little worried at the moment. He was originally a disciple of Qi Mudao and was deeply trusted by Qi Mudao. Not long ago, when he was out, he accidentally obtained a bronze tripod, named the God King Tripod, which was said to be able to refine all things. But the God King Cauldron was not complete, there was a piece missing from it. It is naturally impossible for him to repair it with his ability. A few days ago, he happened to hear that Zheng Chu of Baihua Valley possessed the inheritance of the God of Craftsmanship, so he thought of using the inheritance of the God of Craftsmanship to repair the Divine King Cauldron. But he was weak after all, so he instigated the Wanling sect to join the team to attack Zheng Chu. But now so much time has passed, and there is still no news. He has been living in fear these days. He was afraid that others would find out that he was carrying a treasure, so he was careful and cautious in everything he did. But there was something wrong with Qi Mudao's reaction today. He was worried that something might happen to the Wanling sect. This was the only force he could rely on now, and he still needed the help of the Wanling sect to help him seize the inheritance of the God of Craftsmen. Moreover, he has always been in love with his master's wife Qinya. He knew that the old man Qi Mudao was useless. Although Qinya married Qi Mudao, it was just in name only. He didn't want Qinya to suffer such injustice, and always wanted to rescue her and save her from suffering. Therefore, he didn't want anything to happen to the Wanling sect now. At least he has to wait until he repairs the God King Cauldron and has the strength before he can protect Qinya. But now it seems that the facts are not as satisfactory as we expected. Yi Shu sighed, turned around and found the third elder. Although he didn't know what had happened, he still had to follow Qi Mudao's instructions. Soon, the third elder brought Qi Feng back. Qi Feng was also confused at this moment. He was enjoying himself, but was suddenly interrupted. Anyone would be unhappy. But looking at the serious look of the third elder, Qi Feng also knew that something big must be happening this time. Seeing Yi Shu, Qi Feng hurried over. "Brother Yi, do you know why my father asked me to come back?" "I don't know." Yi Shu shook his head. Looking at the dandy young master beside him, Yi Shu felt a surge of contempt in his heart. He didn't like Qi Feng. Besides the fact that this guy had an unpleasant personality, the more important thing was that Qi Feng always provoked Qinya. Yi Shu loves Qinya, and in his eyes, anyone who provokes Qinya is doomed to die. However, he couldn't touch Qi Feng right now, so he had to put up with this guy. Of course, he gets along very well with Qi Feng on a daily basis. This is also the reason why Qi Feng would look for him first. There was another reason why he got close to Qi Feng, which was to use Qi Feng to get close to Qinya. "Oh, I wonder what's wrong with Dad." Qi Feng sighed and walked towards home. Seeing this, Yi Shu hurriedly followed. This is a good opportunity to meet Qinya. Usually, Qinya is locked up at home. Only with the help of Qi Feng's relationship can he have the opportunity to enter the courtyard where Qi Mudao lives. Although Qi Mudao trusted him, he was extremely careful about the courtyard where he lived and did not allow his disciples to enter his residence. Yi Shu was the only exception, but he could only go there with the help of Qi Feng's relationship. Arriving at the courtyard where Qi Mudao lived, Yi Shu saw from afar a pretty face full of sorrow. That face is so cold and never smiles, yet so charming. What Yi Shu liked was Qinya's cold and fierce spirit. Just imagine how fulfilling it would be to have such a cold-hearted woman crawling in front of you. What's more, Qinya is so beautiful. "Father, Master." The two walked into the yard, where Qi Mudao was sitting. Qinya was sitting beside him, like a clay sculpture or a wooden carving, with no expression on her face. It just so happens that Yi Shu is here too. When Qi Mudao saw Yi Shu, he couldn't help but feel happy from the bottom of his heart. If his son had the same talent as Yi Shu, he wouldn't have to go to so much trouble to pave the way for his son. "Tomorrow, the great elder of Taishu Holy Land will come to celebrate my birthday. I declined the birthday banquet today in order to entertain the great elder. Fenger, this is an opportunity. I am old now. If I am gone, you will no longer have a foothold in the Wanling sect. But if you take the path of the Taishu Holy Land, with the support of the great elder, you may be able to take charge of the Wanling sect." Qi Mudao said this, his eyes falling on Yi Shu. "Yi Shu, the same goes for you. This time I plan to take you to see the great elder. You have extraordinary talent and are my most proud disciple. No matter which of you brothers gets the chance to take charge of the Grand Void Holy Land, he or she will be able to take charge of the Wanling sect in the future. When the time comes, you two brothers must help each other." Qi Mudao naturally knew the character of his son, so he made preparations for both scenarios. If Yi Yong looked down on Qi Feng, he would plan to push Yi Shu up. As long as the Phantom Spirit sect falls into Yi Shu's hands, Qi Feng can rest assured. "Thank you for your cultivation, Master." Yi Shu hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. When Qi Feng, who was standing by, heard this, his eyes moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. The next day, when Yi Yong arrived at the Wanling sect, he discovered that the entire Wanling sect was extremely lively, with lights and decorations everywhere, and many disciples were waiting at the mountain gate. As soon as Yi Yong got off the carriage, Qi Mudao trotted over to meet him. The arrival of the Grand Elder brings glory to the Wanling sect. Qi Mudao leads the entire Wanling sect to welcome the Grand Elder. As Qi Mudao finished speaking, the disciples of the Wanling sect behind him spoke in unison. "Welcome, Great Elder." "Hey, Brother Qi, why are you doing this?" Yi Yong hurriedly helped Qi Mudao up. "Logically speaking, fellow Taoist Qi is still my senior. Now, I am here to celebrate your birthday, just to show my respect. Why would I bother you to come and greet me in person? Great Elder, you are too polite. I am stupid and have lived for hundreds of years, but I am not as good as you. I am ashamed, ashamed." As Qi Mudao spoke, he pulled Yi Yong into the Wanling sect. Everyone soon arrived at the courtyard where Qi Mudao lived. This time, Qi Mudao's preparations were relatively simple. They only set up a banquet in the yard, which was naturally done to create opportunities for Qi Feng. It's easier to talk about things happening under the water when there are fewer people around. As soon as Yi Yong walked out of the yard, he saw Qinya guarding the gate from afar. She was as cold as before, with no emotion on her face. It was not until she saw Yi Yang coming that she stepped forward cautiously, bowed, and tried hard to force a smile. "I, your concubine, greet the Great Elder." Seeing this, Qi Mudao hurriedly introduced himself. "Great Elder, this is my concubine, Qinya from the Qin family of Lingshuang City." Yi Yang nodded slightly but didn't say anything. He could already feel that Qinya was feeling uncomfortable at the moment. "I guess this woman probably still remembers the last time she peeked at me." Yi Yang didn't want to embarrass her, so he simply ignored her. Chapter 119 The hero appears, the new leak. Thinking back to the time when the Great Elder first entered the Grand Void Holy Land, his talent was so great that it surpassed his peers, and no one could surpass him. At the banquet, Qi Mudao recounted Yi Yang's glorious past. In terms of seniority, Qi Mudao is considered Yi Yang's predecessor. Back then, when Yi Yang had just joined the Taishu Holy Land, Qi Mudao was already the leader of the Wanling sect. Qi Mudao is of the same generation as Yi Yang's master. When Yi Yan participated in the entrance examination of Taishu Holy Land, Qi Mudao was also present. It's a pity that Qi Mudao's aptitude is poor. For many years, he has been stuck at the peak of the Yuantai realm, allowing Yi Yang, his junior, to overtake him. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Fairy Ying for a long time. I heard that the fairy has been in seclusion for many years. I wonder if there is any news. Fairy Ying is the current headmaster of Taishu Holy Land, Ying Bufan. Ying Bufan is the undisputed #1 person in Kanglan Domain and is known as Ying Tianxian by the world. She is also Yi Yang's master. Back then, Yi Yang was very talented and was noticed by Ying Bufan, who accepted him as his disciple. Her original name was Ying Shaner. She became famous at a young age and traveled around the 8 wildernesses. Later, she went to the northern wilderness and encountered some unknown incident. After she came back, she changed her name to Bufan and no longer asked about the affairs of the sect. She devoted herself to cultivation in seclusion. Even Yi Yang didn't know what had happened to his master. He was always worried about Ying Bufan in his heart, or rather, he had a special feeling for Ying Bufan, so he supported such a large sect alone over the years. Master has been in seclusion for many years. I haven't seen her for a long time. Yi Yang sighed softly. Qi Mudao noticed Yi Yang's emotions and quickly changed the subject. Fairy Ying is extremely talented. I think she will achieve enlightenment and become a saint. The Great Elder doesn't need to worry too much. By the way, a few days ago, the Great Elder executed Lu Shu and helped us recover the looted spiritual stones. I haven't had time to thank the Great Elder yet. Today, I have been forgiven by the Great Elder. I would like to offer this cup to you. Qi Mudao raised his glass and drank it all. Alas, it's my fault for not disciplining you strictly, which has caused trouble for you. Yi Yang sighed, but Qi Mudao waved his hands repeatedly. The Great Elder is managing such a large sect, so there are things he cannot do well. In the final analysis, it is because his subordinates are disobedient. As the old man in charge of the Wanling sect, I have a deep understanding of this. Qi Mudao said this and waved his hand. Yi Shu, who had been waiting outside the yard, hurried in. Fortunately, my disciple Yi Shu is sensible and takes good care of the sect on weekdays. Qi Mudao glanced at Yi Shu and said softly, "Disciple, are you still not polite?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shu quickly knelt down on the ground. Disciple Yi Shu greets the Great Elder. No need to be so polite. Yi Yang turned his head and looked at Yi Shu curiously. He still had some impression of this name. Name, Yi Shu. Identity, the male protagonist of The Divine King Cauldron. Cultivation, Lingxi Realm 8th level. Kung Fu, Phantom and Invisibility. Origin, Yi Shu was originally a member of the Yi family in Lucheng Prefecture. He joined the Wanling sect many years ago. Because of his extraordinary aptitude, he was accepted as a direct disciple by Qi Mudao. A year ago, he went out to gain experience and accidentally obtained the supreme treasure, the Divine King Cauldron, which can refine all things. With the help of the Divine King Cauldron, his cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. The Divine King Cauldron, an ancient artifact that uses the heaven and earth as a furnace, can refine all things in the heaven and earth, transform cultivation, and feed back to oneself. Yes, at such a young age, he has already reached the 8th level of the Lingxi realm. He is a good talent. Yi Yang started to praise him, and Qi Mudao's face immediately broke into a smile when he heard it. This child is very sensible and has good talent. Now that I am old, if I die one day, the Wanling sect will have to rely on this child to take charge of the overall situation. But when that day comes, I'll ask the Great Elder to help take care of me. Yi Yong withdrew his gaze. He naturally knew Qi Mudao's little thoughts. These sect inheritances have always been held by those with ability, but as a father, how could Qi Mudao not want to seek benefits for future generations? Naturally, he wanted Qi Feng to inherit the position of leader of the Wanling sect, and Yi Shu was just a shield he pushed forward. Fellow Taoist Qi, you're exaggerating. I've also heard about your story, and I came here to bring you some elixirs that can help you prolong your life. Yi Yong said as he took out the gift he had prepared long ago. I hope you can achieve nirvana through this and extend your lifespan. I also want to discuss Taoism with you. When Qi Mudao saw this scene, he was immediately terrified and he quickly stood up. Great Elder, such a generous gift, I am unworthy of it. Fellow Taoist Qi, you are too polite. The Wanling sect and my Taishu Holy Land are of the same origin, and fellow Taoist Qi is also a loyal ally of my Taishu Holy Land. My move is not only for our friendship, but also for the development of my Taishu Holy Land. Friend Qi, please don't refuse. Yi Yong directly handed the box in his hand to Qi Mudao. Qi Mudao took the box and opened it with trembling hands. When he saw the elixir in the box, his breathing became heavy. To put it bluntly, those who practice Taoism seek immortality. Aren't they afraid of death? Now, Qi Mudao's biggest wish is to extend his life in order to achieve a breakthrough. Unfortunately, the Wanling sect lacks the foundation, and those elixirs that prolong life are priceless. Even he can only get a few. Now that he saw that Yi Yong had prepared so many longevity elixirs for him at once, how could he not be moved? Great Elder, your kindness is like a rebirth. I really don't know how to repay you. Qi Mudao took the box, tears seeming to well up in his eyes. For an old guy like him whose life is about to end, living one more year is a luxury. The pills that Yi Yong brought are enough to support him to live another 10 years. In 10 years, there are countless possibilities. If he could use this to overcome this hurdle and achieve nirvana, he would be able to add several hundred years to his lifespan. How could he not be moved by such kindness? You don't have to do this, my friend. In this great world, we need to help each other in order to survive. If I help you today, I am also helping Taishu Holy Land. Yi Yong said this, but his eyes involuntarily fell on Qinya. He clearly noticed that Qinya couldn't help but tremble after seeing those pills. Yi Yong understood this woman's thoughts. As long as Qi Mudao was alive, Qinya would have to continue to endure her current life. This woman probably wished that Qi Mudao would die sooner. Now that Yi Yong did this, Qinya probably hated Yi Yong as well. However, this is exactly the effect Yi Yong needs. Only when Qi Mudao is alive will Qinya feel pressured, and only when she is under pressure can Yi Yong take advantage of the situation. I thank the Great Elder for his kindness. From now on, our Wanling sect will follow your lead. Qi Mudao bowed and saluted with an extremely humble attitude. Chapter 120, Catch the Heroine's Pigtail. As everyone was toasting each other, Qi Mudao also started talking about cooperation matters. As a subsidiary sect of the Taishu Holy Land, the Wanling sect has some connection with the Taishu Holy Land on weekdays, but it is only a dependent relationship. Now, Yi Yong came in person and brought such a gift. Qi Mudao naturally understood what Yi Yong meant. Moreover, Qi Mudao has also noticed the recent changes in Taishu Holy Land. He knows that Yi Yong is a man who can do big things. Right now, Yi Yong obviously wants to develop Taishu Holy Land, so he is looking for an opportunity to win them over. Qi Mudao was naturally happy to seize this opportunity. Even though he had the pills sent by Yi Yong, he only had 10 years. If he cannot break through to the Nirvana realm within 10 years, these 10 years will be his final deadline. He must seize the time and prepare a retreat. These days, under the leadership of the Great Elder, the Taishu Holy Land is thriving. My Wanling sect is determined to follow in the footsteps of the Great Elder. Not long ago, this old concubine of mine went to the Taishu Holy Land to purchase spiritual plants. Qi Mudao glanced at Qinya beside him, and a hint of disgust appeared inadvertently in his eyes. He was disgusted by Qinya's indifference. She had a stern face all day long, as if the world owed her something. Especially now that Yi Yong is here, this woman is still like this. If she makes Yi Yong unhappy, wouldn't it implicate their Wanling sect? Thinking of this, Qi Mudao glared at Qinya fiercely. Qinya's body trembled suddenly when she noticed Qi Mudao's gaze. You slut, the Great Elder is here, and you don't even offer a toast. How can you be so rude? Chi Mudao scolded Qinya rudely, but Qinya could only remain silent and endure it with her head down. Finally, she stood up, picked up the wine glass, and bowed. I am rude, I hope the great elder will forgive me. It's okay. Today is fellow Taoist Chi's birthday, a day of great joy. Fellow Taoist, please don't get angry. Yi Yong took the wine glass handed to him by Qinya and drank it all in one gulp. When Chi Mudao heard this, his expression softened. But he still turned his head and looked at Qinya coldly. The great elder is so generous that he won't bother with you. Why don't you get out of here? Qinya was slightly stunned when she heard this, and she quickly bowed and was about to turn around and leave. Just at this moment, Yi Yong spoke. Wait, I just heard from fellow Taoists that your wife bought some spiritual plants in my Taishu Holy Land. I wonder where they are being cultivated. I want to go and take a look. When Qinya heard this, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. She secretly glanced at Yi Yong, and her mind unconsciously recalled the scene she saw that day. In an instant, a blush crept up her cheeks. Since the great elder is so willing, I will let Qinya take you to the medicine garden later. Chi Mudao waved his hand and Qinya sat back down. During the whole process, she was like a puppet, unable to resist or argue. Yi Yong was not surprised at all. After all, he had already learned from Cheng Suling about Qinya's experiences over the years. In comparison, Chi Mudao was pretty nice to Qinya, at least he didn't hit her. The banquet lasted until noon. Chi Mudao was very respectful to Yi Yong. He took this opportunity to introduce Chi Feng to Yi Yong. This is also the ultimate purpose of his birthday party. However, he did not ask Yi Yong to do anything, but only asked Yi Yong to let Chi Feng become a disciple of Taishu Holy Land. Chi Mudao is a smart man. Even if Chi Feng gets Yi Yang's recognition, Chi Feng's qualifications are far from enough to control the Wanling sect. What he needed was to let Chi Feng enter the Taishu Holy Land and make more friends with people from the Taishu Holy Land. At that time, one more person would mean one more way. When Yi Shu heard this, his expression turned grim. Taishu Holy Land is one of the 6 major sects in Kanglan domain. Who wouldn't want to become a disciple? Chi Mudao gave such a good opportunity to his son. It is conceivable that his disciple is always just a pawn. Although Yi Shu had expected this, Chi Mudao's actions still made him feel sad. He glanced at Qinya secretly, and the anger in his eyes seemed to have found an outlet. HMPH, old man, you want to use me to pave the way for your son? I will take revenge on your wife for what you did today. After the banquet, Chi Mudao immediately arranged for Qinya to take Yi Yong to the medicine garden. He had more important things to do at the moment, so it was naturally inconvenient for him to accompany him in person. Right now, he had just received those pills and could not wait to go into seclusion and take the medicines. In the back mountain of Wanling sect, on the mountain road, Yi Yong and Qinya walked on the road one after the other. This place is the forbidden area of the Wanling sect. Ordinary disciples are not allowed to enter, so the surroundings are particularly quiet. Yi Yong and the other person also remained silent at this moment. Yi Yong silently looked at Qinya's back. At this moment, he was sure that Qinya had hidden her cultivation level. There are some things that this woman can hide from Chi Mudao, but not from him. Qinya not only hid her cultivation level, but also practiced the secret of the Wanling sect, Dream Infinity. Dream Infinity is a technique that can only be practiced by the successive leaders of the Wanling sect. Yi Yong once saw Chi Mudao use it, so he knew about it. There was an ethereal feeling about Qinya, and Yi Yong recognized it at a glance. This was the body movement that only came from practicing the Dreamy Infinite. However, Qinya deliberately suppressed her cultivation, and even with Chi Mudao's strength, he could not see through her disguise. The two of them spoke nothing along the way and soon arrived at the medicine garden. The medicine garden of Wanling sect is not big. It looks like just the size of a courtyard. In the distance there is a dilapidated thatched house, which looks a bit shabby. Yi Yong took a quick look and found that many of the medicinal herbs in the medicine garden were spiritual plants that could prolong life. It seems that Chi Mudao has taken great pains to increase his lifespan over the years. However, those spiritual plants don't seem to be growing well. Ma'am, are you the one taking care of this? Yi Yong spoke softly. Qinya hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Yi Yong instantly understood that this woman probably didn't want Chi Mudao to extend his life, so she tampered with these spiritual plants. Yi Yong walked into the medicine garden and looked around. He could see that the management of this medicine garden was quite good. Apart from those elixirs that prolong life, the growth of other elixirs is pretty good. Madam is really thoughtful. Yi Yang squatted down, raised his hand and pulled up a spiritual plant. Seeing this, Qinya suddenly became nervous. The spiritual plant that Yi Yang pulled out was called washung grass, which was the medicinal herb that could prolong life. The roots of the metamorphosis grass seemed to have been cut off, as if it had just been planted, but its leaves were a dark green color, obviously quite old. Tisk tisk tisk, Madam is so meticulous that she even thought of cutting off the roots of the spiritual medicine to curb its growth. Hearing this, Qinya was stunned. She also didn't expect that Yi Yang could see the clues at a glance. Even Qi Mudao was unaware of her methods. Chapter 121. I think the lady is still charming. Ding, Qinya is alert, emotional value plus 200. What does the Great Elder mean? I don't understand. Qinya pretended to be calm, but her palms began to sweat. Madam, are you going to continue pretending? Yi Yang spoke softly, but the next second he suddenly attacked Qinya. Seeing this, Qinya subconsciously stepped back. Her figure instantly turned into a phantom, and when she reappeared, she was already several meters away. As soon as Qinya steadied herself, she noticed a faint smile on Yi Yang's face, and she reacted instantly. Exposed yourself. She just dodged subconsciously and used the dream infinite. With Yi Yang's knowledge, he must have seen through it, right? Ding, Qinya is frightened, emotional value plus 200. Yi Yang was stunned when he noticed Qinya's changes. This woman was too vigilant. At the moment, the emotional value she could generate was still too little. It seemed that he had to work harder. Yi Yang dropped the spiritual plant and walked forward slowly. Madam is really hiding something very well. She is at the Yuantai realm but disguised as the Jindan realm. What is Madam's intention? Qinya stepped back subconsciously, but her face turned gloomy. That was Dream Infinity, right? I heard that Dream Infinity is the secret of the Wanling sect. Where did you learn it, Madam? Qinya looked at Yi Yang, and a hint of panic appeared on her cold and pretty face. Facing Yi Yang, she had no ability to resist at all, and once Yi Yang told this matter to others, she would surely die without a burial place. Secretly practicing the Dream Infinite art is a capital crime in the Illusion Spirit sect. What exactly does the Great Elder want? After a long silence, Qinya finally realized that there was something obviously wrong with what Yi Yang had done today. It was as if he came specifically for her. Moreover, it seemed that the other party already knew all these things about me. Haha, Madam is also a smart person. Yi Yang walked straight around Qinya and pushed open the door of the thatched hut. It was obvious that someone was living in the house, and it was exceptionally clean. Madam, you should know the consequences if this matter is leaked. Yi Yang walked to the door, turned to look at Qinya, and continued. Madam, you probably don't want Qi Mudao to know about this, right? After saying that, Yi Yang walked straight into the room and looked around. Qinya stood there, clenched her hands, her face pale. She knew very well that Yi Yang was a threat, but at this moment, she had no power to refuse at all. She looked at Yi Yang strolling leisurely in the room, her heart filled with tension and fear. Ding, Qinya feels resentful, emotional value plus 300. The more relaxed Yi Yang appeared, the more scared she became. She didn't know what Yi Yang wanted to do, but at this moment her fate was firmly in Yi Yang's hands. After hesitating for a long time, she walked into the house with heavy steps. What does the Great Elder want me to do? When she said this, Qinya seemed to have lost all her strength. Even the voice became much weaker. Yi Yang stared at the layout of the room without looking back. What he wanted was to remain silent and let Qinya guess for herself. The more she thought, the more frightened she became. Time will break down her psychological defenses. Yi Yang stroked the quilt on the bed, still calmly. When Qinya looked at Yi Yang in front of her, the tension in her heart was stretched to the extreme. Finally, Yi Yang stopped in front of her. There was a hint of amusement on the face that was so close. Madam, you should know what I want. Why do you need me to tell you? Seeing Yi Yang's expression, Qinya was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly. She thought of many possibilities, but she didn't expect that Yi Yang actually wanted to get her. In her eyes, Yi Yang is the high and mighty Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land. If he wants, countless women will take the initiative to show their courtesy to him. She couldn't understand why Yi Yang was targeting her. She didn't want to have anything to do with Yi Yang. She learned a lot about Yi Yang from Cheng Suling, the most important of which was that Yi Yang was cruel. She had seen with her own eyes how wounded Su Ling was. To be honest, Yi Yang is even more terrifying than Qi Mudao. Naturally, she resisted in her heart. No number. Qinya clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, her cold face full of fear. Ding, Qinya is frightened, emotional value plus 300. If Qi Mudao is incompetent and furious, then Yi Yang is a real devil. Although Chang Suling had never told her how Yi Yang tortured them, she could feel how terrifying Yi Yang was from Chang Suling's fear of him. She was afraid of Qi Mudao, but she was even more afraid of Yi Yang. Although she had seen Chang Suling being very obedient to Yi Yang a few days ago, she didn't know why Chang Suling suddenly changed, but she really didn't have a good impression of Yi Yang. Oh, in that case, I will have no choice but to tell fellow Taoist Qi the truth. If he knew that you were secretly practicing the Dream Infinite, then death would probably be a luxury for you. When Qinya heard this, she was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. She knew that what Yi Yang said was right. She had been practicing the Dream Infinite art secretly. If she were discovered, her soul would be extracted and she would suffer the pain of being devoured by thousands of swords. It was so painful that life was worse than death, but I couldn't die. At this moment, she was sweating profusely and fear spread throughout her body. Seeing this, Yi Yang ignored her and turned to leave. But just as he reached the door, Qinya suddenly spoke. I promise you. Qinya used all her strength to stand up. She knew what would happen today and what kind of situation she would face if she agreed. But in comparison, she didn't want to fall into the hands of the Wanling sect. Madam, you are really smart. Yi Yang turned around. He had plenty of ways to make Qinya surrender. With his status, if he asked Qi Mudao, the old guy would hand Qinya to him without hesitation. But Yi Yang didn't do that. He wasn't greedy for her body. What he wanted to gain was emotional points. Because Chang Suling was hesitant before, Yi Yang guessed that Chang Suling had told Qinya about her past, and this woman was afraid of him from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, she has experienced all of this herself, so it is undoubtedly difficult to slowly change her mind. Therefore, Yi Yang could only have a certain intersection with him first. Chapter 122 Confused Father and Son, irritating the male protagonist. The Great Elder is going back now. Wanling Sect, at the entrance of the sect's main hall. When Qi Feng and Yi Shu heard that Yi Yang was going back, they hurriedly called Qi Mudao who had just taken the medicine. Qi Mudao's face was flushed with rosy glow and he looked energetic. Obviously, those longevity-promoting herbs were of great use to him. At this moment, his attitude towards Yi Yang also became extremely respectful. I am very grateful to the Great Elder for giving me the elixir today. Why don't you stay for 2 more days so that I can show my respect? Listening to Qi Mudao's words, Yi Yang's lips curled up slightly. Stay 2 more days. If Qi Mudao knew what happened yesterday, I wonder if he would regret saying this. No, the sect is busy with affairs and cannot be delayed. Fellow Taoist Qi also needs to rest for the time being. When your health improves, you may go to the Taishu Holy Land for a visit. Then, I will discuss Taoism with you. Yi Yang naturally didn't want to stay for long. Now that things here had been settled, his target was now Yi Shu. He had to go back and investigate this kid thoroughly. Alas, the Great Elder is very busy. I am ashamed and dare not delay the Great Elder. I will repay you for your kindness today someday. After seeing Yi Yang off, Qi Mudao glanced at his son and apprentice beside him and was in a good mood. This time, not only did Qi Feng have the qualifications to enter the Taishu Holy Land, but he also laid a good foundation for Yi Shu in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, the Wanling sect will definitely fall into Qi Feng's hands in the future. Qi Mudao took Qi Feng and the other man back to the courtyard where he lived. As soon as he walked into the yard, he saw Qinya sitting at the table. Qi Mudao's smiling face was instantly covered with a layer of gloom. You slut, you don't know the rules. You didn't even know how to see the Great Elder off when he left. When Qinya heard this, she quickly stood up, but her little face had turned pale with fear. At this moment, her heart was filled with fear. If Qi Mudao found out what had just happened, she would probably be dead. I am sorry for my rudeness, I hope you will forgive me. Qi Feng, who was standing by, saw this and sneered. But in Yi Shu's eyes, all of this was filled with deep hatred. Looking at the father and son in front of him, his anger grew even greater. However, at this moment, he did not dare to argue. He could only watch Qinya being scolded by Qi Mudao while he kept his head down. After a while, Qi Mudao sat down in a bad mood, while Qinya stood beside him timidly, like a servant. Yi Shu felt heartbroken when he saw this scene, but he could do nothing about it. Suddenly, Yi Shu keenly noticed that Qinya's collar was slightly wrinkled and a little messy. Almost instantly, Yi Shu discovered that Qin Ya's condition was not right. Although Qin Ya usually looks cold, she always pays attention to her clothes and would not make such a mistake. Looking at Qin Ya's absent-minded look, could something have happened? Yi Shu pretended to be calm on the surface, but he was actually thinking deeply. Previously, Qin Ya accompanied Yi Yang to the medicine garden. After Yi Yang came back, he immediately asked to leave. Is there something between the two of them? Yi Shu glanced at Qin Ya. In his heart, Qin Ya was like a white lotus in the prime of life, pure and flawless, and would not tolerate any desecration. At this moment, seeing this scene, Yi Shu reacted immediately. It must be Yi Yang who did something to Qin Ya. That bastard, is he such a despicable person? Yi Shu gritted his teeth. He did not tell Qi Mudao about his discovery. Based on his understanding of Qi Mudao, if this old man knew that Yi Yang had feelings for Qin Ya, he would probably send Qin Ya away on his own initiative. Qi Mudao was still chattering on the side, and all he said was praising Yi Yang. Yi Shu just felt sick after hearing that. This old guy, his wife has been bullied by others, but he is still trying to show off for others. He is really stupid. Fenger, you have to practice hard these days. The Great Elder has already agreed to let you go to the Taishu Holy Land once you break through the Lingxi realm. This is your chance. I understand, I will never let my father down. Qi Feng quickly agreed. Although he was uneducated and unskilled, he knew what entering the Taishu Holy Land meant to him. As long as he enters the Taishu Holy Land, he will be able to sit firmly on the position of the leader of the Wanling sect in the future. At that time, won't he be able to call the wind and rain? Yar, Qi Mudao spoke softly, and this time, his tone was much softer. When Qin Ya heard this, her body was shocked and she quickly responded. You are on good terms with the Great Elder's wife, and you have been the one going to Taishu Holy Land to buy spiritual plants these days. Now that the Great Elder is interested in promoting the relationship with our Wanling sect, you can take this opportunity to go to Taishu Holy Land more often in the future. When you go, remember to bring something for the Great Elder, madam. Qin Ya was shocked when she heard this, and she couldn't help but think of the agreement with Yi Yang. Yi Yang had an agreement with her for 1 month. She originally wanted to use this incident to fulfill this agreement and then completely get rid of Yi Yang. She didn't expect Qi Mudao to take the initiative to bring up this matter. She didn't know whether Qi Mudao was hinting at her. Could it be that Qi Mudao already knew about this and deliberately arranged for her to go to Taishu Holy Land? Qin Ya turned her head slightly and looked at Qi Mudao, but attracted Qi Mudao's dissatisfied gaze. What, you don't want to? Qi Mudao suddenly raised his voice. Qin Ya was shocked when she heard it and quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qi Mudao nodded slightly, then spoke slowly. The Great Elder praised you highly today, saying that you are an expert at cultivating spiritual plants. It's rare that the Great Elder thinks highly of you. You should show your abilities in front of the Great Elder in the future. Hearing this, Qin Ya's heart instantly rose to her throat. Yi Yang's words were clearly aimed at her. If Qi Mudao knew that she had tampered with the spiritual plants, she would probably be killed. Yi Yang deliberately brought up this matter in front of Qi Mudao to warn her. However, Qi Mudao's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. What does it mean to behave well in front of the Great Elder? Could it be that this old man already knew something and deliberately let himself get in touch with Yi Yang? Qin Ya suddenly felt relieved. If this were true, the burden in her heart would be much lighter. Yi Shu, who was standing nearby, became furious when he heard these words. He knew that both the father and the son were not good people, but he never thought that they were so shameless. For his own benefit, he can even send his wife away personally. At this moment, Yi Shu felt even more resentful towards Qi Mudao. Old thing, when I take over the Wanling sect, I will make sure you are neither alive nor dead. Yi Shu's eyes were filled with anger, but he still kept his head lowered. The next morning, Yi Shu left the sect and returned home. He was born in the Yi family of Lingshuang City. There are 4 major families in Lingshuang City, and the Qin family where Qin Ya is from is one of them. The difference is that the Yi family is an aristocratic family with a good foundation, while the Qin family became one of the 4 major families because of Qin Ya and the Wanling sect. The reason Yi Shu came back this time was to get some information about Qin Ya from the Qin family. He couldn't possibly watch Qin Ya being defiled by Yi Yang. At this time, Qin Ya walked forward and grabbed Yi Yang's hand. This surprised Yi Yang a little. Is this person thinking in the wrong way? Qin Ya's hands were shaking a little, but she still gritted her teeth and took Yi Yang's hand. Towards evening, only then did Yi Yang leave the thatched hut. Chapter 122 Confused father and son, irritating the male protagonist. The Great Elder is going back now. Wanling sect, at the entrance of the sect's main hall. When Qi Feng and Yi Shu heard that Yi Yong was going back, they hurriedly called Qi Mudao, who had just taken the medicine. Qi Mudao's face was flushed with rosy glow and he looked energetic. Obviously, those longevity-promoting herbs were of great use to him. At this moment, his attitude towards Yi Yong also became extremely respectful. I am very grateful to the Great Elder for giving me the elixir today. Why don't you stay for 2 more days so that I can show my respect? Listening to Qi Mudao's words, Yi Yang's lips curled up slightly. Stay 2 more days. If Qi Mudao knew what happened yesterday, I wonder if he would regret saying this. No, the sect is busy with affairs and cannot be delayed. Fellow Taoist Qi also needs to rest for the time being. When your health improves, you may go to the Taishu Holy Land for a visit. Then, I will discuss Taoism with you. Yi Yong naturally didn't want to stay for long. Now that things here had been settled, his target was now Yi Shu. He had to go back and investigate this kid thoroughly. Alas, the Great Elder is very busy. I am ashamed and dare not delay the Great Elder. I will repay you for your kindness today someday. After seeing Yi Yong off, Qi Mudao glanced at his son and apprentice beside him and was in a good mood. This time, not only did Qi Feng have the qualifications to enter the Taishu Holy Land, but he also laid a good foundation for Yi Shu in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, the Wanling sect will definitely fall into Qi Feng's hands in the future. Qi Mudao took Qi Feng and the other man back to the courtyard where he lived. As soon as he walked into the yard, he saw Qin Ya sitting at the table. Qi Mudao's smiling face was instantly covered with a layer of gloom. You slut, you don't know the rules. You didn't even know how to see the Great Elder off when he left. When Qin Ya heard this, she quickly stood up, but her little face had turned pale with fear. At this moment, her heart was filled with fear. If Qi Mudao found out what had just happened, she would probably be dead. I am sorry for my rudeness, I hope you will forgive me. Qi Feng, who was standing by, saw this and sneered. But in Yi Shu's eyes, all of this was filled with deep hatred. Looking at the father and son in front of him, his anger grew even greater. However, at this moment, he did not dare to argue. He could only watch Qin Ya being scolded by Qi Mudao while he kept his head down. After a while, Qi Mudao sat down in a bad mood, while Qin Ya stood beside him timidly, like a servant. Yi Shu felt heartbroken when he saw this scene, but he could do nothing about it. Suddenly, Yi Shu keenly noticed that Qin Ya's collar was slightly wrinkled and a little messy. Almost instantly, Yi Shu discovered that Qin Ya's condition was not right. Although Qin Ya usually looks cold, she always pays attention to her clothes and would not make such a mistake. Looking at Qin Ya's absent-minded look, could something have happened? Yi Shu pretended to be calm on the surface, but he was actually thinking deeply. Previously, Qin Ya accompanied Yi Yong to the medicine garden. After Yi Yong came back, he immediately asked to leave. Is there something between the two of them? Yi Shu glanced at Qin Ya. In his heart, Qin Ya was like a white lotus in the prime of life, pure and flawless, and would not tolerate any desecration. At this moment, seeing this scene, Yi Shu reacted immediately. It must be Yi Yong who did something to Qin Ya. That bastard, is he such a despicable person? Yi Shu gritted his teeth. He did not tell Qi Mudao about his discovery. Based on his understanding of Qi Mudao, if this old man knew that Yi Yong had feelings for Qin Ya, he would probably send Qin Ya away on his own initiative. Qi Mudao was still chattering on the side, and all he said was praising Yi Yong. Yi Shu just felt sick after hearing that. This old guy, his wife has been bullied by others, but he is still trying to show off for others. He is really stupid. Fenger, you have to practice hard these days. The Great Elder has already agreed to let you go to the Taishu Holy Land once you break through the Lingxi realm. This is your chance. I understand, I will never let my father down. Qi Feng quickly agreed. Although he was uneducated and unskilled, he knew what entering the Taishu Holy Land meant to him. As long as he enters the Taishu Holy Land, he will be able to sit firmly on the position of the leader of the Wanling sect in the future. At that time, won't he be able to call the wind and rain? Yar, Qi Mudao spoke softly, and this time, his tone was much softer. When Qin Ya heard this, her body was shocked and she quickly responded. You are on good terms with the Great Elder's wife, and you have been the one going to Taishu Holy Land to buy spiritual plants these days. Now that the Great Elder is interested in promoting the relationship with our Wanling sect, you can take this opportunity to go to Taishu Holy Land more often in the future. When you go, remember to bring something for the great elder madam. Qinya was shocked when she heard this, and she couldn't help but think of the agreement with Yi Yong. Yi Yong had an agreement with her for 1 month. She originally wanted to use this incident to fulfill this agreement and then completely get rid of Yi Yong. She didn't expect Qi Mudao to take the initiative to bring up this matter. She didn't know whether Qi Mudao was hinting at her. Could it be that Qi Mudao already knew about this and deliberately arranged for her to go to Taishu Holy Land? Qinya turned her head slightly and looked at Qi Mudao, but attracted Qi Mudao's dissatisfied gaze. What, you don't want to? Qi Mudao suddenly raised his voice. Qinya was shocked when she heard it and quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qi Mudao nodded slightly, then spoke slowly. The great elder praised you highly today, saying that you are an expert at cultivating spiritual plants. It's rare that the great elder thinks highly of you. You should show your abilities in front of the great elder in the future. Hearing this, Qinya's heart instantly rose to her throat. Yi Yang's words were clearly aimed at her. If Qi Mudao knew that she had tampered with the spiritual plants, she would probably be killed. Yi Yang deliberately brought up this matter in front of Qi Mudao to warn her. However, Qi Mudao's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. What does it mean to behave well in front of the great elder? Could it be that this old man already knew something and deliberately let himself get in touch with Yi Yang? Qinya suddenly felt relieved. If this were true, the burden in her heart would be much lighter. Yi Shu, who was standing nearby, became furious when he heard these words. He knew that both the father and the son were not good people, but he never thought that they were so shameless. For his own benefit, he can even send his wife away personally. At this moment, Yi Shu felt even more resentful towards Qi Mudao. Old thing, when I take over the Wanling sect, I will make sure you are neither alive nor dead. Yi Shu's eyes were filled with anger, but he still kept his head lowered. The next morning, Yi Shu left the sect and returned home. He was born in the Yi family of Lingshuang City. There are 4 major families in Lingshuang City, and the Qin family where Qinya is from is one of them. The difference is that the Yi family is an aristocratic family with a good foundation, while the Qin family became one of the 4 major families because of Qinya and the Wanling sect. The reason Yi Shu came back this time was to get some information about Qinya from the Qin family. He couldn't possibly watch Qinya being defiled by Yi Yang. Chapter 123 The confrontation between the male and female protagonists. Shower, you're back just in time. Zuer has already become a disciple of Taishu Holy Land a few days ago. As soon as Yi Shu walked into the house, he was struck by a bolt from the blue. Ling Zhu has entered the Taishu Holy Land. Yi Shu was suddenly startled, and his mind involuntarily thought of Yi Yang. Ling Zhu was originally a slave of the Yi family and also Yi Shu's maid. However, Ling Zhu had a stubborn personality and refused to obey discipline, so Yi Shu often bullied her in the past. Later, Ling Zhu inadvertently revealed her talent for cultivation and joined the Xian sect. Only then did the Yi family get rid of her status as a slave. Yi Shu's father even adopted her as his goddaughter. But Yi Shu had always looked down on Ling Zhu. That girl was too stubborn and had no awareness of being a maid. Ever since she became a disciple of Xian sect, her status in the Yi family has risen to a higher level. Now, Ling Zhu has become a young lady of the Yi family. Even his parents loved Ling Zhu very much, which made Yi Shu feel even more unhappy. Now that Ling Zhu has become a disciple of the Taishu Holy Land, her status must be even more transcendent. Isn't she going to step on him? Yi Shu glanced at Ling Zhu who was sitting beside him, and his expression instantly turned gloomy. This woman is just one of his maids. Now that she sees him, she turns a blind eye to him. Have you really entered the Grand Void Holy Land? Yi Shu walked forward and glanced at Ling Zhu with disdain on his face. Ling Zhu never looked at Yi Shu directly from beginning to end, and when she heard the question, she just nodded slightly. This made Yi Shu even more upset. Humph, the Taishu Holy Land is not as glamorous as you think. Don't think that you can be successful just by joining the Taishu Holy Land. Hearing this, Ling Zhu raised her eyelids, with a hint of contempt in her eyes. If you have the chance, you can also take part in the entrance examination of the Taishu Holy Land. Ling Zhu only has disgust towards Yi Shu, and she will never forget how Yi Shu treated her in the past. If she had not been grateful for her adoptive parents' care over the years, she would have left the Yi family long ago. Naturally, she didn't have a good face towards Yi Shu now. Hearing this, Yi Shu snorted coldly. Don't think a pheasant can really turn into a phoenix. You are a slave and you will always be a slave. The waters of Taishu Holy Land are deep, you will regret it sooner or later. As soon as Yi Shu finished speaking, Yi Sidao, who was sitting in the first seat, quickly spoke. Shower, be careful with your words. How huge is the Grand Void Holy Land? How can you judge it? Seeing his father being so cowardly, Yi Shu felt even more dissatisfied. Father, you don't know that the great elder of the Taishu Holy Land is simply a greedy and lustful person. Having said that, Yi Shu silently glanced at Ling Zhu and sneered. I wonder how a lowly slave like you passed the test of the Grand Void Holy Land. When Ling Zhu heard this, she immediately became angry and stood up. Yi Shu, don't talk nonsense. The great elder is a fair person. How can you slander him casually? Seeing this, Yi Sidao hurried forward to stop Yi Shu. Shower, don't talk nonsense. Who is the grand elder of Taishu Holy Land? Don't speculate rashly. Seeing that everyone was so cowardly, Yi Shu couldn't help but get even angrier, so he simply turned around and went back into the house. Zhuer, don't bother with him. This kid is just like that. Seeing Yi Shu leaving, Yi Sidao hurriedly comforted Ling Zhu. Yi Sidao still had high hopes for his goddaughter. Ling Zhu was adopted by him since she was a child. Although she was Yi Shu's maid, Yi Sidao and his wife treated her like their own child. It is precisely because of this relationship that although Ling Zhu hates Yi Shu, she is still polite to Yi Sidao and his wife. Godfather, my daughter understands. Well, Zhuer is smart, and now she has become a disciple of the Taishu Holy Land. She will definitely achieve something in the future. When you go to Taishu Holy Land in the future, you must be more careful and cautious. Don't provoke those senior brothers. If you need spiritual stones or something, tell your godfather. Daughter understands, thank you godfather. Ling Zhu knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express her gratitude. Seeing this, Yi Sidao and his wife hurriedly reached out to help Ling Zhu up, but their eyes were already filled with tears. Taishu Holy Land, the sect's main hall. It has been 2 days since Yi Yang came back. Since then, he asked someone to check for news about Yi Shu. Mu Qingqing works much more seriously than Lu Shu, and the information she investigates is also extremely detailed. Ling Zhu is actually Yi Shu's maid. She was also adopted as a goddaughter by Yi Shu's parents. In this case, doesn't Ling Zhu mean Yi Shu's godsister? Yi Yang had a strange expression on his face. He had never thought that there was such a connection between the two protagonists. According to the servants of the Yi family, Yi Shu and Ling Zhu don't have a good relationship. When Ling Zhu was a maid, she was stubborn and was often punished by Yi Shu. Later, Ling Zhu showed her talent for cultivation, and was relieved of her duties as a maid. Mu Qingqing sat next to Yi Yang and explained attentively. Well, after being bullied at home, Ling Zhu never thought of revenge after practicing. Yi Yang was a little puzzled. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing chuckled and explained. Although Yi Shu was very harsh to Ling Zhu, Yi Shu's parents did raise Ling Zhu. Moreover, Yi Sidao and his wife were modest and kind to Ling Zhu. Ling Zhu also always respected Yi Sidao and his wife. When Yi Yang heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yi Shu is blessed with a pair of good parents. If it were according to a normal script, and the protagonist rose to power, wouldn't those who bullied her have to be dealt with one by one? At the moment, Ling Zhu still retains a trace of affection for the Yi family, all thanks to Yi Sidao and his wife. Good deeds will be rewarded, and this is fully demonstrated by these two old men. Yi Yang knew that Ling Zhu had an extraordinary origin and was destined to be the protagonist. This woman would definitely rise in the future. If the Yi family could get in touch with Ling Zhu, they would surely prosper. But most people don't have this awareness, or rather, they think that there should be these bad guys around the protagonist to increase conflicts. Fortunately, the kindness of Yi Sidao and his wife saved their lives. Let's put this matter aside and pay more attention to their movements. Mu Qingqing nodded. She didn't know the purpose of Yi Yang's investigation of Yi Shu, but now she had no power to refuse Yi Yang's orders. Seeing that Yi Yang had nothing else to do, Mu Qingqing quickly got up and left in a hurry. Seeing this, Yi Yang's face was suddenly filled with helplessness. Am I that scary? He shook his head slightly. Then he opened the system panel. Over the past few days, he had collected more than 200,000 emotional points. 100,000 emotional points can unlock the limited prize pool. The things in the limited prize pool are at least purple. Yi Yang has been saving for so long just for this moment. He rubbed his hands, took a deep breath, and then started the lottery. Seeing the 100,000 emotional points disappear in an instant, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel a little pain. but my heart is full of anticipation. The purple rewards were at least of saint level, so it was worth it for him to save for so long. Chapter 124, Great Harvest, Return of the Second Disciple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Note, a holy skill, Phoenix Nirvana, rebirth from the ashes, combined with the divine fire, the power is even greater. Well, this one is quite suitable for Yunqi. When Yi Yang saw this first reward, he was immediately satisfied. It was worthy of being a limited prize pool, as the first reward he got was a saint-level technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the saint's true meaning, Chanel. Note, Chanel was created with great effort by the white-robed god king when he was dying, and it contains the truth of his lifelong happiness. Another saint's true meaning. Seeing this, Yi Yang felt a little uneasy. He practiced the way of the sword, and his state of mind had already reached the sage level. Earlier, he also practiced the true meaning of the way of painting. If he added the true meaning of the way of music, he would be practicing all three ways at the same time, and have the state of mind of a sage. Looking across the eastern wilds, there are less than a handful of people who can achieve this level. For an ordinary person to become a saint through one path is already a natural talent. Now, he has mastered the true meaning of three paths of saints, and his state of mind has probably surpassed that of a saint long ago. It's a pity that his current cultivation level cannot keep up with his state of mind, and he is unable to exert the power of a saint. However, once one's mind reaches the state of a saint, it is only a matter of time before one can achieve cultivation. Yi Yang is not in a hurry about this. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy weapon, Heavenly Wolf. Note, the ancient great sage used this bow to shoot the heavenly wolf, hence the name. Once the heavenly wolf is out, it will never miss a target, and it will hit the target without a purpose. Rewards appeared one after another, and each one was of holy level. Yi Yang could no longer suppress the smile on his face. In the entire Taishu Holy Land, even with all the heritage added up over the years, there are only a few holy objects to be found. At this moment, Yi Yang's heritage alone is already close to that of the 5 major immortal sects. Now, all he lacks is an imperial weapon. Yi Yang looked at the prize pool with anticipation. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward, 500 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host, your cultivation has been improved, and your current realm is the middle stage of nirvana. The last reward appeared, but unfortunately, the imperial weapon he had been looking forward to for a long time never appeared. 10 rewards, all of them are holy level. However, this was also within Yi Yang's expectations. He had never been lucky in the lottery before. 10 holy relics are not bad. The most important thing is that his realm has been improved now, which is what he wants most. After all, those holy weapons are external objects, only cultivation is one's own. It's a pity that the nirvana realm is quite slow to cultivate. Even though Yi Yang has a pure yang body and a green lotus sword body, he has only just managed to break through the second level of nirvana realm after these days. Logically speaking, this speed is already fast enough. It takes several years to break through one level of nirvana, but he has only been practicing for a month or two. But for Yi Yang, who owns the system, he is naturally not very satisfied. Fortunately, the system finally has some feedback. It seems that I still need to work hard to harvest emotional points. Yi Yang sighed, and just as he stood up, he heard heavenly music floating in his ears, and the sound of zithers and harps could be heard throughout the hall. Even the disciples outside the hall seemed to sense something and stood there in a daze. At this moment, they felt as if they were in a fairyland, with white cranes flying and auspicious clouds rolling before their eyes. Fairies dance and the sunset glows. The sound of the Tao is endless in our ears, and the music of the immortals touches our hearts. Everyone seemed to be ascending to heaven. They didn't know where they were, but their minds were clear and their bodies were in harmony with nature. They seemed to see a fairy palace descending from the sky, with its gates wide open and clouds paving the way. A towering figure slowly approached. Grand Elder. When everyone saw the figure clearly, they came to their senses. Where was the heavenly music in their ears? Everything that just happened seemed like a dream. But they could truly feel that hint of enlightenment in their hearts. All the disciples knelt on the ground. The great elder who seemed so familiar to them seemed to be shrouded in mystery. Everyone, get up, get to work. Yi Yang waved his hand, and a gentle energy spread out, helping everyone up. When Yi Yang's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, they finally reacted. The great elder has made further progress. As expected of you, you are known as the best swordsman in Kanglan territory. I just seem to see a sharp sword piercing your chest. I saw a dancing fairy, so beautiful. That's not right, I saw an immortal, stroking my head. The disciples present were talking about it, and it was obvious that they had not yet recovered from the incident. But at this moment, Yi Yang has already returned to Ziyang Peak. He had just integrated the sacred meaning of Ladao, but he couldn't control it for a moment and revealed a flaw. Yi Yang did not want to expose his situation in advance. Moreover, if these things were spread out, he would not be able to explain them clearly, and it might even attract the attention of the other 5 holy places. At this moment, Yi Yang has restrained the light on his body and looks like an ordinary person. However, when he walked into the yard, he found that the atmosphere inside was a little wrong. Yunshu and several others sat in the yard, each looking particularly dignified. Even Chang Suling rushed back and sat there obediently. What are you doing? Yi Yang looked puzzled. Yunshu raised her head cautiously and pointed to a tree nearby. Yi Yang turned his head and saw a dignified and beautiful woman standing under the tree. She is tall and graceful, wearing a white dress as white as snow and black hair like a waterfall. She just stood there, like a snow lotus, untainted by the mud, holy and flawless. Only at this moment did Yi Yang understand why these people looked like this. The woman was Yun Qing, Yi Yang's second disciple. Yun Qing has a gentle personality and is a very kind person, but Yunshu and the others are the most afraid of her. This is not out of fear, but out of affection. In the past, Yi Yang was harsh on them, and every time Yun Qing stood up to take care of them. Yun Qing said that she was their senior sister, but she had always been responsible for taking care of them. Even when Chang Suling was punished, it was Yun Qing who served her. Everyone has more respect for Yun Qing. Even Yun Shu, who was usually carefree, became much more well-behaved in front of Yun Qing, sitting there motionless. Disciple greets master. After a long time, Yun Qing was the first to break the silence. She never minded calling Yi Yang master. In her heart, no matter how good or bad it was always affection. She hated Yi Yang's cruelty, but was also grateful for his raising her. Naturally, her attitude towards Yi Yang was not as resistant as Yun Qi and the others. Or maybe it was just her personality that made her indifferent to anyone and anything. Therefore, when facing Yi Yang, she was always as indifferent as water. Chapter 125, Perfect Dad, Happy Mom, Changed Sister, Broken Her. Yun Qing turned around slowly. A stunningly pretty face appeared in front of Yi Yang. However, her beauty was different from that of Yunshu and the others. She had a more unique temperament, like a fairy from heaven, and people could not feel the slightest desire to disrespect her. Pure and flawless are not enough to describe Yun Qing's peerless independence. She is like a snow lotus. Even though she is right in front of our eyes, she gives people a hazy feeling and seems out of tune with everything around her. Qinger is back, Yi Yang smiled. Upon hearing this, Yun Qing just nodded slightly, his expression as calm as ever. Ding. Yun Qing feels disgusted, emotion value plus 200. Yi Yang's heart moved. It seemed that this girl also needed him to communicate with her for a while. Master, come and sit down. Seeing this, Yunshu hurriedly stood up and pulled Yi Yang to sit down. The atmosphere here was too depressing. Although she was not afraid of Yun Qing, as long as this woman was around, the surroundings would be very silent. She usually couldn't stop talking, so she couldn't stand this kind of atmosphere and simply wanted to find an excuse to slip away. But Yunshu's actions caught Yun Qing's eyes and made her frown slightly. She and Yunshu were like sisters and grew up together. She naturally knew that Yunshu had always hated Yi Yang. But now, Yunshu not only took the initiative to call Yi Yang master, but also gave him a seat. The key point was that she actually took the initiative to hold Yi Yang's hand. How could she not be shocked when she saw such a scene? In the past, when Yunshu saw Yi Yang, there was only disgust in her eyes. How could she possibly act so close to him? If Yunshu wasn't crazy, then she must be crazy. Yun Qing's face remained calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. Earlier, when the sisters were chatting, she heard from Yunshu and the others that their attitude towards Yi Yang had changed. At that time, she just didn't believe it, but now that the facts were before her, she couldn't help but believe it. Could it be that Yi Yang had conquered this girl through some means? Ding. Yun Qing is filled with resentment, emotional value plus 200. Yun Qing glanced at Yun Qi coldly. In her eyes, Yunshu was always a child who had never grown up and had no scheming at all. So Yun Qi was more reliable. But when she looked at Yun Qi, she was stunned again. Master, have some tea, Yunqi picked up the tea and handed it to Yi Yong with an extremely respectful attitude. Yunqing knew that Yunqi was quick-witted and intelligent. Although she was usually quite kind to Yi Yong, she would never offer him tea on her own initiative. Moreover, a person's eyes cannot lie. When Yunqi looked at Yi Yong, it was clear that the hatred was gone, and instead there was gratitude. What is going on? Yunqing just felt that his brain was not enough. No, I must be dreaming. Yunqing tried hard to stay calm, but the state of mind that she had cultivated for many years seemed to be shattered at this moment. Ding! Yunqing is filled with resentment, emotional value plus 200. She hurriedly looked at Cheng Suling. Master's wife would never change. The master's wife has followed Yi Yong for the longest time, and has also been the one who has been harmed the most by Yi Yong. It is impossible for her to forgive Yi Yong. But this time, Yunqing was disappointed again. Madam, are you done with the Lingyao mountain? Yi Yong grabbed Cheng Suling's hand and spoke softly. Cheng Suling pressed her head tightly against the wall but did not struggle. However, when she saw Yunqing here, she could not help but blush on her cheeks. But to Yunqing, all this was like a bolt from the blue. Looking at the three people in front of her who were familiar yet unfamiliar, her eyes finally fell on Yi Yong. But after just one glance, she was stunned. For some reason, Yi Yong at this moment seemed to have a sense of familiarity in her eyes. She quickly dismissed the idea. Although she didn't dislike Yi Yong to any extent, she definitely didn't have any good feelings towards him. She will always remember how Yi Yong treated them when they were children. The fear that penetrated her bones is still a shadow that she cannot shake off. Even if she didn't show it, she still felt extremely repulsed by Yi Yong in her heart and had absolutely no feelings of intimacy with him. Yunqing tried hard to convince herself, but the situation before her was really hard for her to understand. Could it be that they were all controlled by Yi Yong using some secret method? Yunqing suddenly started brainstorming, and the look he gave Yi Yong became sharp. Ding! Yunqing is furious, emotional value plus 200. Chinger, come and sit down. It's been a while since we last met. I don't know how you've been doing lately. Yi Yong waved his hand. Although Yunqing looked calm on the surface, Yi Yong could feel her emotions. I haven't even said a word yet, but this woman has already started to hate me. It seems that she is still brooding over the past. Yunqing walked slowly forward and sat down opposite Yi Yong. Why didn't you say hello when you came back? I wanted to ask your mistress to prepare something. Yi Yong talked to himself, poured a cup of tea, and placed it in front of Yunqing. But Yunqing looked at the tea in front of him but did not reach out to take it. I just came back to see master's wife, Yunqing said calmly, but subconsciously looked at Yunqi and the others and added, and them. Hearing this, Yunqi pursed her lips and looked evasive. She naturally understood why Yunqing came back suddenly. They kept in touch with each other via communications on a daily basis. Yunshu's constant calls of master naturally attracted Yunqing's attention. Just like she did before, Yunqing came back this time to definitely see how they were doing. Over the past few days, Yunqi's attitude towards Yi Yong has changed, but Yunqing would definitely not believe these changes in Yi Yong just by listening to them. Just like myself back then, there are some things that you just have to experience on your own. Although Yunqi wanted to persuade Yunqing to stay, she was unable to speak. However, Yunshu, who was standing by, did not notice this at all. Seeing that Yunqing's attitude was not very friendly, Yunshu hurriedly tried to persuade him. Senior sister, how long do you plan to stay this time? Yunshu said as she took the hanging teacup and handed it to Yunqing. Yunqing frowned slightly and glanced at Yunshu coldly. Seeing this, Yunshu quickly put down the teacup and forced an awkward smile. It won't be long. I'll just take one look at you and then I'll leave. Yunqing spoke in a cold voice, his gaze lingering on Yunqi and the other two for a moment. Now it seems that I came back at the wrong time. No, you came back at the right time, Yi Yong chuckled. I see that you seem to have just formed a pill. You are so happy. As your teacher, I should also express my gratitude. Hearing this, Yunshu jumped up and exclaimed, Senior sister, have you achieved Dan? Yunqing nodded and said nothing. She had just recently formed a pill and after breaking through the barrier, she rushed back. Firstly, she wanted to share the good news with Yunqi and the others, and secondly, she wanted to see how they were doing recently. Chinger has formed a pill, that's really a great joyous event. When Cheng Suling and the others heard this, they were also very happy. Master, did you prepare any gifts for senior sister? Take it out and let me see it. Is it a heavenly grade Dao treasure? Chapter 126. Or the holy soldiers now cabbages? Just give them away as you say. Everyone stared at Yi Yang with curiosity. After all, everything Yi Yang gave them was not ordinary. Now, Yunqing has formed the Dan, which is a big deal, so the gift Yi Yang brings out must be extraordinary. Yunshu seemed a little impatient, but Yi Yang stood up calmly. Then, he raised his hand and set up a ban, completely sealing off the entire Ziyang peak. When Yunqi saw this scene, her expression instantly became serious. What gift requires such care? Although Yunqing didn't really want Yi Yang's gift, she couldn't help feeling curious when she saw Yi Yang being so alert. After doing all this, Yi Yang raised his hand and waved. A guqin fell and slowly floated in the air. The moment the guqin appeared, the sky and the earth changed color instantly, and the wind and clouds surged. Endless thunderclouds gathered above Ziyang Peak. Dao patterns flickered all around, and roars were heard in the air. Fortunately, Yi Yang had set up restrictions in advance, so all this was prevented from being leaked. But at this moment, Yunshu and the others undoubtedly widened their eyes and stared at the guqin. The entire body of the guqin is emerald green, like jasper, and there are carvings of flowers, birds, animals and stones on the body of the guqin, which move slowly and look lifelike, as if they were alive. The strings are as agile as smoke, real and unreal, hard to see clearly, but you can clearly feel it. This is the famous ancient zither, Luki. A hint of surprise finally appeared on Yunqing's calm face. Ding! Yunqing is extremely shocked, emotional value plus 500. Luki, isn't that the legendary holy weapon? Is this a holy soldier? Yunshu exclaimed when she heard this, and couldn't help but reach out to touch the body of the piano, but was stopped by Yi Yang. Don't touch me, your cultivation is not good enough, be careful of backlash. Hearing this, Yunshu was so scared that she quickly retracted her hand. Yunqing stared at the guqin in front of her in a trance. Although she was originally elegant and graceful, at this moment, she couldn't help but feel excited. She was originally practicing the Tao of music, and the guqin in front of her was the most coveted treasure that Tao practitioners dreamed of. Luki is not just a holy soldier, but also the faith in the hearts of the Taoist monks. Ding! Yunqing is extremely excited, emotional value plus 400. Yi Yang looked at Yunqing who was in silence, a smile appearing on his lips. With previous experience, he now knows how to deal with these girls. Those small favors will not win them over, but will instead arouse their suspicion. But no one can refuse something like the holy soldiers. They would never doubt that they would use the holy soldiers as bait. Moreover, this holy weapon is just an appetizer. Even if Yunqing cannot be completely defeated this time, with this introduction, Yi Yang will naturally have the means to make her change slowly in the future. He also possesses the true meaning of enjoying the Tao. By then, with two holy objects, are you afraid that you won't be able to capture this girl? Master, do you still have a holy weapon? I want one too. Yunshu suddenly pulled Yi Yang's sleeve, blinked her big eyes, and looked at Yi Yang pitifully. Go, 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 you want everything. Have you learned how to practice the stone tablet? With your current level of cultivation, if I give you a holy weapon, have you used it? Hearing this, Yunshu's face changed and she hurried over. Master, so as long as I achieve Dan, you will give me a holy weapon. Yi Yang nodded silently. Seeing this, Yunshu was a little bit unbelieving. She just wanted to test it out. After all, holy weapons are rare in the world. It was good enough that Yi Yang could take out one. How could he have more? But now seeing Yi Yang agree directly, she was a little at a loss. Master, have you moved out the treasure house of Taishu Holy Land? Nonsense, is my master that kind of person? Besides, the only holy weapon of Taishu Holy Land is in the hands of your master. Yi Yang knocked Yunshu's little head in annoyance. At this moment, Yunqing finally woke up. She raised her head with a puzzled look on her face. Although she was still full of doubts about Yi Yang, the holy soldier in front of her was real. No matter how much she hated Yi Yang, she couldn't resist the temptation of the holy soldier. Not to mention her, even the 5 major immortal sects would probably not be able to resist snatching the holy weapons when they saw them. She had told Yunshu and the others before that Yi Yang was being particularly generous to them now. The stone tablets and paintings of the true meaning of Taoism were all sacred objects, but Yi Yang passed them all on to them. Yunqing didn't quite believe it before, but now this holy weapon is right in front of her. No matter how much she doubts it, she can't explain it all. Are you really going to give me this? Yunqing was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. She has been practicing hard over the years just to get rid of Yi Yang's control. If she can get this holy weapon, she will have the strength to fight Yi Yang in the future. She could not refuse this holy weapon, and she had to accept it no matter what Yi Yang's purpose was. Of course, Yi Yang waved his hand, as if the holy soldier in front of him was garbage to him. Yunqing stared at Yi Yang with a puzzled look on his face, but still quickly put Luki away. Ding. Yunqing is feeling uneasy, emotional value plus 400. Ding. Yunqing is grateful, emotional value plus 500. Just when Yunqing was full of confusion, he saw Yi Yang took out another set of skills and handed it to Yunqi. Kie, this technique is called Phoenix Nirvana technique. It is a sage's technique, which is very suitable for you to practice. Take it and comprehend it carefully. Seeing this, Yunqi quickly took over the technique and said, "Thank you, master." Saint's skills. When Yunqing heard this, he looked at Yi Yang in shock. She was already very puzzled when Yi Yang took out a holy weapon, and now Yi Yang actually took out a saintly skill. Where on earth did he get so many holy objects? Before Yunqing could react, Yi Yang took out another emerald green sword and handed it to Cheng Suling. "Madam, this sword is called Wagwang, and it is also a holy weapon. You can keep it for use." Now Yunqing was completely numb. What is going on? When did the holy soldiers become so worthless? How many holy objects does Yi Yang have in his hands? Even Yunshu, who was standing by, widened her eyes at this moment. Now, she completely believed what was said. Yi Yang must have a holy weapon in his hand, so he dared to promise me that as long as I could form a pill, he would give me a holy weapon. This is too expensive. Cheng Suling wanted to refuse, but when she saw Yi Yang frowning, she quickly swallowed the rest of her words. Yunqing only felt that his breathing became much heavier. Previously, she thought that Yi Yang gave her the holy weapon for some purpose, but now it seems that Yi Yang did not take the holy weapon seriously at all. He treated Yunqi, Cheng Suling and others the same way. If Yi Yang had ill intentions, it would be impossible for him to use two holy weapons and a saintly technique to make a plan. Just taking these things out would be enough to shock the 5 major immortal sects. What virtue and ability have they gained to make Yi Yang pay such a huge price to deal with them? The doubts in Yunqing's heart seemed to be gradually dissipating. Since it's not a conspiracy, there is only one reason left. Perhaps Yi Yang has really changed, as Yunshu said. He was just making up for past mistakes. Yunqing looked at Yi Yang silently. Now Yi Yang looked less majestic but more humane. But Yunqing quickly realized that something was wrong. She absolutely could not be tamed by Yi Yang like this. Although she was grateful to Yi Yang for raising her, she could not eliminate the hatred from the past. Chapter 127. Things are different and things are over. Master, I want to practice. Yunshu grabbed Yi Yang's sleeve, and a fire seemed to be burning in her eyes. That momentum even scared Yi Yang. Although this girl is quite diligent in her practice, I have never seen her be so proactive in practicing. Sure enough, the temptation brought by the holy soldiers is huge. Okay, as long as you practice diligently, I will keep my promise to you. When Yunshu heard this, she quickly pulled Yi Yang and turned away. Yunqing looked at their receding backs, and his doubts deepened. She heard from Yunshu that Yi Yang had been teaching Yunshu how to practice during this period, but she didn't quite believe it in her heart. After all, Yi Yang doesn't know calligraphy. She had never seen Yi Yang practice calligraphy. Thinking of this, Yunqing hurriedly followed. When she arrived at Yunshu's room and just walked into the door, she saw Yi Yang holding Yunshu's hand and teaching Yunshu to practice calligraphy stroke by stroke. Although Yunshu was also practicing calligraphy, she couldn't hide the blush on her face. Seeing this scene, Yunqing suddenly became furious. She finally understood why Yi Yang was suddenly so nice to them. This bastard definitely wanted to take advantage of them. Yunshu has a carefree personality, so she didn't notice it. What are you doing? Let Yunshu go. Yunqing hurried forward. Although she was originally cold-tempered, she couldn't help but feel a little angry at this moment. Yunshu raised her head with curiosity when she heard this. Senior sister, what are you doing? Yunqing stepped forward quickly and pulled Yunshu over. Sure, are you crazy? Don't you know that it's forbidden for men and women to touch each other? Senior sister, are you worrying too much? The master is not an outsider. Yunshu pushed Yunqing away in annoyance. She naturally knew what Yunqing was thinking. At first, she was a little uncomfortable, but after some time, she found that Yi Yang was really just teaching her calligraphy and had no other intentions at all. I naturally felt relieved, but in Yunqing's eyes, this action meant something completely different. It is said that attitude determines motivation. In Yun Qing's eyes, Yi Yang is a cruel and ruthless person, and everything he does must have a purpose. And now all this just confirms her guess. Sure, you are practicing calligraphy, how can he teach you? Yun Qing was angry and his tone became much more serious, and the way he addressed Yi Yang also changed. Sister, you don't know that Master has made great achievements in calligraphy. If it weren't for Master's personal instruction these days, I wouldn't have made such rapid progress. Yun Qing heard this but still couldn't believe it. She had followed Yi Yang since she was a child, but she had never heard that Yi Yang was proficient in calligraphy. Seeing that Yun Qing still had doubt in his eyes, Yun Shu simply pulled Yun Qing to the table, pointed at the book stickers on the table and spoke. Senior sister, look, these are all written by Master. Yun Qing took a casual glance and suddenly his eyes lit up. The characters on the calligraphy were not big, but graceful and elegant, as if they had a supreme artistic conception. I was attracted by them at just one glance. Although Yun Qing has not practiced calligraphy, she is at the Jindan stage after all, and her state of mind is here. She could still get a glimpse of the artistic conception behind it. Based on her knowledge, this piece of calligraphy was definitely written by a famous calligrapher. However, she just couldn't believe that Yi Yang had such attainments in calligraphy. Is this still the Yi Yang she knows? Yun Shu took a deep breath, ignored Yun Qing, took Yi Yang's hand, and continued, Master, go on. Yun Qing did not continue to stop him this time, but stood aside and watched. However, she could not see any flaws in Yi Yang's every move. Yi Yang was really just teaching Yun Shu how to practice. Ding! Yun Qing is confused, emotional value plus 300. At this moment, Yi Yang was concentrating on teaching Yun Shu calligraphy, and he really had no other thoughts. As the saying goes, sincerity is the secret weapon. Yun Qing stared at them for a while, but finally couldn't stand their intimate actions anymore and quietly retreated. She wanted to find Yun Qi to find out. Yun Qi was smart and would definitely not be deceived by Yi Yang. Kie, tell me, what's going on with him? Seeing Yun Qing coming, Yun Qi had already guessed why she came. Sister, no matter how much I say, you won't believe it. Some things need to be experienced by yourself. Yun Qing silently looked at Yun Qi and said coldly, you were also tamed by him. Yun Qi frowned when she heard this. Senior sister, he saved my life. Huh, what happened to you? Yun Qing looked at Yun Qi nervously. Yun Qi shook her head and said softly, it's all right now. It's all thanks to Master. Senior sister, I hate him just as much as you do. I still remember our plans in the past. But these days, I've thought a lot. If a person has changed, can we forgive him for what he did in the past? Yun Qing was about to speak but was interrupted by Yun Qi. Senior sister, there is no answer to this question. He raised us, and that is an indisputable fact. He was indeed too harsh on us in the past. I wanted to kill him countless times. But when I calmed down, I found that I couldn't do it. Our hatred for him is not as deep as we thought. Yun Qing stared silently at the junior sister in front of her. She knew that what Yun Qi said was right. Their hatred for Yi Yang was indeed not that deep. Especially since she didn't hate Yi Yang that much to begin with. Among her sisters, Yun Shu was the one who was beaten the most by Yi Yang. But now Yun Shu has let it go. Yun Qing touched the storage bracelet on her wrist, which contained the holy weapon that Yi Yang gave her. She would not be convinced by a holy weapon, but now she also believed that Yi Yang had no other purpose towards them, perhaps he just wanted to atone for his sins. Yun Qing hesitated in his heart, but ripples appeared in his eyes, which were as calm as water. Her heart was in turmoil. Since she met Yi Yang today, all these things have completely disturbed her originally calm heart. Everything she thought of in the past seemed to have changed. Should she accept her current life, let go of everything, and concentrate on cultivation? She doesn't know, but in the past, she had always wanted to get rid of the shadow brought by Yi Yang. Now that Yi Yang has taken the initiative to make changes, will they continue to sink in the pain of the past? Senior sister, I won't advise you. It's just that I can't tell you anything either. I trust your judgment on what to do, Yun Qi said, standing up and walking towards the room. Looking at Yun Qi's back, Yun Qing fell into silence. After a long time, she walked silently towards the kitchen. Cheng Suling was busy cooking. In the past, she didn't have to do these things. But although she was busy, she always had a happy smile on her face. This was a smile Yun Qing had never seen before. It's so warm and so real. Chapter 128 Misunderstanding. At night, Yun Qing lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In the afternoon, She also chatted a lot with Cheng Suling. She always thought that Cheng Suling and others were forced by Yi Yong, or were deceived by Yi Yong. But some things can't be faked. Cheng Suling is obviously happy now. Her every move reveals a sense of ease and complacency, and there is no doubt about that feeling. Cheng Suling is living a good life now, and that sense of happiness only comes from the little things in life. Even if Yi Yong deceived them, it would be impossible for him to disguise himself so thoroughly. Cheng Suling was with him day and night, it was impossible for her not to notice it. Yun Qing might not believe Yun Qi and the others' judgment, but she had to believe Cheng Suling's reaction. But all this made Yun Qing hesitate. She could never let go of her hatred for Yi Yong in her heart, but everything now showed that Yi Yong had changed. My master's wife and my junior sisters are all immersed in this kind of life. She shouldn't have disrupted this happiness and peace. But her suspicion towards Yi Yong remained unchanged. She clearly believed that Yi Yong had no other intentions towards them, but she couldn't accept this idea in her heart. Yun Qing suddenly sat up. She still wanted to talk to Yun Qi. Among these sisters, Yun Qi was the only one who could see through these things. Yun Qing got up and went out, heading straight for Yun Qi's room. But as soon as she entered the yard, she saw a familiar figure sneaking into Yun Qi's room. At this moment, Yun Qing became instantly angry. What was Yi Yong doing in Yun Qi's room in the middle of the night? This woman Yun Qi really deceived me. Yun Qing was furious. He walked forward quickly and raised his hand to knock on the door. Yun Qi, open the door. At this moment, Yun Qing could no longer remain calm. If Yi Yong and Yun Shu were only intimate during the day, then this guy breaking into Yun Qi's room in the middle of the night was definitely more than just intimate. Yun Qing didn't dare to imagine what they were doing in there. At this moment, she became more and more anxious, and she felt as if she had been betrayed. Yun Qi, open the door quickly, don't hide in there without making any noise, I know you are in the room. Yun Qing knocked on the door angrily. Suddenly, the door opened and she couldn't hold back and punched Yi Yong on the head. Hiss, what are you doing? Yi Yong stared at Yun Qing with a puzzled look on his face, but Yun Qing ignored him at all. He pushed Yi Yong away and went into the house immediately. And Yi Yong, who was behind Yun Qing, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. As soon as Yun Qing walked into the room, he saw Yun Qi sitting cross-legged on a cushion. She was only wearing a thin inner lining, and her snow-white body was exposed. Ding! Yun Qing is furious, emotion value plus 400. Yi Yong, what did you do to Yun Qi? Yun Qing hurried forward and was about to help Yun Qi put on her clothes, but suddenly he noticed a scorching flame rising up. Before Yun Qing could react, the flames had already enveloped him. Divine fire! Yun Qing felt a burning sensation on his body and was startled. But the flames had already gone along her arms and into her body. Yun Qing suddenly felt a chill in her heart. This was the divine fire. If she was contaminated by it, she would not be able to put it out. She hurriedly used her luck to force the divine fire out of her body, but the divine fire, when it encountered spiritual energy, became even more violent. Yun Qing was shocked and at a loss as to what to do, when he suddenly felt an arm on his back. At the same time, a warm spiritual energy surged into the body, and the divine fire was suppressed instantly. After a moment, the divine fire in the body was completely eliminated. Yun Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. His clothes were already soaked with sweat. Feeling the warmth coming from behind, she quickly took a step back and turned to look at Yi Yong. What's going on? Yi Yong closed the door, raised his hand to set up a ban, and then slowly spoke. As you can see, Kier has obtained the Nanming Lihuo. But with her cultivation level, she is not yet able to refine the divine fire, so I helped her suppress it. As Yi Yong spoke, he sat down opposite Yun Qi, then raised his hand and made contact with Yun Qi's palm. She has already refined the divine fire seed during this period of time. With time, she will be able to refine it completely. But today I taught her the saint's technique, and when she was practicing, the divine fire erupted again, and something went wrong. Yun Qing looked at Yun Qi, who had a painful expression on her face, and then looked at Yi Yong, who was trying hard to help Yun Qi suppress the divine fire. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Did I really misunderstand him? Yun Qing feels guilty, emotional value plus 500. Yi Yong looked at Yun Qing without any hesitation. No one else knows about Yun Qi's acquisition of the Nanming Lihuo, including your master's wife and Shure. You are the second person besides me who knows about this. I hope you don't tell anyone. When Yun Qing heard this, he nodded silently. After a long time, Yun Qi finally recovered. At this moment, A layer of blood-red feathers gradually appeared on her body, and those feathers gradually turned into clothes, covering Yunqi's body. Seeing this scene, Yunqing was a little surprised. This dress is clearly what Yunqi wears during the day. She had always thought that this was just an ordinary piece of clothing, but now it seemed that it was actually a Taoist treasure. Her clothes, Yunqing asked softly. This is the colorful feathered robe, it can help Kier suppress the divine fire in her body. So the disappearance of the clothes just now was to suppress the divine fire. Yunqing glanced at Yi Yang cautiously. Yi Yang nodded and said nothing. At this moment, Yunqing felt extremely ashamed. Just now she thought that Yi Yang wanted to do something bad to Yunqi, but it turned out that this was just the characteristic of the Taoist treasure. Thinking of those unbearable thoughts that just entered his mind, Yunqing's face instantly turned red with shame. Ding! Yunqing is so ashamed, emotional value plus 500. Yi Yang finished his training and stood up. Yunqi also woke up at this moment. Although she couldn't move just now, she was still aware of everything around her. She naturally knew what Yunqing was thinking at this moment. Okay, it's alright, I'll practice during the day from now on. It's really a waste of time to practice in the middle of the night. Yi Yang yawned and limped out. Thank you, master, Yunqi said and sent Yi Yang away. After a while, she returned to the room and looked at Yunqing who was standing there. Yunqi pursed her lips. Senior sister, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I understand, Yunqing interrupted Yunqi, the sacred fire is of great importance. The fewer people who know about it, the better. I will keep it a secret for you. Thank you, senior sister, Yunqi blinked and breathed a sigh of relief. The sacred fire is her biggest secret, so naturally she doesn't want too many people to know about it. But unfortunately, Yunqing encountered it today, so there is nothing she can do. Senior sister, why aren't you going back? Yunqi looked at Yunqing motionlessly, feeling somewhat confused. Kie, it's not wrong for master to teach you how to practice martial arts, but there are differences between men and women, so you should be more careful in the future. Chapter 129, To the Clouds, the Whereabouts of the Male Protagonist. Sister, what are you thinking about? When Yunqi heard this, a blush appeared on her face. I know he means well, but he is a man after all. You think too much, Yunqi interrupted Yunqing and continued, I can feel that his mind is not on this. A person's eyes can't deceive others, at least, they can't deceive me. When Yunqing heard this, he wanted to refute, but found that Yunqi was telling the truth. Among the sisters, Yunqi is the most intelligent and the most thoughtful. When it comes to judging people, they are not as good as Yunqi. Yunqing still believed this. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little more guilty towards Yi Yang. I really have been a villain today in vain. However, thinking of Yi Yang's sneaky look just now, she couldn't help but feel resentful. This is actually a very normal thing, why did Yi Yang do it so secretly? She was misunderstood. Master, you are such a jerk. I am just helping you practice. Why do you have to be so secretive? I asked my master to keep it a secret for me. Seeing that Yunqing was unwilling to leave, Yunqi simply pulled her to sit on the bed. But I saw that he looked sneaky just now. Yunqing continued to argue, as if only in this way could he find a suitable excuse for his doubts. You mean the master is limping? Yunqi's expression suddenly became strange. She naturally noticed that Yi Yang was limping just now, and from behind, he did look a little sneaky. Yunqing nodded. You should ask master's wife about this matter. Yunqi chuckled and then lay down. After hearing these words, even someone as innocent as Yunqing reacted instantly. Could it be that Yi Yang was too tired from being with his master's wife? Thinking of this, her face instantly blushed. At this moment, she finally understood where the happiness on Chang Suling's face came from. It's just that they have been together for so many years, how come they have become so loving now? Yunqing felt both ashamed and angry. When she thought about how Yi Yang actually put down what he was doing and rushed over at this time, she could also understand Yi Yang's concern for Yunqi. Kie, what do you think master likes? Yunqi looked at Yunqing curiously, then reacted and chuckled. Why, do you feel you misunderstood your master? Do you want to make it up to him? Yunqing didn't say anything, but the guilt in his eyes said it all. Although she still couldn't accept Yi Yang, she had always been clear about gratitude and resentment. She really did misunderstand what happened today, so she should admit her mistake. She doesn't like facing others with guilt. Well, as a master, I don't lack anything. If you really want to apologize, find an opportunity to wash his feet. Ah, why? Yun Qing was a little surprised when he heard this. What kind of strange request was this? Could it be that this girl wanted to embarrass herself? No reason, you will understand when the time comes. Yun Qi started to play charades. At the same time, above Ziyang Peak. Above the clouds, husband, is Kier okay? Ding. Yun Qing feels extremely guilty, emotional value plus 800. Yi Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Of course it's okay. Then let's go back, it's too dangerous here. You just fell down. Just now I was disturbed by Yunqi, and the flying carpet was too small. Don't be afraid now, I moved the bed up. Then your legs, I am in nirvana, a broken leg won't cause any trouble. Ding. Chang Suling unlocks a new scene, emotional value plus 1000. Great Elder, what happened to your leg? The next day, in the sect hall. Mu Qingqing walked in with a letter and saw Yi Yang rubbing his legs. She couldn't help but feel curious. Yi Yang has reached the Nirvana realm, so he shouldn't be sick. Could it be that he was injured? It's okay, I'm numb from sitting for too long. Yi Yang waved his hand, and Mu Qingqing walked forward and sat down next to Yi Yang. Then I'll press it for you. Mu Qingqing said this and handed the letter in her hand to Yi Yang. Yi Yang opened the letter and his expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Mu Qingqing asked subconsciously. People from Taishuan Holy Land discovered the third elder of the blood worship cult. His cultivation had been drained away. According to the third elder, it was Zheng Chu who did it. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing was shocked. These days, all major sects in Kanglan domain have been searching for Zheng Chu's whereabouts, but they didn't expect this to be the result. Then the third elder of the blood-worshipping cult is also at the peak of the Yuantai realm, right? How could his cultivation be drained away by Zheng Chu? The letter said that Zheng Chu learned the blood exchange method of the blood worship sect. Yi Yang frowned. He had let Zheng Chu go before and deliberately spread the news that the second elder of the blood-worshipping cult had escaped. He wanted to use Zheng Chu to focus everyone's suspicion on the second elder of the blood-worshipping cult. Even if Zheng Chu was in this situation, he would only suspect that one of him and the second elder had taken away his inheritance. Now, it is absolutely impossible for him to find the second elder. Even if he suspects himself, he cannot produce any evidence. Moreover, without the help of Fairy Fu Hua, Zheng Chu was basically a useless person. He fell into the hands of the blood worship cult. Once the people of the blood worship cult could not find the so-called inheritance in him, he would have no choice but to die. Even if Zheng Chu gave himself away, no one would believe what the blood cult said. But Yi Yang had never expected that those idiots from the blood-worshipping cult would actually dare to teach Zheng Chu the blood-exchanging technique. Moreover, how could the third elder of the blood-worshipping cult actually have his cultivation drained by a Zheng Chu? Is the protagonist's halo so strong? He was at the peak of the Yuantai realm after all. Was his brain eaten by a dog? Yi Yang was a little powerless to complain. But now Zheng Chu has undoubtedly grown up again. Even if that guy just has doubts about me, he will probably find a way to come back and find out. It seems that we need to make some preparations in advance. Yi Yang thought in his heart that fortunately it has been confirmed that Zheng Chu is practicing the blood-worshipping sect skills, even if Zheng Chu will look at him with suspicion in the future. Those sects would not believe what a disciple of the blood worship cult said. Moreover, how could Zheng Chu, a disciple of Lingxi realm, drain the cultivation of an elder of Yuantai realm? There is still a lot to be done here. At least at this moment, in the eyes of all the major sects, the inheritance still lies with Zheng Chu. What Yi Yang needs to do now is to try his best to avoid being contaminated by that disaster star. Then Zheng Chu actually learned the magic technique. Mu Qingqing's eyes showed a trace of disgust. He really has evil intentions. Mu Qingqing originally disliked Zheng Chu's persistent character, and now that Zheng Chu has learned the magic skills, in her eyes, Zheng Chu has become a bad person. Alas, good and evil are only a thought away. Yi Yang sighed and continued to flatter Mu Qingqing. Chapter 130. The third disciple serves as an assist, the drawbacks of the pure Yang body. In the evening, Yi Yang returned to Ziyang Peak after a busy day. As soon as I walked into the yard, Yun Qi came up. Master, senior sister is waiting for you in the room. What, you'll know when you go in? Yun Qi blinked her eyes with a slight smile on her face, but refused to reveal anything. Yi Yang shook his head. This girl had become unruly after staying with Yun Shu for a long time. Yi Yang walked into the house with doubts in his heart. As soon as she walked in, Yun Qi closed the door from behind. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Yang shouted angrily, but heard Yun Qing's voice behind him. Master, Yi Yong turned around and saw Yun Qing standing beside the bed with a basin of water. "Qinger, what are you doing? Wash master's feet." Yun Qing summoned up the courage to speak. "I misunderstood master yesterday, so this is my way of making amends for master." Yun Qing tried hard to regain her composure. Her face remained calm as always, but her heart was extremely nervous. When they were young, they often had to serve Yi Yong. But she was forced to do it back then, but today she did it voluntarily. Although she was somewhat resistant in her heart, she did not like owing others. Wrong is wrong. After today, she no longer needs to feel guilty towards Yi Yong. Hearing Yun Qing say this, Yi Yong naturally understood Yun Qing's thoughts. Yun Qing has had this personality since childhood. He would admit his mistakes and stand at attention when he was beaten. Moreover, in this respect, her character is even more stubborn than Yun Shu's. Sometimes, when Yi Yong didn't want to punish her, she would take the initiative to punish herself. Now that she said this, Yi Yong knew that Yun Qing must have made up her mind. But who taught her how to wash feet? Isn't this making things difficult for yourself? At this moment, it was Yi Yong who seemed a little hesitant. "Master, please sit down. You don't want to wash your feet while standing, do you?" "Qinger, let's just forget about it. I don't take it to heart." Yi Yong wanted to speak up to dissuade him, but Yun Qing's eyes seemed particularly firm. Seeing this, Yi Yong had no choice but to sit down obediently. Yun Qing squatted down silently, rolled up his sleeves, revealing half of his white jade arms. She reached out to test the water temperature, appearing to be extremely serious. This is how Yun Qing does things. Even if she is unwilling in her heart, as long as she makes up her mind, she will always insist on doing it. At this moment, although her heart was filled with shame and anger, her face remained expressionless as always. She gathered her long hair, and there was a hint of determination on her pure jade-like face. She took a deep breath, then carefully lifted Yi Yang's feet, took off his shoes and socks, and put them in the basin. Ding! Yun Qing is filled with shame and anger, emotional value plus 800. She was naturally proud and arrogant, without any trace of past. In the eyes of everyone, she was like a fairy on the clouds, but at this moment, she had to squat here and help Yi Yong wash his feet. One can imagine the uneasiness, hesitation and entanglement in her heart. She suppressed her uneasiness, scooped up water, and scrubbed slowly. Yun Qing felt so angry that her teeth itched in anger, but she still endured the discomfort and helped Yi Yong wash his feet. Then she rushed out the door in a hurry. Yi Yong stood up and walked out of the house, but saw Yun Shu standing in the distance, holding her stomach and laughing. "Come here," Yi Yong shouted angrily, and Yun Shu quickly stopped talking and walked forward. "Was it you who gave Yun Qing the idea?" "No, it's definitely not me, it's third senior sister." Yun Shu quickly shook her head and sold out Yun Qi in an instant. Hearing this, Yi Yong was also full of doubts. Yun Qi doesn't have such bad intentions on weekdays, what happened now? Although Yi Yong was confused, under the current circumstances, Yun Qing had put aside his pride, and the relationship between the two had become closer, which was also a good thing. Could it be that Yun Qi did it on purpose? Is she helping herself? Thinking of this, Yi Yong couldn't help but feel emotional. My efforts these days have finally paid off. That girl also knew how to help herself. As long as Yun Qing is conquered, then with the help of the four of them, why would he be afraid of not being able to conquer Qingcheng? Thinking of Qingcheng, Yi Yong couldn't help but feel a headache. Qingcheng is his eldest disciple, and as her name suggests, she is extremely beautiful. But that girl is also the most difficult to deal with. It is not easy for a sword cultivator with a firm mind to change Qingcheng's mindset. Yi Yong sighed. Fortunately there was still plenty of time, so there was no need to rush. The next day, after finishing the sect affairs, Yi Yong walked out of the sect hall. Since the last time she was in heaven with Cheng Suling, the woman hasn't returned for 3 days. Now that he has some time, Yi Yong plans to go to Lingyao Mountain to take a look. A few days ago, the young heroine Lingju, who had just joined the Taishu Holy Land, seemed to be working in Lingyao Mountain. Taking this opportunity, you can get in touch with them first. Soon, Yi Yong arrived at Lingyao Mountain. Cheng Suling was busy in the medicine garden. Although she didn't have to do any of these things herself, she always kept the habit of patrolling the medicine garden. This woman always does things seriously. "Great Elder, why are you here?" When Cheng Suling saw Yi Yong, she was obviously a little nervous. She looked around hurriedly and found that there was no one around. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "I've already told you, Don't call me great elder when no one is around. Yi Yong had a somewhat unhappy look on his face. Hearing this, Chang Suling nodded obediently. Yi Yong walked forward and just grabbed Chang Suling's little hand, but he heard the voice of a disciple talking next to him. Chang Suling quickly pushed Yi Yong away and said in a low voice, "Husband, I will go back tonight, don't stay here." Hearing this, Yi Yong nodded with satisfaction. Now, Chang Suling was much more sensible and he didn't even need to say anything. "By the way, how is that girl named Lingju? She is very good. She is indeed very talented in cultivating spiritual medicines. Is she on the mountain? I'll go check it out." Chang Suling immediately pointed Yi Yong in the direction. All disciples of Lingyao Mountain are assigned medicine gardens, and each person manages a medicine garden. Although Ling Zhu was a new disciple, she did have some talent in growing spiritual herbs, so Chang Suling simply arranged a medicine garden for her to manage. However, at this moment, her medicine garden was not very peaceful. "Oh, you bitch, you are destined to be a servant. Even when you arrive at the Taishu Holy Land, you can only farm." Ziling looked at Ling Zhu, who was silent in front of her, with disdain on her face. Now that she has hooked up with Yi Yong, she naturally doesn't take Ling Zhu seriously. A few days ago, she heard from others that Ling Zhu was in Lingyao Mountain, so she hurried over to cause trouble. If for no other reason than to dampen this woman's arrogance. Chapter 131, The trick is cliché but effective. This is the spiritual medicine mountain garden. If you come to get medicine, please go to the medicine shop. My medicine garden is not a place for you to run wild. Ling Zhu's face was gloomy. She was speechless about this woman who was like a dog's skin plaster. "Ever since I joined the Zion sect, Ziling has been causing trouble for me." She also couldn't understand why Ziling did this. Although she has a stubborn personality, she is still very cautious in doing things in the sect and never takes the initiative to provoke others. But Ziling has always been targeting me. Now, he had finally managed to leave Zion sect and become a disciple of Taishu Holy Land, but he didn't expect that this woman could follow him here. She clearly remembered that Yi Yong had torn up Ziling's assessment letter with his own hands. Logically, she should not appear in Taishu Holy Land again. Maybe, it's because of Ziling. After all, Ziling's father is the leader of Zion sect, and Zion sect is a subsidiary sect of Taishu Holy Land, so there must be some relationship. "How dare you, a herbalist working in a herbal garden, talk to me like this?" When Ziling heard Ling Zhu's words, she immediately became angry. What she couldn't stand the most was Ling Zhu's ignorance of her status. In the past, when she was in Zion sect, this girl never took her, the sect master's daughter, seriously. Everyone else would greet her when they saw her, but Ziling just ignored her. Her hatred towards Ziling also came from this disrespect. "I have now become a disciple of the fifth elder and an inner disciple of the Grand Void Holy Land. You are just a farmer in the medicinal field and are not even a formal disciple. How dare you argue with me? Believe it or not, I will go and report to the elder in charge of Spiritual Medicine Mountain right now, saying that you stole the sect's medicinal materials." Ziling naturally didn't dare to fight with Ling Zhu. This woman's cultivation was higher than hers. If they really fought, she might not be Ling Zhu's opponent. But her greatest reliance now is her identity. As an inner sect disciple, she has plenty of ways to deal with Ling Zhu. Moreover, Ling Zhu is now in charge of the medicine garden. Stealing the sect's medicinal materials is a serious crime. If things go wrong, Ling Zhu may be expelled from the Taishu Holy Land. When Ling Zhu heard this, she couldn't help but be shocked. To put it bluntly, stealing medicinal herbs is just a matter of talking. If Ziling really wanted to frame her, it would be difficult for her to refute. What's more, there were indeed many medicinal herbs planted in the spiritual field of her ring. If they were discovered, she would have no way to defend herself. "What do you want?" Ling Zhu was so angry at Ziling that her face turned pale, but she could do nothing about it. "It's simple. I want you to kneel down, pour tea and admit your mistake." Seeing that Ling Zhu was scared, Ziling immediately put on an arrogant look and looked at Ling Zhu with contempt. Of course, she wouldn't let Ling Zhu go so easily, but she could take this opportunity to humiliate her first. "You don't even think about it." Ling Zhu couldn't help but get angry when she heard this. "Well, then let's go see the elder in charge." Ziling snorted coldly and turned to leave. Seeing this, Ling Zhu was about to reach out to stop him, but suddenly saw a familiar figure approaching. The person who came was Yi Yong. When Ling Zhu saw Yi Yong, her face changed. In her eyes, Yi Yong was undoubtedly fair. Last time, it was Yi Yang who helped her to uphold justice. She was just about to step forward and ask Yi Yang for help. But Ziling walked towards Yi Yang with excitement on her face. Great Elder, I want to report it. This bitch stole the elixirs from the medicine garden. Ziling had originally been thinking about going to the elder in charge of Lingyao Mountain to report the incident, but now that she saw Yi Yang, she decided to tell Yi Yang directly. After all, her relationship with Yi Yang is like this, and there are some hard-to-explain little secrets between the two of them. She believed Yi Yang would stand on her side. When Ling Zhu saw Ziling and Yi Yang being so close, she felt disappointed. After all, Ziling is the daughter of the leader of Xian sect. Perhaps, this great elder should also give Ziling some face. Lingzhu thought about it in her heart, but she also fell into despair. Oh, is that true? Yi Yang took a look at the two people in front of him. He naturally understood that Ziling appeared here at this moment, and she must have come to cause trouble for Ling Zhu again. This seems like a good opportunity. Yi Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Ziling was a vindictive girl, she could be used as a help in conquering Ling Zhu. Yi Yang walked forward slowly, and Ling Zhu suddenly became nervous when she saw him. The person in front of him is not only the great elder of Taishu Holy Land, but also a powerful person in the Nirvana realm. In Ling Zhu's eyes, Yi Yang was like an insurmountable mountain. In front of Yi Yang, she even felt like she couldn't breathe. Now, he was framed again. If Yi Yang believed Ziling's words, he would be finished. Moreover, seeing that Ziling is so familiar with Yi Yang, there is a high probability that Yi Yang will choose to believe her. She clenched her hands tightly and lowered her head, but her heart was already in despair. Is what she said true? When Yi Yang's voice came, Ling Zhu was immediately frightened and her body trembled. No, I didn't steal the herbs from the medicine garden. Please understand, Great Elder. Ling Zhu quickly knelt on the ground. There was some dirt on her face and her green dress was also a little dirty. The whole person looks a little more pitiful. Get up. Yi Yang stretched out his hand and pulled Ling Zhu up. His tone sounded so gentle that at this moment, Ling Zhu could hardly believe it. How could the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land be so kind? The powerful person she imagined should at least be an old man with a sage-like appearance, who was intimidating without even getting angry and could kill people with just a glance. But Yi Yang not only looks young and handsome, but also quite elegant and easygoing, without any airs of a superior. Ling Zhu was stunned for a moment. Yi Yang reached out and wiped the dirt off her face and chuckled. I remember you. It seems like you just became my disciple not long ago. The disciples of Spiritual Medicine Mountain need to cultivate spiritual medicine, but there is no need to go over and do it. Besides, I'm just asking questions, no need to be so polite. Yi Yang's words fell into Ling Zhu's ears like gentle breeze and drizzle, like the afternoon sunshine and the warm spring breeze. Her heart, which had been anxious just now, calmed down in an instant. She had heard before that the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land was kind, gentle as jade, and had the demeanor of a gentleman. Now, although she has only met Yi Yang twice, her impression of Yi Yang has instantly risen to a higher level. As a great elder, he actually cares about her, a new disciple. How much does he love his disciples? Her previous master in Xian sect had never cared about her like this. Ding! Lingzhu has a crush on me, emotional value plus 500. Thank you very much, Great Elder. After a long silence, Ling Zhu finally reacted and hurriedly bowed his head to express his gratitude. It's okay, Yi Yang waved his hand. Then, he continued to ask. Just now she said that you stole the sect's medicinal materials. What happened? Chapter 132, The Simple Little Heroine. When Ling Zhu heard Yi Yang asking about it, she simply told him the whole story. She believed that Yi Yang could give her justice. Ziling and I are both from the Xian sect. She has always been hostile to me, and she came here to cause trouble today on purpose. She couldn't win against me, so she tried to frame me. I definitely did not steal the medicinal materials from Lingyao Mountain. I hope the Great Elder will understand. When Ziling heard this, her face changed and she hurried forward and held Yi Yang's hand. Great Elder, she is lying. If you search her body, you will know whether she has stolen any medicinal herbs or not. Ziling stared at Ling Zhu fiercely. She knew that Ling Zhu had a lot of spiritual medicines on her, although she didn't know where she got them from. But as long as those elixirs are found on her, Ling Zhu's guilt can be proven. When Ling Zhu heard this, she felt a little nervous. But at this moment, Yi Yang spoke softly. She didn't lie. The number of medicinal herbs in each medicine garden in Lingyao Mountain is recorded. If anyone has stolen any herbs, we only need to ask the elder in charge to come over and check. Besides, whether she lied or not, how could she hide it from my eyes? Yi Yang turned his head to look at Zi Ling. Seeing Yi Yang's fierce gaze, Zi Ling was so frightened that she fell to her knees in an instant. But at this moment, Ling Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had just arrived at Lingyao Mountain and didn't quite understand the various rules here. If she had known that these medicinal materials were recorded, why would she be afraid of Lingzhu's frame-up? However, she was still quite touched by Yi Yang's willingness to help her get justice. This great elder is indeed fair. Ding. Lingzhu is grateful, emotion value plus 500. Zi Ling, you framed a fellow disciple, what crime should you be charged with? Yi Yang looked at Zi Ling, who was trembling with fear, and shouted angrily. After hearing this, how could Zi Ling dare to continue arguing? He immediately kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Great elder, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time for the sake of my father. Ling Zhu, who was standing aside, looked at Zi Ling and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This guy actually has this side of him. However, it was fortunate that she met Yi Yang this time. If she had met someone else, Zi Ling's plan might have succeeded. Ling Zhu looked at Yi Yang timidly. In her eyes, Yi Yang at this moment seemed to be emitting a dazzling light all over his body. Within the sect, the law is merciless. Don't talk to me about relationships. Even if your father is here, I will punish you anyway. Yi Yang snorted coldly, then turned to look at Ling Zhu and said softly. You are in the medicine garden. If you encounter these troubles in the future, you can come to me. If you can't find me, you can always find my wife. She is the elder in charge of your spiritual medicine mountain. She will naturally handle matters impartially. When Lingzhu heard this, her heart started beating rapidly. As a new disciple, can I meet the great elder? What kind of treatment is this? Also, the elder in charge of their Lingyao Mountain is actually the wife of the chief elder. Is this the first time she has heard this news? She secretly glanced at Yi Yang, and a sense of loss rose in her heart. But she quickly adjusted her mindset and bowed. Thank you, great elder. Well, then you continue to be busy, Yi Yang said, turned his head to look at Zi Ling, and continued, come with me. When Zi Ling heard the thunderous roar, she was so frightened that her body trembled, but she quickly stood up and followed. Ling Zhu looked at Yi Yang's back and couldn't help but be lost in thought. But at this moment, Yi Yang turned his head and smiled at her. By the way, don't work so hard next time and pay more attention to your image. Yi Yang said, pointing to his cheek. When Lingzhu heard this, a blush suddenly appeared on her face. She wiped her face hastily, and as a result, she turned into a little cat in an instant. Yi Yang smiled helplessly, sighed, turned and left. Ling Zhu stood there blankly. All she could think of was the smile on Yi Yang's face when he left. She felt that smile was full of pampering, which caused ripples in her heart. After she realized what was happening, she quickly ran to the pool and bent over to take a look. The way I look now really doesn't look good. She touched her face, the place where Yi Yang had touched just now, and it seemed that there was still some warmth left. Ling Zhu couldn't help but burst out laughing, and looked at herself in the water in a daze. Zi Ling, do you admit your guilt? Lingyao Mountain, deep in a remote medicinal garden. Yi Yang looked at Zi Ling, who was kneeling in front of him, and asked. Hearing this, Zi Ling was so frightened that she trembled. Great elder, I know I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. Zi Ling quickly kowtowed and admitted her mistake. Since you know you are wrong, you should accept the punishment. When Zi Ling heard this, she raised her head cautiously, only to find that Yi Yang had already walked up to her. Seeing this, Zi Ling reacted instantly and the fear on her face gradually disappeared, turning into joy. If it was just this kind of punishment, she would like it. Yi Yang enjoyed Zi Ling's service comfortably. He did so on purpose, of course. Zi Ling deliberately made trouble for Ling Zhu, which actually created opportunities for him. Of course he didn't want to really punish Zi Ling. Otherwise, what if this girl was frightened and didn't dare to target Ling Zhu? He needed Zi Ling to continue to assist him, but he was unwilling to tell Zi Ling clearly. There are some things that you can only act more realistically if you don't know them. If he conspired with Zi Ling and instructed Zi Ling to target Ling Zhu, it is hard to say whether this girl could pretend to be serious. If she were to be exposed someday, given Zi Ling's personality, she would probably betray herself. Yi Yang will never give anyone any handle. Now, he wanted to punish Zi Ling, but not too severely. In this way, if Ziling doesn't learn her lesson, she will definitely dare to cause trouble for Ling Zhu again. That way, he can continue to gain emotional points. What's more, his current relationship with Ziling can be considered as giving Ziling courage behind the scenes. After a long time, Ziling left the medicine garden contentedly. Now, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now her relationship with Yi Yang is stable. If she makes mistakes in the future, the worst that can happen is that she will be punished. Besides, that is not really a punishment. However, after what happened today, it might be difficult to target Ling Zhu in Lingyao Mountain in the future. I still need to find a helper. Ziling thought about it in her heart and left Lingyao Mountain happily. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this period, Yi Yang has been inquiring about Zheng Chu's news. That guy stole the cultivation base of the third elder of the blood-worshipping cult. After all these days, I'm afraid he has already refined that cultivation base. According to Yi Yang's estimation, that boy should have at least reached the Dan stage by now. Now, Zheng Chu must still be thinking about Fairy Fu Hua, and he should not leave Kanglan Domain. But Zheng Chu is now a walking treasure trove, so that guy probably won't show up on his own initiative. Chapter 133, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole, the layout begins. Although Yi Yang designed Zheng Chu, but he didn't expect that the sects in Kanglan Domain could deal with Zheng Chu. That kid was the protagonist, a ruthless character who could survive even in the hands of the blood worship cult. To deal with him, Yi Yang still needs to add fuel to the fire. Right now, the most important thing is naturally to lure the other party to show up. If Zheng Chu keeps hiding, those people will definitely not be able to do anything to him. But as long as he shows up, he will definitely be hunted down by the major holy places. When the time comes, Yi Yang will find another opportunity to pick up the bargain. As for how to lure him out, Yi Yang had already thought about it. The trick that was used against Mu Tian before can still be used. In the eyes of these protagonists, the most important thing is the heroine. At the beginning, Yi Yang was able to use a Ning to lure Mu Tian to appear. Now, of course, we can use Mu Qingqing to lure Zheng Chu out. However, Yi Yang still felt that Mu Qingqing alone was unreliable. He must do something big and let Zheng Chu know. After thinking for a moment, Yi Yang called Mu Qingqing. Qingqing, have you contacted your master recently? Mu Qingqing has never returned since she came to Taishu Holy Land. However, she often contacts Lu Qingchen. This is also what Yi Yang meant. He had to make Lu Qingchen feel at ease. Moreover, through Mu Qingqing, Yi Yang can also keep an eye on Lu Qingchen's movements at all times. Yes, I just contacted Master yesterday. Mu Qingqing sat next to Yi Yang, looking particularly well behaved. I heard that a spirit stone mine was recently discovered near Wadu, and several sects around Baihua Valley seem to be interested in it. Has your master ever mentioned this to you? Hearing this, Mu Qingqing shook her head slightly. For a sect, spirit stone mines are crucial. The spirit stone mine produces spirit stones, which can be supplied to disciples for cultivation. Only by controlling the spirit stone mines can one support the consumption of a sect. And first-rate sects like the Taishu Holy Land all own an entire vein of spirit stone mines, which are even more massive resources. Every time a spirit stone mine is discovered in the outside world, it will lead to fighting among the major sects. Today, the discovery of spirit stone mines around Baihua Valley is undoubtedly a big event for Baihua Valley. If this matter is not handled properly, Baihua Valley may very likely face a devastating disaster. But Baihua Valley would naturally not give up a spirit stone mine easily. Mu Qingqing also couldn't understand why her master had never mentioned such a big thing. But when Yi Yang saw this, he already knew it clearly. It seems that Lu Qingchen still has some grudges against the Taishu Holy Land. Although Yi Yang promised to protect Baihua Valley, Lu Qingchen obviously had no intention of getting too close to Taishu Holy Land. Perhaps, Lu Qingchen was also worried that if she got too close to the Taishu Holy Land, she would slowly be swallowed up by the Taishu Holy Land. I don't know whether this spiritual stone mine is a blessing or a curse for Baihua Valley. Yi Yang sighed softly. It seems that several nearby sects all have ideas about it. Mu Qingqing couldn't help feeling a little worried when she heard this, but she didn't ask Yi Yang for help. After all, this matter was related to Baihua Valley. If she rashly asked Yi Yang to come forward, perhaps he could solve the problem. However, almost all the sects surrounding Baihua Valley are affiliated with Taishu Holy Land. If Yi Yang suppresses them for the sake of Baihua Valley, he will inevitably give people a chance to criticize him. Mu Qingqing is naturally difficult to talk to. What are you thinking about, girl? Seeing Mu Qingqing in a daze, Yi Yang couldn't help but tap her forehead. Do you feel uncomfortable speaking up? Great Elder, this matter is related to the Grand Void Holy Land after all, and I don't want to embarrass you. Mu Qingqing hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. You don't mean what you say, Yi Yang snorted coldly, you're obviously worried about Baihua Valley. Yi Yang stood up, looked at the letters on the table and sighed. Since I promised to protect Baihua Valley, I will naturally come forward. You don't need to explain this matter. I will arrange for those major sects to sit down and talk. You can inform your master. When Mu Qingqing heard this, the worry on her face instantly turned into joy. Since Yi Yang is willing to step forward, Baihua Valley will naturally not be targeted. Moreover, from what Yi Yang said, it was obvious that he wanted to stand on the side of Baihua Valley. Great Elder Mu Qingqing looked at Yi Yang, speechless for a moment. Ding! Mu Qingqing is grateful, emotional value plus 1000. Well, your master trained you to be such an obedient and sensible disciple, but he gave me help. This time, I'll do it for your sake. Yi Yang reached out and rubbed Mu Qingqing's head. If your master knew that you had such a great reputation, he would probably be happy for you. When Mu Qingqing heard this, a blush rose on her cheeks and she said shyly. The Great Elder is teasing me again. After saying that, she stood up and ran away with a look of shame and anger on her face. Such a big thing, of course she had to tell her master first. Looking at Mu Qingqing's leaving figure, Yi Yang's mouth corners slightly raised. He certainly did this on purpose. This incident can just be used to create some noise. When Zheng Chu hears about it, he will definitely show up. By then, I will bring Mu Qingqing with me, and Lu Qingqian will be there too, so why would I be afraid that Zheng Chu will not show up? The next morning, Yi Yang took Mu Qingqing and left Taishu Holy Land. However, they did not rush to Baihua Valley immediately. Yi Yang needs to give Baihua Valley some time to prepare, and of course, also to give Zheng Chu some time in order to spread the news. Great Elder, where are we going now? On the way, Mu Qingqing also noticed that Yi Yang did not go to Baihua Valley, and she couldn't help feeling confused. Right now, we need to give them some time to prepare. Besides, since I want to mediate this matter, I have to understand the situation first, right? I can take advantage of this opportunity to visit several sects near Baihua Valley and see what they think first. Soon, Yi Yang brought Mu Qingqing to Lingshuang City. This place is the territory of the Wanling sect, not far from the 100 Flowers Valley. The Wanling sect is also one of the sects competing for the Spirit Stone Mine this time. Mu Qingqing was naturally very familiar with this place. She remembered that Ling Zhu's home was here. The last time Yi Yang asked her to investigate Ling Zhu, she came here. The two were walking on the street, and seeing Yi Yang strolling leisurely, Mu Qingqing even suspected that Yi Yang was out for a picnic. However, she also knew that this matter could not be rushed. I simply let go of the nervousness in my heart and looked around. Most of the time, she practiced in the sect, and it was nice to experience the bustling city life occasionally. A pair of handsome men and beautiful women, walking on the street, naturally attracted a lot of people's attention, among which there was a familiar figure. Yi Shu stared at Yi Yang's receding back in amazement, his heart filled with shock. Is it him, the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land? Why did he come to Lingshuang City? The person next to her is Mu Qingqing, the senior sister from Baihua Valley. Chapter 134, The Perverted Protagonist, Fury of Impotence. The Wanling sect is close to the 100 Flowers Valley. There are frequent exchanges between the two major sects. Yi Shu naturally knew Mu Qingqing. As the eldest disciple of the Wanling sect, Yi Shu often dealt with Mu Qingqing in the past. As for this undisputed number one beauty in Baihua Valley, didn't Yi Shu have any thoughts in his mind? Moreover, Mu Qingqing seemed to have a unique temperament, and everyone who came into contact with her had a good impression of her. This was naturally due to the martial arts practiced by Mu Qingqing, but outsiders did not know and only thought it was due to Mu Qingqing's personal charm. Yi Shu also took this to heart. However, Baihua Valley encountered some unexpected events these days, and he did not want to get involved in this mess, so he had no news of Mu Qingqing these days. But I don't want to see them again. Mu Qingqing is actually with Yi Yang. Moreover, looking at the appearance of the two of them, they seemed to be very close. This made Yi Shu feel a little unhappy. He still remembered that the last time Yi Yang went to the Wanling sect, he attacked Xinya. He already had hostility towards Yi Yang in his heart. Now, seeing that Mu Qingqing was actually with Yi Yang, he was immediately furious. Ding! Yi Shu is angry, emotion value plus 500. Yi Yang was looking around when he suddenly received a prompt from the system. His expression changed slightly and he soon found Yi Shu's trace. He knew that Yi Shu's home was in Lingshuang City, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he would run into him. This kid is also the protagonist, so Yi Yang will naturally not let go of such a good opportunity to make money. Qingqing, what else do you like? Just buy it. Yi Yang took Mu Qingqing's little hand. Now, Mu Qingqing naturally would not resist, but instead took the initiative to move closer. She is usually devoted to cultivation and has little contact with these mundane gadgets. Now that she could finally let go of everything, she simply let go. She collected all kinds of small toys. She didn't care whether she could use them or not. As long as they looked good, she would buy them. Anyway, for her, these things are almost useless. Just to satisfy her curiosity. Seeing the two of them walking together hand in hand, Yi Shu became even angrier. He just couldn't understand why such a wonderful woman like Mu Qingqing would fall in love with Yi Yang. Is it because he is old? Or is it because he doesn't take a shower? In Yi Shu's eyes, Mu Qingqing is undoubtedly a fairy from heaven. Although in his eyes, his favorite is still his master's wife, this does not stop him from liking Mu Qingqing. Now, seeing the woman he loves being so intimate with someone else, how could he not be angry? What's more, the person Mu Qingqing likes is actually Yi Yang, a sinister and cunning guy. This made him even more upset. Others may not know Yi Yang, but he knows him very well. In his eyes, Yi Yang bullying his master's wife was already a way to death. Even though Yi Yang was the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land, loved by one person in above 10,000 people, he was not afraid at all. As long as he successfully repairs the God King cauldron, people like Yi Yang will only become nutrients in his cauldron. Ding! Yi Shu is furious, emotion value plus 500. Feeling Yi Shu's rising anger, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh. These protagonists are really impatient. However, it is normal to think about it. After all, the pace of life is fast-paced now, and the protagonists who are popular are decisive and ruthless. If there is a grudge today, it must be taken today. It is normal for them to be impatient. Qingqing, it's getting late, let's find an inn to stay in first. Yi Yang spoke softly, and the two of them walked towards an inn. Boss, a room with the best quality.
Walking into the inn, Yi Yang shouted directly. But when Mu Qingqing heard this, her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She naturally understood Yi Yang's intention, but considering that they were outside now, it shouldn't matter. When she was in Taishu Holy Land, she didn't dare to act too close to Yi Yang, but it was different here, because no one knew them anyway. But when these words fell into Yi Shu's ears outside the door, it was like a bolt from the blue. They live in the same room. Could it be that they already? Or does Yi Yang intend to take action against Mu Qingqing? No, I must stop them. Yi Shu was feeling anxious, but just as he was about to follow, he saw Mu Qingqing holding Yi Yang's arm and walking upstairs with a smile on her face. This time Yi Shu was completely numb. He always thought that Yi Yang was using his identity to threaten Mu Qingqing. After all, in his eyes, Mu Qingqing was a fairy as pure as a snow lotus. How could she like an old man? But now it seems that Mu Qingqing doesn't care at all. Moreover, judging from their expressions, they seem to have gotten used to it. Could it be that the matter has already been settled between them? No, look at how relaxed Mu Qingqing is. I'm afraid the raw rice has already been cooked into rice crust. Yi Shu clenched his fists, filled with resentment. At this moment, Mu Qingqing's image in her eyes completely collapsed. How could that person who is as pure as a jade girl actually have such a side to her? In his mind, he seemed to have already imagined the scene of Mu Qingqing lying in front of Yi Yang. But soon, his expression gradually became calm again. That's Mu Qingqing, the most beautiful woman in Baihua Valley. So what if I have lost my virginity? He, Yi Shu, doesn't care about this. This is true for the master's wife and Mu Qingqing as well. A different idea suddenly came to his mind. If I snatch Yi Yang's woman away, it would be considered revenge for him humiliating my master's wife, right? Yi Shu thought about it and simply booked a room in the inn. He needed to wait. When Mu Qingqing was alone, he would expose Yi Yang's true identity. He believed that based on his relationship with Mu Qingqing, the woman would definitely believe him. His idea is typical of being clueless. He thinks others like him just after talking to them for a few words. But Yishu was full of confidence in this. However, he waited for 2 full days, and during these 2 days, Yi Yang and the other person did not go out. Beast. Yi Yang, you are such a beast. Yishu stood at the window and clenched his fists. He could imagine what the 2 men had been doing in there during the past 2 days. But he never thought that Yi Yang was so strong. He even felt a little sorry for Mu Qingqing. That woman looked so fragile, how could she withstand such torture? Thinking of this, he became even angrier. In the room, Mu Qingqing really couldn't bear it anymore. Although she had known that Yi Yang was powerful, she had never imagined that he was so powerful. In the past, when he was in the Taishu Holy Land, Yi Yang would still be concerned about the impact and would not act recklessly. But when they got here, the 2 of them completely let themselves go. This caused Mu Qingqing to suffer a great sin. Ding! Mu Qingqing unlocks new emotional value plus 1000. Chapter 135. No way to defend yourself, instead being ridiculed. Yi Yang has had a hard time these days. Cheng Suling now hides in Lingyao Mountain every day and dares not go back. Meng Yao went back to seclusion again, and Ning has also been practicing these days. Yi Yang could only occasionally seek help from Mu Qingqing to satisfy his cravings. Fortunately, Mu Qingqing has a special physique, unlike Ning. But even so, the girl couldn't get up at the moment. After resting for a whole day, Mu Qingqing finally recovered. Of course, these 2 days have also been a huge improvement for her. Mu Qingqing's cultivation is still at a low level now, but after these 2 days, she feels that she is about to make a breakthrough. After hearing about this, Yi Yang naturally did not dare to be careless. Those who practice Taoism should still focus on cultivation. He simply planned to stay here for 2 more days to let Mu Qingqing break through first. At noon, Yi Yang went out alone. He came here for something important. Now that Mu Qingqing was practicing, he could go and get some information. Of course, he also deliberately created some opportunities for someone. He knew that Yishu was following them, but according to the conditions given by the system, Yishu and Mu Qingqing had little in common. But judging from Yishu's previous reaction, this kid obviously has some thoughts about Mu Qingqing. Yi Yang also wanted to see what Yishu meant. He left the inn, but did not go far. Sure enough, not long after he left, Yishu walked out of the room. Yishu came to the outside of Mu Qingqing's room and took a deep breath. He didn't know what Mu Qingqing looked like at the moment, and he needed to calm down. After a moment's silence, he finally knocked on the door. Mu Qingqing thought it was Yi Yang who came back, so she propped herself up and opened the door. What I could see was a slightly unfamiliar face. Who are you? When Yishu heard this, he almost suffocated and passed out. They had met so many times after all. How long had it been since they last met? Had Mu Qingqing forgotten about him? Does he just not exist? Miss Qingqing, I am Yishu from the Wanling sect. Yishu tried hard to calm himself, forced a smile and introduced himself. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing suddenly remembered. She and Yishu had indeed met a few times, but they were just daily interactions. After all, the Wanling sect is a neighbor of the Baihua Valley, and they have a lot of exchanges with each other. But the relationship between them was only at the level of communication. Lu Qingchen was worried that Baihua Valley would be swallowed up by Taishu Holy Land, so she always kept her distance from the surrounding sects. As the eldest disciple of Baihua Valley, she is no exception. In the past, my contact with Yishu was only superficial. So, when she saw Yishu just now, she didn't recognize him at first. Sorry, Mr. Yi, I just didn't think of it for a moment. Mu Qingqing hurriedly opened her mouth to explain, but as soon as she said this, she realized something was wrong. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to say this? She was also very tired these past 2 days, and even her words became less thoughtless. Thinking of this, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but blush. It's all Yi Yang's fault. Yishu became even angrier when he saw Mu Qingqing like this. He didn't care about what Mu Qingqing meant, but when he saw Mu Qingqing like this, he couldn't help but think of Yi Yang. Miss Qingqing, why are you with Yi Yang, the great elder of Taishu Holy Land? Yishu calmed himself and quickly changed the topic to Yi Yang. But when Mu Qingqing heard this, she frowned slightly. She was quick-witted and understood what Yishu meant by that. Clearly, he had seen him with Yi Yang. Moreover, Yi Yang had just left when this guy came over. It was obvious that he was deliberately avoiding Yi Yang. That could only mean that Yi Shu was secretly following him. Just from a few short sentences, Mu Qingqing was able to grasp a lot of information. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, but there was still a smile on her face. Master Yi also knows the great elder of Taishu Holy Land. Well, Yi Yang came to Wanling sect some time ago, and I received him together with my master. Yi Shu didn't notice the change in Mu Qingqing's tone at all and continued talking to himself. That Yi Yang is not a good person. At that time, my master arranged for my master's wife to accompany him to visit the Wanling sect. But after my master's wife came back, she seemed to have become a different person. I suspect that Yi Yang had done something to my master's wife. Yi Shu spoke out all his thoughts at once. But when Mu Qingqing heard this, she just found it ridiculous. You doubt it? Then why didn't you tell your master about it? Yi Shu was speechless for a moment. He just had a suspicion but had no evidence. If he said it rashly, not to mention whether his master would believe it, once his master knew about it, he might even take the initiative to send Qinya to Yi Yang. He dared not let such a thing happen. But he didn't dare to say these things directly. Miss Qingqing, believe me, I know my master's wife very well. She was disheveled that day, and it was obvious that something had happened between her and Yi Yang. Before Yi Shu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mu Qingqing. Master Yi, as a fellow cultivator, I respect you, but you are unfilial for speculating about master's wife privately. You are unrighteous for not informing master since you knew about this. Wanling sect is a subsidiary sect of Taishu Holy Land, and you are disloyal for doubting the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land. Such a heavy responsibility is truly ungentlemanly. After Mu Qingqing finished speaking, she glanced at Yi Shu with disgust on her face. Mr. Yi, take care of yourself. After saying that, Mu Qingqing turned around and closed the door. Yi Shu stood at the door in a daze, not reacting for a moment. What's going on? Why does this woman trust Yi Yang so much? Although he had no evidence that Yi Yang had an affair with his master's wife, he absolutely believed in his intuition. He and Mu Qingqing have been friends for all these years, but this woman actually doesn't believe him. Yi Shu stared at the closed door in front of him and clenched his fists. Woman, you will pay the price for your arrogance sooner or later. If he had some fantasies about Mu Qingqing before, now he just used Mu Qingqing as a tool to humiliate Yi Yang. He secretly swore in his heart that one day, he would make Mu Qingqing kneel before him. Yi Shu turned around and left the inn. The anger in his heart had not subsided, but as soon as he returned home, he met the person he least wanted to see. Ling Zhu. Why are you back? Ling Zhu has been in Taishu Holy Land for some time. During these days, she has finally become familiar with the rules of Taishu Holy Land. The affairs at Lingyao Mountain are indeed not very busy. On weekdays, they would set up spiritual formations in the medicine fields, and they could allocate the rest of the time as they wished. While she had time, she wanted to come back to see her adoptive parents. But unexpectedly, Yi Shu also came back. Chapter 136 The tragic protagonist, not liked by his family. I came back to see my godfather and godmother. Ling Zhu naturally didn't have a good face towards Yi Shu, as this guy had bullied her many times in the past. If it weren't for her adoptive parents' sake, she would have fallen out with Yi Shu long ago. What's more, Yi Shu always looks sinister, with viciousness written all over his face, which makes people feel annoyed. Oh, after going to the Taishu Holy Land, I thought you had forgotten about this home. Yi Shu spoke in a sarcastic tone, which made Ling Zhu even more angry. This is not my home. I only came back to visit for the sake of my godfather and godmother. Hearing this, Yi Shu immediately perked up. Dad, did you hear all of this? This bitch is always like this. No matter how good you treat her, she won't be grateful. Yi Shu had just been taught a lesson by Mu Qingqing, and he was feeling pent up in anger, so now was the perfect time to vent it out. What's more, he was very unhappy about Ling Zhu's joining the Taishu Holy Land this time. The Taishu Holy Land has an extraordinary status, and Ling Zhu's status in the family has also risen. This woman was clearly a maid, but now she seemed to have become the mistress of this family. Even he, her biological son, was half a head shorter than his parents. He has always wanted to find an opportunity to drive Ling Zhu out. Now that he has the evidence, how can he let it go? In the first seat, the two elders were a little angry when they saw Yi Shu causing trouble as soon as he came back. Now, Ling Zhu has joined the Taishu Holy Land, which has brought honor to the Yi family. As long as Ling Zhu stays in Taishu Holy Land, the status of their Yi family will be as stable as Mount Tai. Even the Wanling sect didn't dare to touch them. But Yi Shu just couldn't understand this. He knew that Ling Zhu was now a disciple of Taishu Holy Land, but he still wanted to make trouble. Yi Sidao couldn't understand why such a smart person like him gave birth to such a stupid thing. Shower, shut up. Yi Sidao scolded. Zhu'er has finally returned home, can't you just be quiet for a while? Dad, she's just a maid, do you really think she's your own daughter? Yi Shu felt even more indignant when he saw that his own father was speaking for outsiders. I have always treated Zhu'er as my own daughter. It has always been the case and it will always be the case. Yi Sidao looked at Ling Zhu with satisfaction on his face. Today, Ling Zhu is no longer the slave who was ordered around by others. She is now a disciple of Taishu Holy Land and has an extraordinary status and position. Even he, the head of the family, has to be polite to Ling Zhu. If they provoke the Taishu Holy Land, even the Wanling sect will not be able to protect them. But Yi Shu just couldn't understand this. Okay, you really are my real parents. Yi Shu was so angry that his parents laughed. How could there be parents in this world who would leave their own son alone and let him get close to a stranger? He sat aside angrily, staring at Ling Zhu with a bad look. Seeing that Yi Shu had finally calmed down, Yi Sidao looked at Ling Zhu and started chatting about family matters. Zhu'er, how do you feel about being in Taishu Holy Land? Is there anything you need? Just tell me. Although my Yi family is only a small family, we have some wealth. You are in such a big sect, so you have to take care of things on a daily basis. If you are short of spirit stones or something, just ask. Yi Sidao is a smart man. Now that he can use Ling Zhu's relationship to get in touch with the Taishu Holy Land, how can he not be excited? Even if they spend all their wealth for this, as long as the Taishu Holy Land is supporting them, the Yi family can make a comeback. Godfather, you are worrying too much. I am working in Lingyao Mountain now. As long as I do my job well, I don't need those things. Oh, so you're farming for others. Yi Shu couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. You are destined to be a servant. Yi Shu, shut up. Yi Sidao was furious when he heard this. The elixir you used to treat your previous injury was given by Zhu'er. It's okay that you don't know how to be grateful, but how dare you talk like that? Huh, I didn't ask her for help. Besides, if I knew those elixirs were given by her, I would never use them even if I died. Yi Shu glanced at Ling Zhu with great pride. Ling Zhu, remember this, you don't need to use those elixirs to win over my parents. I, Yi Shu, will never use the elixir you gave me in the past or in the future. Even if I die outside, I don't need your charity. Ling Zhu looked at Yi Shu coldly, but couldn't help sneering in her heart. Yi Shu, you should also remember that I gave those elixirs to my godfather and godmother only out of affection for them. This has nothing to do with you. If you really have backbone, remember what I said today. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Yi Sidao had to step out to smooth things over. Zhu'er, ignore him. Yi Sidao sat next to Ling Zhu and changed the subject. Zhu'er, you have to be more serious when you are working in Spiritual Medicine Mountain. There is no shortage of spiritual medicine at home. Don't bring spiritual medicine back home in the future, lest the sect finds out and you can't explain it clearly. It's okay, Godfather. Taishu Holy Land has its own rules. The spiritual medicines in the medicine garden are quantified and there won't be any misunderstandings. Ling Zhu couldn't help but smile when she said this. These are what Yi Yang, the great elder of Taishu Holy Land, told me personally. Great elder Yi Yang is a good man, fair, kind, and never partial. He also said that if I have any problems, I can go to him directly. As Ling Zhu started talking, Yi Yang's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Oh, Zhu'er is really amazing. You just entered the Taishu Holy Land and you already know such an important person. The legendary Great Elder Yi Yang is the best swordsman in Kanglan territory. Zhu'er, you must be careful in front of him and never make the Great Elder angry. If such a person gets angry, not to mention our small Yi family, even the Wanling sect can't stop him. When Yi Sidao heard Yi Yang's name, he was immediately filled with fear. In his opinion, those big shots all had strange tempers and were difficult to get along with. Moreover, those people had such high cultivation levels that it was not even necessary to use force to kill them. Godfather, you're worrying too much. Great Elder Yi Yang is not as scary as you think. He's a very nice person. When Lingju saw Yi Sidao's look, she couldn't help but feel a little amused. Before she met Yi Yang, her impression of him was almost the same. After all, even the leader of the Wanling sect was arrogant in front of them and would not even look at them straight in the eye, let alone the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land. But after meeting Yi Yang, she felt that although Yi Yang had a sense of majesty, he also gave people a sense of affinity. Very good. When Yi Shu heard the name Yi Yang again, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Yi Yang, why can't he escape this name no matter where he goes? That guy just snatched Mu Qingqing away, and he was already feeling unhappy, and now this guy appeared in Ling Ju's mouth again. How could he not be angry? Chapter 136 The Tragic Protagonist, not liked by his family. I came back to see my godfather and godmother. Ling Zhu naturally didn't have a good face towards Yi Shu, as this guy had bullied her many times in the past. If it weren't for her adoptive parents Sake, she would have fallen out with Yi Shu long ago. What's more, Yi Shu always looks sinister, with viciousness written all over his face, which makes people feel annoyed. Oh, after going to the Taishu Holy Land, I thought you had forgotten about this home. Yi Shu spoke in a sarcastic tone, which made Ling Zhu even more angry. This is not my home. I only came back to visit for the sake of my godfather and godmother. Hearing this, Yi Shu immediately perked up. Dad, did you hear all of this? This bitch is always like this. No matter how good you treat her, she won't be grateful. Yi Shu had just been taught a lesson by Mu Qingqing, and he was feeling pent up in anger, so now was the perfect time to vent it out. What's more, he was very unhappy about Ling Ju's joining the Taishu Holy Land this time. The Taishu Holy Land has an extraordinary status, and Ling Ju's status in the family has also risen. This woman was clearly a maid, but now she seemed to have become the mistress of this family. Even he, her biological son, was half a head shorter than his parents. He has always wanted to find an opportunity to drive Ling Zhu out. Now that he has the evidence, how can he let it go? In the first seat, the two elders were a little angry when they saw Yi Shu causing trouble as soon as he came back. Now, Ling Zhu has joined the Taishu Holy Land, which has brought honor to the Yi family. As long as Ling Zhu stays in Taishu Holy Land, the status of their Yi family will be as stable as Mount Tai. Even the Wanling sect didn't dare to touch them. But Yi Shu just couldn't understand this. He knew that Ling Zhu was now a disciple of Taishu Holy Land, but he still wanted to make trouble. Yi Sidao couldn't understand why such a smart person like him gave birth to such a stupid thing. Shower, shut up. Yi Sidao scolded. Zhuer has finally returned home, can't you just be quiet for a while? Dad, she's just a maid, do you really think she's your own daughter? Yi Shu felt even more indignant when he saw that his own father was speaking for outsiders. I have always treated Zhuer as my own daughter. It has always been the case and it will always be the case. Yi Sidao looked at Ling Zhu with satisfaction on his face. Today, Ling Zhu is no longer the slave who was ordered around by others. She is now a disciple of Taishu Holy Land and has an extraordinary status and position. Even he, the head of the family, has to be polite to Ling Zhu. If they provoke the Taishu Holy Land, even the Wanling sect will not be able to protect them. But Yi Shu just couldn't understand this. Okay, you really are my real parents. Yi Shu was so angry that his parents laughed. How could there be parents in this world who would leave their own son alone and let him get close to a stranger? He sat aside angrily, staring at Ling Zhu with a bad look. Seeing that Yi Shu had finally calmed down, Yi Sidao looked at Ling Zhu and started chatting about family matters. Zhuer, how do you feel about being in Taishu Holy Land? Is there anything you need? Just tell me. Although my Yi family is only a small family, we have some wealth. You are in such a big sect, so you have to take care of things on a daily basis. If you are short of spirit stones or something, just ask. Yi Sidao is a smart man. Now that he can use Ling Zhu's relationship to get in touch with the Taishu Holy Land, how can he not be excited? Even if they spend all their wealth for this, as long as the Taishu Holy Land is supporting them, the Yi family can make a comeback. Godfather, you are worrying too much. I am working in Lingyao Mountain now. As long as I do my job well, I don't need those things. Oh, so you're farming for others. Yi Shu couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. You are destined to be a servant. Yi Shu, shut up. Yi Sidao was furious when he heard this. The elixir you used to treat your previous injury was given by Zuer. It's okay that you don't know how to be grateful, but how dare you talk like that? Huh, I didn't ask her for help. Besides, if I knew those elixirs were given by her, I would never use them even if I died. Yi Shu glanced at Ling Zhu with great pride. Lingju, remember this, you don't need to use those elixirs to win over my parents. I, Yi Shu, will never use the elixir you gave me in the past or in the future. Even if I die outside, I don't need your charity. Ling Zhu looked at Yi Shu coldly, but couldn't help sneering in her heart. Yi Shu, you should also remember that I gave those elixirs to my godfather and godmother only out of affection for them. This has nothing to do with you. If you really have backbone, remember what I said today. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Yi Sidao had to step out to smooth things over. Zuer, ignore him. Yi Sidao sat next to Ling Zhu and changed the subject. Zuer, you have to be more serious when you are working in Spiritual Medicine Mountain. There is no shortage of spiritual medicine at home. Don't bring spiritual medicine back home in the future, lest the sect finds out and you can't explain it clearly. It's okay, Godfather. Taishu Holy Land has its own rules. The spiritual medicines in the medicine garden are quantified and there won't be any misunderstandings. Ling Zhu couldn't help but smile when she said this. These are what Yi Yang, the great elder of Taishu Holy Land, told me personally. Great elder Yi Yang is a good man, fair, kind, and never partial. He also said that if I have any problems, I can go to him directly. As Ling Zhu started talking, Yi Yang's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Oh, Zuer is really amazing. You just entered the Taishu Holy Land and you already know such an important person. The legendary Great Elder Yi Yang is the best swordsman in Kanglan territory. Zuer, you must be careful in front of him and never make the Great Elder angry. If such a person gets angry, not to mention our small Yi family, even the Wanling sect can't stop him. When Yi Sidao heard Yi Yang's name, he was immediately filled with fear. In his opinion, those big shots all had strange tempers and were difficult to get along with. Moreover, those people had such high cultivation levels that it was not even necessary to use force to kill them. Godfather, you're worrying too much. Great Elder Yi Yang is not as scary as you think. He's a very nice person. When Lingju saw Yi Sidao's look, she couldn't help but feel a little amused. Before she met Yi Yang, her impression of him was almost the same. After all, even the leader of the Wanling sect was arrogant in front of them and would not even look at them straight in the eye, let alone the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land. But after meeting Yi Yang, she felt that although Yi Yang had a sense of majesty, he also gave people a sense of affinity. Very good. When Yi Shu heard the name Yi Yang again, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Yi Yang, why can't he escape this name no matter where he goes? That guy just snatched Mu Qingqing away, and he was already feeling unhappy, and now this guy appeared in Ling Ju's mouth again. How could he not be angry? Chapter 136 The Tragic Protagonist, not liked by his family. I came back to see my godfather and godmother. Ling Zhu naturally didn't have a good face towards Yi Shu, as this guy had bullied her many times in the past. If it weren't for her adoptive parents Sake, she would have fallen out with Yi Shu long ago. What's more, Yi Shu always looks sinister, with viciousness written all over his face, which makes people feel annoyed. Oh, after going to the Taishu Holy Land, I thought you had forgotten about this home. Yi Shu spoke in a sarcastic tone, which made Ling Zhu even more angry. This is not my home. I only came back to visit for the sake of my godfather and godmother. Hearing this, Yi Shu immediately perked up. Dad, did you hear all of this? This bitch is always like this. No matter how good you treat her, she won't be grateful. Yi Shu had just been taught a lesson by Mu Qingqing, and he was feeling pent up in anger, so now was the perfect time to vent it out. What's more, he was very unhappy about Ling Ju's joining the Taishu Holy Land this time. The Taishu Holy Land has an extraordinary status, and Ling Ju's status in the family has also risen. This woman was clearly a maid, but now she seemed to have become the mistress of this family. Even he, her biological son, was half a head shorter than his parents. He has always wanted to find an opportunity to drive Ling Zhu out. Now that he has the evidence, how can he let it go? In the first seat, the two elders were a little angry when they saw Yi Shu causing trouble as soon as he came back. Now, Ling Zhu has joined the Taishu Holy Land, which has brought honor to the Yi family. As long as Ling Zhu stays in Taishu Holy Land, the status of their Yi family will be as stable as Mount Tai. Even the Wanling sect didn't dare to touch them. But Yi Shu just couldn't understand this. He knew that Ling Zhu was now a disciple of Taishu Holy Land, but he still wanted to make trouble. Yi Sidao couldn't understand why such a smart person like him gave birth to such a stupid thing. Shower, shut up. Yi Sidao scolded. Zhu'er has finally returned home, can't you just be quiet for a while? Dad, she's just a maid, do you really think she's your own daughter? Yi Shu felt even more indignant when he saw that his own father was speaking for outsiders. I have always treated Zhu'er as my own daughter. It has always been the case and it will always be the case. Yi Sidao looked at Ling Zhu with satisfaction on his face. Today, Ling Zhu is no longer the slave who was ordered around by others. She is now a disciple of Taishu Holy Land and has an extraordinary status and position. Even he, the head of the family, has to be polite to Ling Zhu. If they provoke the Taishu Holy Land, even the Wanling sect will not be able to protect them. But Yi Shu just couldn't understand this. Okay, you really are my real parents. Yi Shu was so angry that his parents laughed. How could there be parents in this world who would leave their own son alone and let him get close to a stranger? He sat aside angrily, staring at Ling Zhu with a bad look. Seeing that Yi Shu had finally calmed down, Yi Sidao looked at Ling Zhu and started chatting about family matters. Zhu'er, how do you feel about being in Taishu Holy Land? Is there anything you need? Just tell me. Although my Yi family is only a small family, we have some wealth. You are in such a big sect, so you have to take care of things on a daily basis. If you are short of spirit stones or something, just ask. Yi Sidao is a smart man. Now that he can use Ling Zhu's relationship to get in touch with the Taishu Holy Land, how can he not be excited? Even if they spend all their wealth for this, as long as the Taishu Holy Land is supporting them, the Yi family can make a comeback. Godfather, you are worrying too much. I am working in Lingyao Mountain now. As long as I do my job well, I don't need those things. Oh, so you're farming for others. Yi Shu couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. You are destined to be a servant. Yi Shu, shut up. Yi Sidao was furious when he heard this. The elixir you used to treat your previous injury was given by Zhu'er. It's okay that you don't know how to be grateful, but how dare you talk like that? Huh, I didn't ask her for help. Besides, if I knew those elixirs were given by her, I would never use them even if I died. Yi Shu glanced at Ling Zhu with great pride. Ling Zhu, remember this, you don't need to use those elixirs to win over my parents. I, Yi Shu, will never use the elixir you gave me in the past or in the future. Even if I die outside, I don't need your charity. Ling Zhu looked at Yi Shu coldly, but couldn't help sneering in her heart. Yi Shu, you should also remember that I gave those elixirs to my godfather and godmother only out of affection for them. This has nothing to do with you. If you really have backbone, remember what I said today. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Yi Sidao had to step out to smooth things over. Zhu'er, ignore him. Yi Sidao sat next to Ling Zhu and changed the subject. Zhu'er, you have to be more serious when you are working in Spiritual Medicine Mountain. There is no shortage of spiritual medicine at home. Don't bring spiritual medicine back home in the future, lest the sect finds out and you can't explain it clearly. It's okay, Godfather. Taishu Holy Land has its own rules. The spiritual medicines in the medicine garden are quantified and there won't be any misunderstandings. Ling Zhu couldn't help but smile when she said this. These are what Yi Yang, the great elder of Taishu Holy Land, told me personally. Great elder Yi Yang is a good man, fair, kind, and never partial. He also said that if I have any problems, I can go to him directly. As Ling Zhu started talking, Yi Yang's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Oh, Zhu'er is really amazing. You just entered the Taishu Holy Land and you already know such an important person. The legendary Great Elder Yi Yang is the best swordsman in Kanglan territory. Zhu'er, you must be careful in front of him and never make the Great Elder angry. If such a person gets angry, not to mention our small Yi family, even the Wanling sect can't stop him. When Yi Sidao heard Yi Yang's name, he was immediately filled with fear. In his opinion, those big shots all had strange tempers and were difficult to get along with. Moreover, those people had such high cultivation levels that it was not even necessary to use force to kill them. Godfather, you're worrying too much. Great Elder Yi Yang is not as scary as you think. He's a very nice person. When Lingju saw Yi Sidao's look, she couldn't help but feel a little amused. Before she met Yi Yang, her impression of him was almost the same. After all, even the leader of the Wanling sect was arrogant in front of them and would not even look at them straight in the eye, let alone the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land. But after meeting Yi Yang, she felt that although Yi Yang had a sense of majesty, he also gave people a sense of affinity. Very good. When Yi Shu heard the name Yi Yang again, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Yi Yang, why can't he escape this name no matter where he goes? That guy just snatched Mu Qingqing away, and he was already feeling unhappy, and now this guy appeared in Ling Ju's mouth again. How could he not be angry? Chapter 136 The Tragic Protagonist, not liked by his family. I came back to see my godfather and godmother. Ling Zhu naturally didn't have a good face towards Yi Shu, as this guy had bullied her many times in the past. If it weren't for her adoptive parents Sake, she would have fallen out with Yi Shu long ago. What's more, Yi Shu always looks sinister, with viciousness written all over his face, which makes people feel annoyed. Oh, after going to the Taishu Holy Land, I thought you had forgotten about this home. Yi Shu spoke in a sarcastic tone, which made Ling Zhu even more angry. This is not my home. I only came back to visit for the sake of my godfather and godmother. Hearing this, Yi Shu immediately perked up. Dad, did you hear all of this? This bitch is always like this. No matter how good you treat her, she won't be grateful. Yi Shu had just been taught a lesson by Mu Qingqing, and he was feeling pent up in anger, so now was the perfect time to vent it out. What's more, he was very unhappy about Ling Ju's joining the Taishu Holy Land this time. The Taishu Holy Land has an extraordinary status, and Ling Ju's status in the family has also risen. This woman was clearly a maid, but now she seemed to have become the mistress of this family. Even he, her biological son, was half a head shorter than his parents. He has always wanted to find an opportunity to drive Ling Zhu out. Now that he has the evidence, how can he let it go? In the first seat, the two elders were a little angry when they saw Yi Shu causing trouble as soon as he came back. Now, Ling Zhu has joined the Taishu Holy Land, which has brought honor to the Yi family. As long as Ling Zhu stays in Taishu Holy Land, the status of their Yi family will be as stable as Mount Tai. Even the Wanling sect didn't dare to touch them. But Yi Shu just couldn't understand this. He knew that Ling Zhu was now a disciple of Taishu Holy Land, but he still wanted to make trouble. Yi Sidao couldn't understand why such a smart person like him gave birth to such a stupid thing. Shower, shut up. Yi Sidao scolded. Zhuer has finally returned home, can't you just be quiet for a while? Dad, she's just a maid, do you really think she's your own daughter? Yi Shu felt even more indignant when he saw that his own father was speaking for outsiders. I have always treated Zhuer as my own daughter. It has always been the case and it will always be the case. Yi Sidao looked at Ling Zhu with satisfaction on his face. Today, Ling Zhu is no longer the slave who was ordered around by others. She is now a disciple of Taishu Holy Land and has an extraordinary status and position. Even he, the head of the family, has to be polite to Ling Zhu. If they provoke the Taishu Holy Land, even the Wanling sect will not be able to protect them. But Yi Shu just couldn't understand this. Okay, you really are my real parents. Yi Shu was so angry that his parents laughed. How could there be parents in this world who would leave their own son alone and let him get close to a stranger? He sat aside angrily, staring at Ling Zhu with a bad look. Seeing that Yi Shu had finally calmed down, Yi Sidao looked at Ling Zhu and started chatting about family matters. Zhuer, how do you feel about being in Taishu Holy Land? Is there anything you need? Just tell me. Although my Yi family is only a small family, we have some wealth. You are in such a big sect, so you have to take care of things on a daily basis. If you are short of spirit stones or something, just ask. Yi Sidao is a smart man. Now that he can use Ling Zhu's relationship to get in touch with the Taishu Holy Land, how can he not be excited? Even if they spend all their wealth for this, as long as the Taishu Holy Land is supporting them, the Yi family can make a comeback. Godfather, you are worrying too much. I am working in Lingyao Mountain now. As long as I do my job well, I don't need those things. Oh, so you're farming for others. Yi Shu couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. You are destined to be a servant. Yi Shu, shut up. Yi Sidao was furious when he heard this. The elixir you used to treat your previous injury was given by Zhuer. It's okay that you don't know how to be grateful, but how dare you talk like that? Huh, I didn't ask her for help. Besides, if I knew those elixirs were given by her, I would never use them even if I died. Yi Shu glanced at Ling Zhu with great pride. Lingju, remember this, you don't need to use those elixirs to win over my parents. I, Yi Shu, will never use the elixir you gave me in the past or in the future. Even if I die outside, I don't need your charity. Ling Zhu looked at Yi Shu coldly, but couldn't help sneering in her heart. Yi Shu, you should also remember that I gave those elixirs to my godfather and godmother only out of affection for them. This has nothing to do with you. If you really have backbone, remember what I said today. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Yi Sidao had to step out to smooth things over. Zhu'er, ignore him. Yi Sidao sat next to Ling Zhu and changed the subject. Zhu'er, you have to be more serious when you are working in Spiritual Medicine Mountain. There is no shortage of spiritual medicine at home. Don't bring spiritual medicine back home in the future, lest the sect finds out and you can't explain it clearly. It's okay, Godfather. Taishu Holy Land has its own rules. The spiritual medicines in the medicine garden are quantified and there won't be any misunderstandings. Ling Zhu couldn't help but smile when she said this. These are what Yi Yang, the great elder of Taishu Holy Land, told me personally. Great Elder Yi Yang is a good man, fair, kind, and never partial. He also said that if I have any problems, I can go to him directly. As Ling Zhu started talking, Yi Yang's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Oh, Zhu'er is really amazing. You just entered the Taishu Holy Land and you already know such an important person. The legendary Great Elder Yi Yang is the best swordsman in Kanglan territory. Zhu'er, you must be careful in front of him and never make the Great Elder angry. If such a person gets angry, not to mention our small Yi family, even the Wanling sect can't stop him. When Yi Sidao heard Yi Yang's name, he was immediately filled with fear. In his opinion, those big shots all had strange tempers and were difficult to get along with. Moreover, those people had such high cultivation levels that it was not even necessary to use force to kill them. Godfather, you're worrying too much. Great Elder Yi Yang is not as scary as you think. He's a very nice person. When Lingju saw Yi Sidao's look, she couldn't help but feel a little amused. Before she met Yi Yang, her impression of him was almost the same. After all, even the leader of the Wanling sect was arrogant in front of them and would not even look at them straight in the eye, let alone the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land. But after meeting Yi Yang, she felt that although Yi Yang had a sense of majesty, he also gave people a sense of affinity. Huh, very good. When Yi Shu heard the name Yi Yang again, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Yi Yang, why can't he escape this name no matter where he goes? That guy just snatched Mu Qingqing away, and he was already feeling unhappy, and now this guy appeared in Ling Ju's mouth again. How could he not be angry? Chapter 136 The Tragic Protagonist, not liked by his family. I came back to see my godfather and godmother. Ling Zhu naturally didn't have a good face towards Yi Shu, as this guy had bullied her many times in the past. If it weren't for her adoptive parents Sake, she would have fallen out with Yi Shu long ago. What's more, Yi Shu always looks sinister, with viciousness written all over his face, which makes people feel annoyed. Oh, after going to the Taishu Holy Land, I thought you had forgotten about this home. Yi Shu spoke in a sarcastic tone, which made Ling Zhu even more angry. This is not my home. I only came back to visit for the sake of my godfather and godmother. Hearing this, Yi Shu immediately perked up. Dad, did you hear all of this? This bitch is always like this. No matter how good you treat her, she won't be grateful. Yi Shu had just been taught a lesson by Mu Qingqing, and he was feeling pent up in anger, so now was the perfect time to vent it out. What's more, he was very unhappy about Ling Ju's joining the Taishu Holy Land this time. The Taishu Holy Land has an extraordinary status, and Ling Ju's status in the family has also risen. This woman was clearly a maid, but now she seemed to have become the mistress of this family. Even he, her biological son, was half a head shorter than his parents. He has always wanted to find an opportunity to drive Ling Zhu out. Now that he has the evidence, how can he let it go? In the first seat, the two elders were a little angry when they saw Yi Shu causing trouble as soon as he came back. Now, Ling Zhu has joined the Taishu Holy Land, which has brought honor to the Yi family. As long as Ling Zhu stays in Taishu Holy Land, the status of their Yi family will be as stable as Mount Tai. Even the Wanling sect didn't dare to touch them. But Yi Shu just couldn't understand this. He knew that Ling Zhu was now a disciple of Taishu Holy Land, but he still wanted to make trouble. Yi Sidao couldn't understand why such a smart person like him gave birth to such a stupid thing. Shower, shut up. Yi Sidao scolded. Zuer has finally returned home, can't you just be quiet for a while? Dad, she's just a maid, do you really think she's your own daughter? Yi Shu felt even more indignant when he saw that his own father was speaking for outsiders. I have always treated Zuer as my own daughter. It has always been the case and it will always be the case. Yi Sidao looked at Ling Zhu with satisfaction on his face. Today, Ling Zhu is no longer the slave who was ordered around by others. She is now a disciple of Taishu Holy Land and has an extraordinary status and position. Even he, the head of the family, has to be polite to Ling Zhu. If they provoke the Taishu Holy Land, even the Wanling sect will not be able to protect them. But Yi Shu just couldn't understand this. Okay, you really are my real parents. Yi Shu was so angry that his parents laughed. How could there be parents in this world who would leave their own son alone and let him get close to a stranger? He sat aside angrily, staring at Ling Zhu with a bad look. Seeing that Yi Shu had finally calmed down, Yi Sidao looked at Ling Zhu and started chatting about family matters. Zuer, how do you feel about being in Taishu Holy Land? Is there anything you need? Just tell me. Although my Yi family is only a small family, we have some wealth. You are in such a big sect, so you have to take care of things on a daily basis. If you are short of spirit stones or something, just ask. Yi Sidao is a smart man. Now that he can use Ling Zhu's relationship to get in touch with the Taishu Holy Land, how can he not be excited? Even if they spend all their wealth for this, as long as the Taishu Holy Land is supporting them, the Yi family can make a comeback. Godfather, you are worrying too much. I am working in Lingyao Mountain now. As long as I do my job well, I don't need those things. Oh, so you're farming for others. Yi Shu couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. You are destined to be a servant. Yi Shu, shut up. Yi Sidao was furious when he heard this. The elixir you used to treat your previous injury was given by Zuer. It's okay that you don't know how to be grateful, but how dare you talk like that? Huh, I didn't ask her for help. Besides, if I knew those elixirs were given by her, I would never use them even if I died. Yi Shu glanced at Ling Zhu with great pride. Ling Zhu, remember this, you don't need to use those elixirs to win over my parents. I, Yi Shu, will never use the elixir you gave me in the past or in the future. Even if I die outside, I don't need your charity. Ling Zhu looked at Yi Shu coldly, but couldn't help sneering in her heart. Yi Shu, you should also remember that I gave those elixirs to my godfather and godmother only out of affection for them. This has nothing to do with you. If you really have backbone, remember what I said today. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Yi Sidao had to step out to smooth things over. Zuer, ignore him. Yi Sidao sat next to Ling Zhu and changed the subject. Zuer, you have to be more serious when you are working in Spiritual Medicine Mountain. There is no shortage of spiritual medicine at home. Don't bring spiritual medicine back home in the future, lest the sect finds out and you can't explain it clearly. It's okay, Godfather. Taishu Holy Land has its own rules. The spiritual medicines in the medicine garden are quantified and there won't be any misunderstandings. Ling Zhu couldn't help but smile when she said this. These are what Yi Yang, the great elder of Taishu Holy Land, told me personally. Great elder Yi Yang is a good man, fair, kind, and never partial. He also said that if I have any problems, I can go to him directly. As Ling Zhu started talking, Yi Yang's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Oh, Zuer is really amazing. You just entered the Taishu Holy Land and you already know such an important person. The legendary Great Elder Yi Yang is the best swordsman in Kanglan territory. Zuer, you must be careful in front of him and never make the Great Elder angry. If such a person gets angry, not to mention our small Yi family, even the Wanling sect can't stop him. When Yi Sidao heard Yi Yang's name, he was immediately filled with fear. In his opinion, those big shots all had strange tempers and were difficult to get along with. Moreover, those people had such high cultivation levels that it was not even necessary to use force to kill them. Godfather, you're worrying too much. Great Elder Yi Yang is not as scary as you think. He's a very nice person. When Lingju saw Yi Sidao's look, she couldn't help but feel a little amused. Before she met Yi Yang, her impression of him was almost the same. After all, even the leader of the Wanling sect was arrogant in front of them and would not even look at them straight in the eye, let alone the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land. But after meeting Yi Yang, she felt that although Yi Yang had a sense of majesty, he also gave people a sense of affinity. Huh, very good. When Yi Shu heard the name Yi Yang again, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Yi Yang, why can't he escape this name no matter where he goes? That guy just snatched Mu Qingqing away, and he was already feeling unhappy, and now this guy appeared in Ling Ju's mouth again. How could he not be angry? Chapter 137. The hero was kicked out of the house. That Yi Yang is nothing but a hypocrite. He appears to be kind on the surface, but secretly has an affair with his disciples. Yi Shu directly confessed everything he had just seen. Mu Qingqing from Baihua Valley made peace with him. He came to Wanling sect not long ago and even attacked my master's wife. Can such a person be called good? You're talking nonsense. Ling Zhu couldn't help but get angry after hearing this and spoke back directly. She might be able to tolerate Yi Shu's nonsense, but in her eyes, Yi Yang was undoubtedly a good person. If it weren't for Yi Yang, she would not even be able to enter the Taishu Holy Land. If it weren't for Yi Yang, she would probably have been framed by Zi Ling. All these things made her deeply grateful to Yi Yang. How could she tolerate others slandering Yi Yang? What's more, these words came from the mouth of that bastard Yi Shu, which made her even more unconvinced. The Great Elder is an upright person, how can you slander him? What is your intention in slandering the Great Elder so wantonly? Yi Sidao was also shocked when he heard this. The Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land was not someone they could discuss. If things went wrong, the entire Yi family would be buried with Yi Shu because of what he said. He quickly opened his mouth and scolded, Yi Shu, get back to your room. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will punish you according to the family rules. Seeing Yi Sidao also defending Yi Yang in this way, Yi Shu felt even more indignant. Okay, you are all blind and can't see what kind of person that bastard is. He is now in Lingshuang City, at the Rujia Inn, making peace with Mu Qingqing from Baihua Valley. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Hearing this, Yi Sidao and the others fell silent. They were not thinking about whether Yi Shu's words were true or false, but that Yi Yang was now in Lingshuang City. If Yi Yang heard what Yi Shu said, the entire Yi family would probably die tonight. You rebellious son, how dare you talk nonsense? Get out of here, get out of the Yi family, and never come back. This time, Yi Sidao couldn't bear it anymore. Regardless of whether what Yi Shu said was true or false, he no longer dared to let Yi Shu stay at home. It doesn't matter whether this kid is dead or alive, he dare not let the Yi family be destroyed in his hands. If he really offended Yi Yang because of Yi Shu and caused the Yi family to be extinct, he would be ashamed of his ancestors even if he died. Why aren't you leaving? Seeing Yi Shu not moving, Yi Sidao raised his hand and slapped him. Get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll kill you with my own hands. When Yi Shu saw this scene, he suddenly felt despair. His eyes were red and he stared at his father fiercely. You want to kick me out of the house? Yi Shu's voice was trembling. He could tolerate his parents' love and care for Ling Zhu. But they are my parents after all. How could they kick me out of the house for the sake of outsiders? Are you going to get out of here or not? Yi Sidao raised his hand again, this time aiming it at Yi Shu. Okay, I'm leaving. Yi Shu roared, turned around and left the Yi family. After seeing Yi Shu leave, Yi Sidao finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still a little worried and hurriedly called the servants. You, go follow the young master. If he still stays in the city, let him go back to Wanling sect. If he doesn't leave, come back and tell me. Upon hearing this, the servant hurriedly followed him out. Ling Zhu looked at Yi Sidao and lowered her head slightly. She could naturally see that Yi Sidao was actually protecting Yi Shu by doing this. Yi Shu was a guy who was too impulsive. After all, there were some people whom they could not afford to offend. Although Ling Zhu didn't have a good impression of Yi Shu, she also didn't want to see her adoptive parents lose their son. Godfather, don't be angry, it's okay. Lingju tried to comfort her, but Yi Sidao suddenly raised his head and looked at Lingju with a sincere expression. Zhuer, what Yi Shu said today is all nonsense, don't take it to heart. Please don't let outsiders know about this. Ling Zhu was silent for a moment and nodded. Naturally, she didn't believe what Yi Shu said, but if this matter were to get out, it would probably implicate the Yi family. Seeing Yi Sidao trembling, Lingju still felt pity for him. Godfather, you don't have to be so scared. The great elder is really a good person. He is not as scary as you think. Yi Sidao chuckled when he heard this. Zuer, I believe in your judgment. Ling Zhu looked at Yi Sidao and knew that he was just comforting her. After all, how could someone who had never seen Yi Yang know what kind of person Yi Yang was? Suddenly, Lingju thought of a good idea. Godfather, now that the great elder is in Lingshuang City, why don't we invite him to come over and have a seat to show our hospitality? When Yi Sidao heard this, he was immediately shocked. Zuer, how can we easily invite a person like the great elder? Our Yi family is just a small family. We can't accommodate the great Buddha like the great elder. Yi Sidao didn't quite believe that the grand elder of the Taishu Holy Land would come to them. Their Yi family is under the Wanling sect. Over the years, they have been unable to invite even the elders of the Wanling sect. What is the status of the Taishu Holy Land? Normally, when disciples from the Taishu Holy Land come here, they may not even look at the Yi family, let alone the dignified grand elder of the Taishu Holy Land. Of course, Yi Sidao also felt that Ling Zhu could not possibly invite such a person. Even if they invited him, given the current situation of their Yi family, if they neglected the great elder, wouldn't that be tantamount to suicide? Godfather, it's okay. Just wait for me. I'll go to the Rujia Inn to check it out. The great elder is here today. As a disciple of the Taishu Holy Land, I should also go and take a look. As Ling Zhu said this, she was about to get up, but Yi Sidao suddenly stopped her. Zuer, if what Yi Shu said is true, it will be hard for you to explain yourself if you catch them in the act. Godfather, what are you thinking? Although I don't know who Mu Qingqing is, isn't it normal for a great elder to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? What's wrong with that? Hearing this, Yi Sidao was slightly stunned. Yes, he himself has 7 wives. It is not excessive for him, the grand elder of Taishu Holy Land, to have a harem. It's all that bastard Yi Shu's fault. He kept talking about peace and confused me. Then you can go and pay your respects to the great elder. You don't have to invite the great elder to come. You can ask the great elder if there is anything he needs. Our Yi family will naturally not be stingy with what we can give. Yi Sidao gave a few more instructions, and only then did Ling Zhu leave the Yi family. Soon, she arrived at Home Inn. After asking the shopkeeper for the room, she hurried upstairs. Speaking of which, Lingju was also a little hesitant. Although Yi Yang looked easygoing, those big shots often had strange minds, and she was afraid of making Yi Yang angry. Lingju stood at the door, silent for a long time, and finally knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened and a pure and beautiful face appeared before my eyes. Ling Zhu was stunned for a moment. Her appearance was considered stunning, but compared to the girl in front of her, she was still a little inferior. Hello, may I ask, Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land, do you live here? Chapter 138 Sensible Mu Qingqing, the best assist. Lingju. When Mu Qingqing saw the person in front of her, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Ling Zhu was startled, but was attracted by the beautiful smile that looked like a blooming flower, and she stood there in a daze for a moment. You're home. Come in and sit down. Mu Qingqing said this and pulled Ling Zhu into the room. She has a gentle personality to begin with. In Baihua Valley, she is respected not only because of her good looks, but more because of her character. Ling Zhu didn't react for a moment, and followed Mu Qingqing into the house. She felt relieved to see the room was empty. But she reacted quickly. This sister is. Ling Zhu had just become a disciple of Taishu Holy Land, so naturally she didn't know Mu Qingqing. My name is Mu Qingqing, a disciple of Baihua Valley, and I am currently training in Taishu Holy Land. Mu Qingqing started to introduce and made some tea. Everything seemed so relaxed, as if she were at home, which made people unconsciously let down their guard. It turns out to be past her sister. Lingju is honored. Ling Zhu quickly stood up and bowed. Hey, we're not in the sect now, there's no need to be so restrained, sit down. Mu Qingqing pulled Lingju to sit down and handed her the tea. Lingju was a little confused by Mu Qingqing's enthusiastic personality. She was originally a maid. No one looked up to her since she was a child. The only people who treated her well were her adoptive parents. It was not until she began to practice that the attitudes of the people around her changed. However, she could see that they were not sincere but just because of their status. After she entered the Taishu Holy Land, Yi Yang was the second person who did not look down on her, so she was grateful to Yi Yang. Right now, Mu Qingqing is the third one. She could feel that Mu Qingqing seemed to really treat her as an equal, and her enthusiasm didn't seem fake. Sister Pastor, how do you know me? Ling Zhu was silent for a long time, then he remembered that he had never seen Mu Qingqing before, and he had just joined the Taishu Holy Land not long ago. Logically speaking, he should not be so famous, right? What's more, it was a bit strange that Mu Qingqing knew that her home was here. I work for the Great Elder in Taishu Holy Land. When you first joined Taishu Holy Land, I arranged for you to be a disciple of Lingyao Mountain. Do you think I know you? Mu Qingqing said this sincerely, but it was not the whole truth. The reason why she knew Ling Zhu was because Yi Yang had asked her to investigate Ling Zhu before. It can be said that her understanding of Lingzhu is much deeper than Lingzhu imagined. Of course, it was indeed her who arranged for Lingzhu to go to Lingyao Mountain, but it was Yi Yang who arranged it. Although Mu Qingqing didn't understand why Yi Yang was so concerned about an apprentice, she also understood that this matter was not convenient to be made public for the time being. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Ling Zhu felt a little more favorable towards Mu Qingqing. She has a ring spiritual field, which is most suitable for growing spiritual medicines, and the spiritual medicine mountain is naturally the most suitable for her. Now, knowing that it was Mu Qingqing who arranged for her to go to Lingyao Mountain, how could she not be grateful? Thank you, Pastor Sister, for arranging a position for me at Spiritual Medicine Mountain. I am quite suitable for that position. You're welcome. The Great Elder said that Taishu Holy Land teaches students in accordance with their aptitude. Disciples should naturally go to the most suitable position. Hearing this, Lingzhu was shocked. Teach students in accordance with their aptitude. These words seemed to be said by a saint in her hometown. It was the first time she heard someone say this in this world. The Great Elder is wise. Ling Zhu sighed silently, and then asked, Sister Pastor, I heard that the Great Elder is also here, so I came here to pay my respects. I wonder where the Great Elder is. Did you hear it from Yi Shu? Mu Qingqing's expression changed when she heard this. She naturally knew that Ling Zhu used to be Yi Shu's maid, and was later adopted as a daughter by the head of the Yi family. Yi Shu just came here, and now Ling Zhu followed him. It must be something Yi Shu told her about. However, Mu Qingqing didn't have a good impression of Yi Shu. At this moment, when she heard Ling Zhu speak, she couldn't help but murmur. Yi Shu obviously saw what happened between her and Yi Yang. I wonder if he told anyone. This matter is not a big deal, but Mu Qingqing is still a little shy. Pastor Sister, do you know Yi Shu? Ling Zhu's face also became nervous. I just saw you. He's here too. Hearing this, Ling Zhu stood up immediately. She didn't know what Yi Shu had said to Mu Qingqing, but if that guy offended Mu Qingqing, it would likely bring disaster to the Yi family. Yes, I've been here. What's wrong? Mu Qingqing still stared at Ling Zhu with a smile on her face. That guy likes to talk nonsense. If he says anything, don't take it to heart, Pastor Sister. Just treat him as crazy. You don't have to be nervous. He didn't say anything. Mu Qingqing picked up the tea and took a sip. Looking at the cautious Ling Zhu in front of him, it seems that the intelligence is correct. This girl doesn't get along with Yi Shu, but she cares a lot about the Yi family. Well, that's good. Ling Zhu sat down carefully. At this moment, she was extremely nervous. Although Mu Qingqing said this, Ling Zhu knew in her heart that Yi Shu could not say anything good. Perhaps, Yi Shu has offended Mu Qingqing. Now, she can only try her best to make amends. Sister Pastor, may I ask if Yi Shu has met the Great Elder? No. Oh, Ling Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. Since that kid didn't provoke Yi Yang, there was still room for this matter to turn around. I wonder if Pastor Sister is free. My home is not far from here. If you don't mind, please come to my home and have a seat. I will also show my hospitality. I can't make the decision on this matter. We have to wait for the Great Elder to come back. Mu Qingqing looked at Ling Zhu, who was being cautious in front of her, and couldn't help laughing in her heart. Once upon a time, she was like Lingzhu. At that time, it was Zhengchu who caused trouble. And how similar is Lingzhu's current situation to hers? Yi Shu got into trouble, so she had to come out and calm it down. Thinking of this, Mu Qingqing's disgust towards Yi Shu grew even stronger. This guy is just like Zhengchu. He does things without thinking, and when he causes trouble he wants others to fill the gap. It can be said that he has neither ability nor responsibility. It's disgusting to think about it. Then I want to wait here for the great elder. Ling Zhu hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. She knew that there was no turning back from today's events, and Yi Shu must have gotten into trouble. She could only pin her hopes on Yi Yang. If Yi Yang didn't care, the matter would have passed. Who's looking for me? As soon as Ling Zhu finished speaking, Yi Yang's voice came from behind her. Hearing the voice, Ling Zhu hurriedly stood up and was about to kneel down to salute, but was stopped by Yi Yang. Forget it, this is not a sect, there are not so many rules. Chapter 139. The innocent little heroine is the easiest to deceive. Looking at the familiar smile in front of her, Ling Zhu felt a little nervous for a moment. Yi Yang is the same as always, gentle and kind, with a warm smile that makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze. At this moment, after leaving the sect, the majesty in him seemed to have weakened a lot. In addition, Yi Yang looked as if he was about the same age as her, so she felt that the person standing in front of her was a peer. The respect and cautiousness that came from the heart gradually dissipated. Disciple Lingzhu, greetings to the great elder. Ling Zhu spoke softly, appearing particularly well behaved. Sit down. Yi Yang waved his hand and sat down. Everything seemed so peaceful and comfortable, and Ling Zhu's nervous mood slowly relaxed. Yi Yang took the teacup from Mu Qingqing and smiled faintly. I heard that your home is in Lingshuang City. I didn't expect that you would go home when you came here this time. I was tidying up the medicinal fields, and I missed my adoptive parents, so I hurried back to see them. Ling Zhu quickly answered. I've heard about your situation. It's not bad to repay a favor. The affairs of Spiritual Medicine Mountain are not very busy. Once they are done, you can do as you please with the rest of the time. However, those who practice Taoism still need to focus on their practice. Even if they return home, they must not delay their practice. Disciple will follow the great elder's teachings. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhu hurriedly stood up and saluted. After hearing Yi Yang's words, her doubts were dispelled a lot. Yi Yang was still the same as before. Not only did he not blame her, but he also reminded her to practice diligently. This made her feel a little more at ease. Thinking about these years, her adoptive parents were probably the only ones who cared about her like this. But I never thought that the great elder of Taishu Holy Land would also talk about these things. Yi Yangui is the grand elder of Taishu Holy Land. He usually manages the entire sect and is busy with all kinds of affairs, but he still remembers to care about the cultivation of his new disciple. At this moment, she finally understood why Yi Yang could become the grand elder of Taishu Holy Land. How could a great elder who loved his disciples so much not be loved? In Lingzhu's heart, Yi Yang's image has undoubtedly been elevated a lot. Ding! Lingzhu is filled with admiration, emotional value plus 800. Yi Yang listened to the system's prompts and felt helpless. These little girls were so easy to fool. Unlike that woman Lu Qingchen, who is still wary of me after such a long time. By the way, why did you come to see me? Ah, Ling Zhu was in a daze. When she heard Yi Yang's words, she was suddenly shocked. She had just thought of the words, but now facing Yi Yang, she didn't dare to speak. After all, with Yi Yang's status, he might not even bother to take a look at a small place like the Yi family. Just when Ling Zhu was hesitating, Mu Qingqing at the side spoke up to help. Ling Zhu's family is in Lingshuang City. She heard that the great elder was here, so she wanted to invite the great elder to come over and have a seat. Oh, you are thoughtful. Yi Yang glanced at Mu Qingqing and gave her an appreciative look. This girl is really sensible and knows how to give herself assists. In that case, I'm afraid I'll have to bother you. When Lingzhu heard this, she quickly stood up. Don't bother me, don't bother me. It's a blessing for the Yi family that the great elder is willing to come to the Yi family. I will notify my family to prepare immediately. Ling Zhu didn't expect Yi Yang to agree so readily. At this moment, she was a little at a loss. Don't bother, I'll go back with you. Yi Yang said this and stood up. Ling Zhu calmed down and hurriedly led the way. Soon, several people arrived at the Yi family. At this moment, there was silence in the Yi family. They didn't know whether Ling Zhu's departure was a blessing or a curse. Yi Sidao paced back and forth, sweat pouring down his forehead. Master, the young lady is back, and she brought 2 people with her. Bang Yi Sidao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He then quickly got up and rushed out. He knew that the person Ling Zhu brought back must be the legendary great elder, but he was not sure whether the elder came to visit or to kill people. As soon as he rushed out of the yard, he saw 3 people coming towards him. The leader had a face that was so handsome that it was almost demonic. His posture was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. His bearing was like a banished immortal, and his divine power was comparable to that of a saint descending to the earth. Even though Yi Sidao had never seen Yi Yang, he knew that the person in front of him was the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land. Such power frightened him so much that he slid to his knees and prostrated himself before Yi Yang. I didn't know that the Great Elder was coming. I failed to greet you in person. I hope you will forgive me. Although Yi Sidao has the cultivation level of Jindan realm, he only dares to call himself a villain in front of Yi Yang. After all, it would be easier for Yi Yang to crush him to death than to crush an ant. Master Yi, there is no need to be so polite. Get up. Yi Yang was also frightened by the old man's sliding kneeling. He had already restrained his divine power, but he didn't expect that the old man was so afraid of him. After hearing this, Yi Sidao still didn't dare to stand up. Fortunately, Ling Zhu walked forward and helped him up. Only then did Yi Sidao dare to secretly glance at Yi Yang. Realizing that there was no murderous intent on the other's face, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is a blessing for our Yi family that the Great Elder has come to our humble home. Please move to the hall. I will immediately ask my family to prepare and wait for the Great Elder to inquire. Yi Sidao bowed his body, his attitude extremely humble. No need, I just happened to pass by here, and when I learned that Lingzhu was from the Yi family, I came to take a look. Let's keep it simple. Upon hearing this, Yi Sidao turned his head and glanced at Ling Zhu. He also didn't expect that Ling Zhu, who had just joined the Taishu Holy Land, had such a great status that she could even invite the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land. At this moment, Ling Zhu's status in his heart undoubtedly rose significantly. Logically speaking, he was so angry that he abdicated immediately and gave the position of head of the family to Ling Zhu. With this relationship, why would his Yi family worry about not being able to rise? Great Elder, please come in. Yi Sidao was completely dumbfounded at this moment, and Ling Zhu had to take on the responsibility of entertaining Yi Yang. Yi Yang followed to the inner hall, and several people took their seats, but Yi Sidao stood aside cautiously. Master Yi, please sit down. Yi Yang felt helpless. Sometimes having too high a status is not good. It will have a bad influence on people and it is difficult to eliminate. Not to mention families like the Yi family. Now that he went to the Wanling sect, the old man Qi Mudao had almost the same attitude. When Yi Sidao heard this, he sat down carefully. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. He had never thought that in this life, he would be able to sit with the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land. This alone is enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Master Yi, I heard that a spirit stone mine was discovered in Chushan. Do you have any news? Yi Yang was silent for a moment before continuing. This is also the main purpose of his coming to the Yi family. Chushan is not far from here. As the local boss here, the Yi family must know the news. Originally, it would be most convenient to ask the Wanling sect about this matter, but the Wanling sect was also involved this time and it was inevitable that they would conceal something. That's why Yi Yang thought of asking these people for information. They dare not hide themselves. Chapter 140 The Protagonist Conspiracy, looking for someone to take the blame. I have heard a little about this matter. When Yi Sidao heard Yi Yang mention this matter, he naturally did not dare to hide it. A few days ago, my Yi family also sent people over there. I dare not disobey the order from the Wanling sect. Now, the Wanling sect, Lingshan sect, and Heisha sect are all eyeing Chushan, but that place is the territory of Baihua Valley after all. Right now, everyone is discussing and wants to negotiate with Baihua Valley. However, I heard that Master Lu of Baihua Valley has been in seclusion these days and doesn't seem to have any intention of negotiating. Yi Sidao told everything he knew in one go. The result was pretty much what Yi Yang expected. A spirit stone mine is enough to make all the surrounding sects take action. Baihua Valley will naturally not let go of this piece of fat meat. Lu Qingchen's retreat now is fake, and the real purpose is to delay time. These people are probably also using various means in secret. Thank you, Master Yi, for telling me. Yi Yang cupped his hands. I dare not. Seeing this, Yi Sidao hurriedly stood up and saluted. Then, Yi Yang stayed at Yi's house for a while before leaving. He already understood the current situation on the surface, but he didn't know what those sects were doing in secret. The most urgent task is to secretly go to Chushan to investigate. That night, Yi Yang took Mu Qingqing away. Phantom Spirit Sect. Qi Mudao looked at his men's reports and his expression turned serious. "Show her, look at this." Qi Mudao called out softly. Downstairs in the hall, Yi Shu was still immersed in the indignation of being kicked out of the house. When he heard Qi Mudao's words, he finally reacted and hurried forward to take the letter. After taking a look, Yi Shu quickly analyzed the problem. "Master, right now, none of the parties are in the mood to negotiate. Arranging disciples to go to Chushan to stir up trouble is just to put pressure on Lu Qingqian. We in the Wanling sect cannot let go of such an opportunity. If we let Haishaman get the upper hand, we won't even be able to get a sip of soup in Chushan." These days, the major sects appeared to be forcing Lu Qingqian to come out for negotiations, but in reality none of them were interested in negotiating. In their eyes, Baihua Valley was just a newly rising sect and was nothing to be feared. What they want is to force Baihua Valley to give up Chushan on its own initiative. Lu Qingqian pretended to be in seclusion to delay time, so weren't there several sects also delaying time? Nowadays, the major sects appear to be at peace on the surface, but they are secretly sending people to Chushan to cause trouble. If Baihua Valley continues like this, it will sooner or later not be able to withstand the pressure. They can afford it, but Baihua Valley cannot. Qi Mudao was still a little hesitant. Baihua Valley was not a concern, but Lu Qingqian was indeed a talent. If that woman went crazy, one of their sects would be in trouble. What's more, Qi Mudao's life was coming to an end, and he didn't want to push him too hard. But now, Yi Yang sent him elixirs that allowed him to prolong his life, and now he feels that he is able to do it again. Therefore, he called Yi Shu over, not because he wanted Yi Shu to make a decision, but because he wanted Yi Shu to bring up the matter. After all, it would be difficult for him to go back on his words. Besides, he didn't want to do it himself. Taishu Holy Land has said that it will protect Baihua Valley. If they go too far, Taishu Holy Land will have a hard time explaining themselves. Therefore, this matter can only be done by others. "Show her, what you said makes sense. I'll leave this matter to you." When Yi Shu heard this, he cursed inwardly. How could he not know what this old fox was thinking? This guy just wants him to act as a pawn so that he can pass the blame if something goes wrong. But Yi Shu is not someone who can be manipulated by others. "Master, this matter concerns the reputation of our Wanling sect. If we can accomplish this, it will be considered a great achievement for our Wanling sect. I think we can let the young master take charge of this matter. If it succeeds, the young master's prestige in the sect will definitely increase. At that time, the pressure of inheriting the position of the master will be less." When Qi Mudao heard this, he knew that Yi Shu wanted Qi Feng to take the blame, but he had to admit that if this happened, it would indeed help Qi Feng establish his authority. Although Qi Mudao didn't want his son to rush to the front, the matter was of great importance and he didn't want to give up. "Okay, then you go with Fenger. Fenger is an impulsive person, so you have to keep an eye on him." "Yes, disciple understands." Yi Shu bowed, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Look at him, how is that possible?" Qi Mudao excluded Yi Shu so much to pave the way for his own son. How could Yi Shu let him get his wish? This time, even if Qi Feng didn't cause trouble, he would cause some trouble for Qi Feng. Yi Shu left the sect hall and turned around to find Qi Feng. "Brother Yi, what happened?" Qi Feng trusted Yi Shu very much. Every time he got into trouble, Yi Shu would help him cover it up. In his heart, he treated Yi Shu as his own brother. "Junior brother Qi, good news." Yi Shu walked forward with a smile and told him about Chu Shan. "Junior brother Qi, if this is accomplished, you will become a meritorious official of our Wanling sect. If you can secure a spirit stone mine for our Wanling sect, it will be a foregone conclusion that you will inherit the position of sect master in the future." When Qi Feng heard this, he immediately became energetic. "Brother, I still need your help in this matter. If I become the sect master in the future, you will be the grand elder of my Wanling sect." "Haha, thank you, junior brother," Yi Shu agreed on the surface, but couldn't help but complain in his heart. With this kid's brain, he still wants to be the sect leader. Qi Feng was full of confidence. He came to the management hall, selected dozens of disciples, and left the Wanling sect that day and headed straight for Chushan. At the same time, Chu Shan was surrounded by disciples from Baihua Valley. Lu Qingqian really didn't want to let go of the Chushan territory. It's not just because of the Spirit Stone mine, but also because Chushan is the gateway to Baihua Valley. If this place falls into the hands of others, their Baihua Valley will be exposed under other people's noses. At that time, if something goes wrong, Baihua Valley will surely become fish on the chopping board of others. But right now, the situation in Baihua Valley is not optimistic. Even though she had sent many disciples to garrison here to show Baihua Valley's determination, those guys were like dog skin plasters, causing trouble every day. There have been constant frictions between the two parties in the past 2 days, but fortunately all parties have kept it under control and no bloodshed has occurred. Lu Qingchen also tried her best to restrain her disciples and not allow them to hurt anyone. At this juncture, once people from both sides start fighting, those sects will have an excuse to use force. At a crossroads in a mountain valley, several disciples from Baihua Valley were standing ready for battle. Suddenly, dozens of disciples were seen flying towards him on swords from a distance. Several people's minds were suddenly filled with black lines. Are these guys going to stop? They come every day, aren't they annoying? No, it seems that the people coming this time are from the Wanling sect. Chapter 141. Where did this idiot come from? Hey, those people from Baihua Valley, please clear the way. We want to pass. Qifeng led everyone down and walked up with an arrogant look on his face. Yishu beside him was stunned. Is this guy a real tiger? I thought this was the Wanling sect. Do you dare to approach anyone you see? However, this just happened to fulfill Yishu's wish. This kid is going to die, it would be best if he is crippled. At that time, Qi Mudao will have no choice but to support himself. Where did you get this blind man? How dare you trespass in Baihua Valley? Go back. The disciples of Baihua Valley were not polite at all. In the past few days, several groups of people like Qifeng had come. Every time he just talks a lot and doesn't take any action, they are already fed up with it. At this moment, when they saw Qifeng, they naturally thought that Qifeng was the same as those people. But Qifeng is not one of those people, and Qi Mudao did not tell him not to take action. When Qifeng heard someone say this to him, he got angry. He has been a young master in the Wanling sect since he was a child. Who dares to speak to him like this? You're looking for death. Qifeng shouted angrily and rushed forward. Even Yishu who was standing by didn't have time to stop him. The disciples of Baihua Valley on the opposite side were also confused. What is going on? The people from the Wanling sect don't follow the rules. Didn't we agree not to fight? Why is this kid so aggressive? The disciple from Baihua Valley was stunned and subconsciously raised his hand to strike. A smile appeared on Qifeng's face. You little thief, take my move. As soon as Qifeng finished speaking, he was faced with a palm strike. The next second, he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. The whole process takes less than 5 seconds. It took less than 5 seconds from the time Qifeng attacked to the time he was defeated. Even the disciple from Baihua Valley didn't react. What's going on? I'm afraid the Wanling sect sent a fool here. He's crazy. Why is he pretending if he has no ability? Several disciples of Baihua Valley were at a loss. Yishu was also feeling a little numb at this moment. He thought Qifeng would cause trouble, but he didn't expect that this guy was just here to embarrass himself. This kid has been in the Wanling sect since he was young, and he has been spoiled to the point that he is fearless. Yishu hurriedly helped Qifeng up, only to find that this guy was seriously injured. It's not that the man from Baihua Valley attacked too hard, it's just that Qifeng was too weak. This kid has never liked practicing since he was young, and now he is only at the first level of Lingxi realm, so naturally he is no match for others. Take good care of the young master, Yishu instructed his disciples. Then he stood up and looked at the people in Baihua Valley. You have injured my young master. Don't even think about letting this matter go peacefully today. Yishu looked at them with a cold expression. This was another reason why he let Qifeng lead the team. These guys beat up Qifeng, and the nature of the matter changed. As long as Qifeng is injured, the next game will be his home court. In this way, the credit goes to him, but the injury is Qifeng's. Young sect master, when the disciples of Baihua Valley heard this, their faces suddenly changed. In the past few days, there have been frictions between the sect's disciples, and it is normal for people to get hurt. As long as no one dies, this matter won't be a big deal. But if the young leader of Wanling sect was injured, it would be a blow to the Wanling sect's reputation. You, the Wanling sect, are really willing to do this. Sending out a young sect leader to take the blame. The disciples of Baihua Valley naturally saw through the other party's intentions. No wonder this young sect leader was so useless. It turned out that he was sent here to cause trouble. Yishu was not angry when his thoughts were exposed. You, the 100 Flowers Valley, injured my young master. As the eldest senior brother of the Illusion Spirit sect, I will seek justice for him. Yishu walked forward, his sword already unsheathed. Let's fight. As soon as Yishu finished speaking, he rushed forward. When the people from Baihua Valley saw this, they felt indignant, but they had no choice but to take action. In the distance, Mu Qingqing saw this scene and immediately became angry. This Yishu pretends to be an acquaintance on the surface, but he is stabbing me in the back. Yi Yang glanced at Mu Qingqing in surprise. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing silently shook her head without explaining. But Yi Yang knew very well in his heart that the day before yesterday, Yishu approached Mu Qingqing and pretended to be an old friend, but today he turned around and attacked the disciples of Baihua Valley. It's no wonder that Mu Qingqing was angry. After all, this girl is from Baihua Valley. Yishu wanted to befriend Mu Qingqing, but he also attacked Baihua Valley in secret. In Mu Qingqing's eyes, this guy was a two-faced person. Yi Yang didn't expect that he would have an unexpected gain this time. Even though Yishu and Mu Qingqing had nothing to do with each other, it was a good thing that Mu Qingqing had ill will towards Yishu. Mu Qingqing looked at the disciples of Baihua Valley in the distance, who were gradually falling into a disadvantage, and her hands could not help but clench. Seeing this, Yi Yang grabbed her and signaled her to relax. It's okay, someone will help. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing was full of doubts. Yishu is already at the 8th level of Lingxi realm. Perhaps she is the only one in the entire Baihua Valley who can surely defeat Yishu. Now, if she does not take action, who else in Baihua Valley can stop Yishu? Just as Mu Qingqing was confused, a black shadow emerged from a distance and knocked Yishu away with just one sword. The man was wearing a black cloak and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but he had an extraordinary aura. Haha, Your Excellency wants to take action, how about I accompany you? The man in black robe chuckled and walked forward without waiting for Yishu to speak. Yishu was shocked when he saw this. The power of the opponent's sword just now was so great that he could not compare to it. He knew in his heart that he was no match for the man in front of him, but he could not retreat at the moment and could only raise his sword and go forward. As soon as the two of them fought, Yishu noticed the huge gap between them. Jaden Realm. Yishu cried out in surprise and quickly stepped back, but was still caught up by the man in black and knocked down with a palm. This palm strike directly severely injured Yishu, causing him to fall to the ground, unable to move. Just as the man in black robe was about to continue, a figure arrived. Stop! The disciples of Baihua Valley notified Lu Qingqing. Now, a young sect leader has appeared here. No matter what, the Wanling sect has found an excuse, and this matter is no longer something they can handle. When the man in black robe saw Lu Qingqing coming, he looked at her silently, then turned and slipped away. Lu Qingqing still wanted to chase him, but she found that the other party's movements were so agile that even she could not detect his whereabouts, so she had to give up. After returning to the valley, Lu Qingqing frowned slightly as she looked at Qifeng and Yishu who were severely injured. She didn't understand why the Wanling sect suddenly took action, but she knew that she didn't have much time left. This incident at the moment may very well become a fuse, giving the Wanling sect an excuse to put pressure on the Baihua Valley. Although Mu Qingqing sent her a message a few days ago that Yi Yang promised to mediate the matter, Yi Yang has not made any move until now, and she couldn't help feeling worried. Chapter 142 The Savior in the Little Heroine's Heart. Great Elder, who is that man in black robe? Yi Yang had already taken Mu Qingqing away when Lu Qingqing arrived. Yi Yang doesn't want to meet Lu Qingqing for the time being. The person he is looking for has already appeared, so this game must be foolproof. The man in black robe was naturally the long-missing Zheng Chu. That guy was wanted by all the major holy places in Kanglan Domain, so he could only hide. Yi Yang created this situation just to lure Zheng Chu out, and now that guy has appeared. But Yi Yang has not yet finished setting the trap for Zheng Chu. Naturally, he cannot show up. I don't know who that black-robed man is either. However, he showed up at this moment and injured Yishu, obviously intending to stir up trouble. Yi Yang lied with his eyes open, but Mu Qingqing believed it without a doubt when she heard it. Originally, this matter could be resolved smoothly as long as Lu Qingqing came over, but the man in black robe appeared and injured Yi Shu, and there was no room for maneuver in this matter. Liu Qingqing had previously suspected that the man in black was from the Heisha sector, one of the other sects, and that he had come here specifically to deliberately stir up conflict between the Wanling sect and the Baihua Valley. At that time, they can use this matter to put pressure on Baihua Valley. Now that she heard Yi Yang think so too, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Great Elder, now that the Illusion Spirit sect has also taken action, I'm afraid that the 100-Flower Valley will not be able to withstand the pressure. Liu Qingqing spoke cautiously. She wanted to ask Yi Yang for help, but she didn't dare to say it directly. After all, the Wanling sect is a subsidiary sect of the Taishu Holy Land, while they, the Baihua Valley, are just outsiders. If Yi Yang comes forward, it will be difficult to explain to the Wanling sect. Let's go back to Lingshuang City first and see what the attitude of Wanling sect is now. Yi Yang had already made up his mind. Now that Yi Shu and Zheng Chu are enemies, why not use Yi Shu to deal with Zheng Chu? Previously, he used Zheng Chu to kill Mu Tian, and this trick can continue. They are all the protagonists, they fight each other, and Yi Yang reaps the benefits, which is in line with his identity. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing had no choice but to nod. After returning to Lingshuang City, Liu Qingqing began to find out the news about the Wanling sect. Fortunately, the Wanling sect was very quiet in the past 2 days. There was no big move, but this made Liu Qingqing even more worried. There is often a storm hidden beneath the calm. The Yi family, these days, the whole Yi family is filled with joy. Ever since Yi Yang came to the Yi family, Yi Sidao has become much more arrogant when walking. But his attitude did not last long, as bad news interrupted his beautiful dream. Master, Elder Shu from the Wanling sect is here. Upon hearing this, Yi Sidao hurried out to greet him. They are in Lingshuang City, and everything is given by the Wanling sect. The elders of the Wanling sect are like heaven to them. Yi Sidao naturally did not dare to neglect it. However, as soon as he walked out the door, he realized something was wrong. This time, not only Elder Shu came, but also people from the Qin family. The Qin family and the Yi family are the two major families in Lingshuang City. The Yi family was originally an old family. But later, the Qin family gave birth to a girl named Qinya, who was extremely beautiful. The Qin family was so shameless that they offered Qinya to Qi Mudao, the leader of the Wanling sect, as a concubine. This is how the Qin family got its current status. Over the years, there have been occasional frictions between the two families. However, on the surface, everything seemed peaceful, but today, they looked like they were obviously looking for trouble. I didn't know Elder Shu was coming. I'm sorry I didn't come to greet you. I hope you'll forgive me. Yi Sidao forced a smile and walked over to greet him. No need to be so polite, I'm here today for only one thing. The sect master has agreed that the East Street Market under the jurisdiction of your Yi family will now belong to the Qin family. You should recruit your family members as soon as possible and complete the handover as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yi Sidao's mind went blank and he almost fell to the ground. Small families like theirs rely on the markets in the city to make a living. Over the years, many of the markets in his hands have been snatched away by the Qin family. He has been holding back, but now, the Qin family has actually set their sights on the East Street Market. That is the most prosperous market for their Yi family. What will happen if they give it up? Elder Shu, may I ask what happened? My Yi family is loyal to the Wanling sect. Yi Sidao hastened to express his opinion, but Elder Shu was obviously not interested in explaining this to him. You don't need to say anything more, just hand over the market as soon as possible. As Elder Shu was speaking, the head of the Qin family stood up and started mocking him. Yi Sidao, your Yi family is on the decline now. I advise you to hand over the market. At least you can still survive. Otherwise, if Sect Master Qi blames you, your Yi family will be littered with corpses. Why should we give away the market that our Yi family has worked so hard to run to you for free? Suddenly, a clear voice sounded. When everyone looked, they saw a pretty and dignified young girl walking out of the Yi mansion. The person who came was naturally Ling Zhu. She had been staying at home for so many days and was planning to go back in the next 2 days, but she didn't expect to encounter this incident today. Why? The entire Lingshuang city belongs to Wanling sect. You only have food when Wanling sect gives you food. What do you mean you work hard to run the business? If you feel tired, Wanling sect will naturally be willing to replace you. There are many people who want to take over the market, and your Yi family is not the only one. When Elder Shu saw Ling Zhu, his expression turned unfriendly. A little girl actually dared to talk back to him. Master Yi, you'd better discipline your servant. I'll give you face today and won't punish her. When Yi Sidao heard this, he turned his head and glanced at Ling Zhu, and a bold idea came to his mind. Elder Shu, Zhu'er has just joined the Taishu Holy Land. Can you please, for the sake of the Taishu Holy Land, tell Sect Master Qi that our Yi family cannot lose this market? When Elder Shu heard the name of Taishu Holy Land, his expression changed obviously. But soon, he returned to normal. Hey, I'm just a disciple who just joined the Grand Void Holy Land. I'm not even a formal disciple. How dare you use the Grand Void Holy Land to pressure me? I dare not. Yi Sidao quickly changed his words after hearing this. But at this time Lingzhu stood up. She knew that it was useless to reason with these guys, and the only thing she could do now was to use someone more powerful to suppress them. And the only powerful person that Ling Zhu knows is Yi Yang. I am familiar with the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land. If you bully my Yi family today, I will definitely tell the Grand Elder. Hearing this, Elder Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Little girl, stop bragging. You are just an entry-level disciple. You may not even know all the 9 elders in charge of Taishu Holy Land. How can you be familiar with the chief elder? Who are you trying to fool? Besides, this is our Wanling sect's family affair. Even if the great elder comes, what can he do? Elder Shu's words drew waves of laughter. But at this moment, a majestic voice was heard. Oh, really? I can't interfere in the affairs of the Phantom Spirit sect. Chapter 143 God-Level Rescue, captured the heart of the little heroine. The sudden sound startled everyone. Elder Shu turned around and saw a familiar figure slowly approaching. Elder Shu had never seen Yi Yang before, but not long ago, Yi Yang went to Wanling sect, and the entire Wanling sect came out to welcome him, and he was among them. Of course I recognize this face. At this moment, seeing Yi Yang appear here, Elder Shu was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to his knees on the ground. Grand Elder. He would never have thought that Yi Yang would appear here, and, luckily, he even heard what he said. You know, the Wanling sect is just a subordinate sect of the Taishu Divine Emperor. Yi Yang even has the right to decide the position of the sect master of the Wanling sect, not to mention the markets they manage. It was just such a small matter that the Taishu Holy Land was too disdainful to care about, so he dared to say that. Who would have thought that Yi Yang would just happen to hear these words? At this moment, Elder Shu was already sweating profusely from fear. The head of the Qin family who came with him had never seen Yi Yang before, but when he saw Elder Shu's appearance, he knew Yi Yang's identity and immediately knelt on the ground. Great Elder, I was confused and spoke nonsense. Please forgive me. Elder Shu kowtowed frantically, and the floor in front of him was broken into pieces. Fortunately, he had extraordinary cultivation, so his head was fine. You just said that I can't interfere in the affairs of your Wanling sect. Yi Yang walked forward without even looking at Elder Shu. I know my crime, I was confused for a moment, please forgive me, Great Elder. Elder Shu also didn't understand what the relationship between the Yi family and the Taishu Holy Land was. Yi Yang would actually stand up for a small Yi family. There is definitely something wrong here. The Yi family is considered an old family in Lingshuang City. The eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Shu, has now joined the Wanling sect and is also Qi Mudao's direct disciple. Thanks to this relationship, the Yi family's position in Lingshuang City is so stable. But not long ago, Yi Shu went out to deal with Chu Shan's affairs, but caused Qi Feng to be seriously injured. Qi Mudao was furious and put Yi Shu in solitary confinement. He took this opportunity to suppress the Yi family. Moreover, this matter was also discussed between him and the Qin family. Back then, it was he who saw Qinya and was impressed by her stunning appearance, and that is why he introduced Qinya to Qi Mudao as his concubine. Now he also has a share in the Qin family's assets. This time, by helping the Qin family take over the East Street Market, he can also get a lot of spirit stones. But now Yi Yang is obviously on the side of the Yi family, so he naturally doesn't dare to continue to be presumptuous. Oh, first you are confident and then you are respectful. It makes me laugh just thinking about it. Yi Yang stopped and glanced down at Elder Shu. Didn't you just ask the Yi family to hand over the East Street Market? I think we should ask the Qin family to hand over a market to the Yi family. Elder Shu, do you think I can make the decision on this matter? Yi Yang leaned over, and Elder Shu suddenly felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, with sweat pouring down his forehead. Of course, I will obey whatever the elder says. Elder Shu naturally did not dare to refuse. Although in name the Taishu Holy Land would not interfere in the affairs of their affiliated sects, that was only in name. Besides, he naturally didn't care about just a few towns and cities. It's not his anyway. With this market, he can earn more spirit stones, and without it he won't lose anything. But when the head of the Qin family heard what Elder Shu said, he was so angry that he started shaking all over. It was Elder Shu who instigated him to come here today and forced the Yi family to hand over the market. Now, not only did I not get the market back, I had to pay for a market instead. At this moment, Patriarch Qin hated Elder Shu in his heart, but facing Yi Yang, he didn't even have the qualifications to speak. Haha, in that case, get out. Hearing this, Elder Shu kowtowed twice and then flew out of the city. Only the Qin family's patriarch was left with a confused look on his face. Why? Do you have any objection to this? Yi Yang turned his head and looked at the head of the Qin family who was kneeling on the ground. After hearing this, how could the head of the Qin family dare to say anything more? I dare not. Everything is up to the great elder. After saying that, Patriarch Qin turned around and left. After everyone had left, Yi Sidao stepped forward, bowed and knelt. I would like to thank the great elder for upholding justice for my Yi family. Ling Zhu also knelt down silently. She knew that if Yi Yang had not come today, this matter would probably not be resolved. She also didn't expect that Yi Yang was actually willing to stand up for their Yi family. Although Ling Zhu has no feelings for the Yi family, she values her adoptive parents more than anyone else. If the Qin family really succeeds today, the Yi family will probably be doomed. This is definitely not what Yi Sidao wants to see. Everyone, get up. It's just a small matter. Yi Yang waved his hand, and Yi Sidao hurriedly stood up and ordered the servants to prepare a banquet. Zhu'er, please invite the great elder in to serve tea. Yi Sidao knew very well that their Yi family had nothing to do with the Taishu Holy Land, and Yi Yang was willing to come forward only because of Ling Zhu. At this moment, he naturally understood, so he deliberately let Ling Zhu have more contact with Yi Yang, so that their relationship could become deeper in the future. Ling Zhu nodded slightly and walked forward cautiously. Grand Elder, please come in. At this moment, Ling Zhu was still a little afraid of Yi Yang. In her impression, Yi Yang always looked kind, but today, she saw another side of Yi Yang. What does it mean to be awe-inspiring without being angry? What does it mean that the power of heaven is unpredictable? That's it. This easy-going elder also has a majestic side, but she is just glad that she did not offend Yi Yang. Now that she had seen Yi Yang's angry side, she was naturally more cautious. But there was also a hint of admiration in her heart. Didn't she ever think that one day she could scare those people away with just a few words? At this moment, Yi Yang has become her idol. Those who practice Taoism should be like this. Ding! Ling Zhu admires him, emotional value plus 800. Yi Yang couldn't help but feel amused when he saw Ling Zhu being cautious beside him. It's lonely at the top. When you have a high status, everyone will naturally feel a sense of distance. There are many people around Yi Yang, but the only one who can truly confide in him is probably Mu Qingqing. Although Ning is not afraid of him, she is somewhat naive and still has the mentality of a little girl. As for Cheng Suling and the others, they showed more respect to me. Yi Yang sighed in his heart, it seems that he still has to accept these little girls. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, they can be closer to him. Yi Yang walked into the Yi family, and the servants had already prepared a spiritual wine banquet. However, just as he picked up the wine glass, Yi Shu rushed in hurriedly from outside. Dad, I heard that Elder Shu brought people here to cause trouble. Where are they? Yi Shu went to Chushan a few days ago and was seriously injured. Because of Qi Feng's matter, he aroused Qi Mudao's jealousy and was put in solitary confinement before his injuries healed. However, Qi Mudao later figured it out and released him. But as soon as he came out, he heard from his disciples that Elder Shu was bringing people to the Yi family to cause trouble, so he hurried back. Chapter 144 What is stupidity? This is it. Yi Shu knew everything about Elder Shu and the Qin family. It was that old guy who gave Qinya to Qi Mudao in the first place. Yi Shu had never been fond of Elder Shu. As Qi Mudao's direct disciple, his status is equivalent to that of an elder. On weekdays, he often made things difficult for Elder Shu. This time, when the guy saw him being punished by Qi Mudao, he guessed that he had caused trouble with Qi Mudao, so he took this opportunity to deal with the Yi family. Although Yi Shu had just been kicked out of the house by his father, there was no way he could abandon the Yi family. After learning about this, he hurried back. But when I returned home, the Yi family was peaceful. The point is, why does the person sitting in the main seat look so familiar? Yi Yang. Yi Shu finally reacted. He didn't expect that Yi Yang would appear in the Yi family. Isn't this guy the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land? How could he condescend to come to the Yi family? When Yi Sidao saw his son coming back, he quickly stood up and introduced him. Great Elder, this is my son, Yi Shu. Shower, why don't you come over and pay your respects to the Great Elder? Although Yi Sidao had just punished Yi Shu, it was also for Yi Shu's own good. He didn't want Yi Shu to provoke the Taishu Holy Land, so he drove him out of the house. Now that he saw Yi Shu coming back, he naturally thought about paving the way for his son. If Yi Shu could show his face in front of Yi Yang, maybe in the future, Yi Shu would be able to join the Taishu Holy Land. Yi Shu stared at Yi Yang and was silent for a long time. Then he walked forward and bowed. Disciple Yi Shu greets the Great Elder. The moment he saw Yi Yang, Yi Shu thought of his master's wife. Naturally, he didn't have a good impression of Yi Yang. But he also knew that he was no match for Yi Yang now, and when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. No need to be polite. I remember you, the direct disciple of Qi Mudao of Wanling sect. We've met before, Yi Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Sidao was overjoyed, and quickly pulled Yi Shu to sit down, urging him to toast Yi Yang. Although Yi Shu was unwilling in his heart, he had to obey. Father, has Shu Changchun ever been to our house? After 3 rounds of drinks, Yi Shu finally asked about family matters. Elder Shu, he has been here. He brought people from the Qin family with him today and wanted to force our Yi family to give up the East Street Market. Fortunately, the Great Elder stepped in and drove them away. Yi Sidao had a smile on his face and looked much better. Not only that, the Great Elder also ordered the Qin family to hand over a market to our Yi family. In the past few years, they relied on a woman to suppress us everywhere. Now, I can finally let out a sigh of relief. This is all thanks to the Great Elder. Shower, give the Great Elder another toast. Upon hearing this, Yi Shu looked at Yi Yang in surprise. How could the Great Elder of the Taishu Holy Land care about such trivial matters? Yi Shu was full of doubts, but the moment his eyes fell on Ling Zhu, he finally figured it out. Yi Yang has nothing to do with their Yi family, so there is no reason for him to help them. If there is any relationship, it can only be because of Ling Zhu. Only Ling Zhu is related to the Taishu Holy Land. Dad, you can just inform me about these things in the future. With me here, Shu Changchun won't dare to act recklessly. Yi Shu naturally didn't want to owe Yi Yang a favor, let alone Ling Zhu's favor. He could handle this kind of thing by himself, so why should he rely on them? You are just a disciple of Wanling sect. Elder Shu is the elder of Wanling sect. What use can you have by coming back? When Yi Sidao heard this, he glanced at Yi Shu unhappily. My son is just like this, arrogant and conceited. If you could stop Shu Changchun, our Yi family wouldn't have been suppressed by the Qin family in these years. Yi Sidao said this but glanced at Yi Yang with an unnatural look. Although Yi Yang helped them today, it is impossible for Yi Yang to stay here forever. The safest way is naturally to establish a relationship with the Taishu Holy Land. It's a pity that from Yi Yang's expression, he didn't take the Yi family seriously at all. He could only turn his attention to Ling Zhu. Yi Shu can't be relied upon now, he can only rely on Ling Zhu. After all, Ling Zhu is a disciple of Taishu Holy Land. As long as Ling Zhu behaves well and becomes a formal disciple of Taishu Holy Land in the future, relying on this identity, Wanling sect will have to give them face. Yi Shu was speechless after being criticized by his father, so he just drank alone. He knew in his heart that Yi Sidao was right. Although his status in the Wanling sect is equal to that of the elders, he is only a disciple after all. He is not afraid of Shu Changchun, and similarly, Shu Changchun is not afraid of him. The reason why the Qin family has been suppressing the Yi family over the years is probably related to him. Just because he was in the sect and often made things difficult for Shu Changchun, that guy deliberately targeted their Yi family. Yi Shu naturally didn't dare to say these words to Yi Sidao, otherwise, Yi Sidao would skin him alive. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to repair the Divine King Cauldron as soon as possible. As long as he repairs the Divine King Cauldron, he will be able to soar into the sky. By then, no one will be able to bully their Yi family anymore. After the banquet, Yi Yang stood up and said goodbye. Seeing this, Yi Sidao hurriedly asked Yi Shu to see Yi Yang off. He spent the entire night creating opportunities for Yi Shu and Yi Yang to interact more and make a good impression. After all, Yi Shu is his son, and he must pave the way for Yi Shu. Upon hearing this, Yi Shu nodded, accompanied Yi Yang out of the Yi family. After walking out the door, Yi Shu finally couldn't help but speak. Great Elder, I don't know why you want to help our Yi family. I will remember your kindness today. However, if you approach the Yi family because of Ling Zhu, I hope you won't worry so much in the future. The Yi family has me, they don't need Ling Zhu's charity. Yi Shu already disliked Yi Yang because of Qinya's matter. Now, he found out that Yi Yang was close to Ling Zhu, which made him dislike Yi Yang even more. However, facing the great elder of Taishu Holy Land, he still didn't dare to speak too confidently. Oh, you don't look like you like Ling Zhu very much. When Yi Yang heard this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It seemed that this kid could be used as an assist in making money for himself. But Ling Zhu really loves your parents. After all, she is a disciple of my Taishu Holy Land. I am only helping her, not you. Hey, Yi Shu couldn't help but sneer, is a mere beginner disciple worth the elder's concern? Yi Shu glanced at Mu Qingqing standing beside him, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Great Elder, I know there is some unknown relationship between you and my master's wife. Yi Shu still decided to tell this matter, even though he had already told Mu Qingqing about it before and Mu Qingqing didn't believe it. But now, if it is pointed out in front of Yi Yang will definitely reveal his flaws. Of course, he also thought that Yi Yang would kill to silence the witness, but if Yi Yang really did that, the image that this guy had maintained all along would probably collapse. Chapter 145 I've seen people slapped in the face, but I've never seen someone slap himself in the face. Oh, why do you say that? When Yi Yang heard this, he couldn't help laughing. This guy has sinisterness written all over his face, but he still has no brains. What's the point of talking about something without evidence? Moreover, with his identity as the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land, even if there were other people here, would they believe a disciple or him as the Grand Elder? Seeing that Yi Yang still refused to admit it, Yi Shu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This guy is so shameless. The last time you went to Wanling sect, my master's wife took you to visit the medicine garden. After you came back, my master's wife was in disarray. And you still said that there was nothing between you two. When Yi Yang heard this, he was stunned. Just based on this, you suspect your master's wife. Yi Shu, are you a human being? That's your master's wife. Are you destroying her reputation just because of this? As a disciple, you actually covet the master's wife. I didn't. Yi Shu was shocked when he heard this. He couldn't let others see through his little thoughts. You didn't. Then why did you notice that your master's wife was disheveled? Do you dare to say that you didn't look at your master's wife? I'm not. Yi Shu was panicked. He was clearly talking about Yi Yang's matter, so how did it involve him? He secretly glanced at Mu Qingqing, but saw disgust written all over Mu Qingqing's face. Yi Yang, you dare not admit it. Yi Shu knew that he could not defend himself, so he could only provoke him. Oh, why shouldn't I admit it? Why don't you go back and ask your master? If I really like your master's wife, he will personally hand her over to me. Why would I do something so sneaky? Boy, you have a dirty mind, and everything you see is dirty. You covet your own master's wife, so you harbor ill will towards those who approach her. For Ling Zhu's sake, I won't expose you. From now on, you'll have to take care of yourself. After Yi Yang finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Shu looked at Yi Yang's back and opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute. He knew that what Yi Yang said was true. He really liked his master's wife, and he was hostile to anyone who approached her. After being exposed by Yi Yang today, he became even more frightened. If his master knew about this, he would probably be finished. Originally, he thought he had caught Yi Yang's handle, but in the end, he gave Yi Yang the handle. And Mu Qingqing also heard all this just now. How will she view me in the future? Yi Shu stood at the door in a daze, feeling cold all over. Ding! Yishu is furious, emotion value plus 500. Great Elder, does that Yishu have a grudge against you? On the way back, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but speak. She was smart, and from the look in Yishu's eyes when he looked at Yi Yang today, she sensed the deep malice in Yishu's eyes. We just met once, how can there be any enmity? Then why does he always have such an indescribable hostility towards you? Mu Qingqing frowned slightly. Haha, it's just like what I said just now, he must have fallen in love with his master's wife, and I just happened to have met his master's wife, so he hates me. I didn't expect that he would be such a person. After hearing this explanation, Mu Qingqing understood instantly. She had also seen this situation. In the past, Zheng Chu followed her all day long. At that time, if any of her junior brothers spoke to her, Zheng Chu would have a look of disgust in his eyes. Mu Qingqing has a deep understanding of this. That kind of self-righteous protection is exactly what makes people disgusted. When she thought of this, Mu Qingqing's disgust towards Yishu grew even stronger. Yi Yang noticed Mu Qingqing's emotions and reached out to hold her. Don't worry about him. There are many men like him in this world. There's no need to worry about him. Mu Qingqing nodded silently. Yishu returned to the Yi family, and as soon as he entered the house, Yi Sidao came up to him. Shower, what did the great elder tell you? Yishu shook his head absent-mindedly. You silly boy, your father specially created an opportunity for you to get close to the great elder, why are you so stupid? Can't you just behave yourself? If the great elder is happy, he might even let you become a disciple of the Taishu Holy Land. Hearing this, Yishu raised his head unhappily. I'm not a woman, how can I behave? When he said this, his eyes subconsciously looked at Ling Zhu. When Yi Sidao heard this, he also realized what Yishu meant and immediately became furious. You rebellious son, those who practice Taoism look at aptitude, who told you that? Oh, qualifications. What qualifications does she have? Yishu raised his hand and pointed at Ling Zhu. Why do you think she was able to join the Grand Void Holy Land? Why do you think the Grand Elder of the Taishu Holy Land would come forward to help our Yi family for her? It is said that the Qin family relies on women. Does our Yi family also rely on women? Yishu was really pissed off by Yi Yang tonight, and at this moment he wanted to vent all his emotions. His words undoubtedly aroused Ling Zhu's anger. Yishu, what do you mean by that? Explain it to me clearly. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? You are just an entry-level disciple. How can you deserve the help of the Grand Elder of the Grand Void Holy Land? What can he want from you? Don't you want to take a shower? Ling Zhu's face turned red with anger and she was about to take action immediately. Seeing this, Yi Sidao hurriedly separated the two and roared. Shut up, everyone, Yi Sidao said as he slapped Yishu in the face. He couldn't understand why his son was so ignorant. How could the Yi family afford to provoke the Taishu Holy Land? But Yishu just wanted to speak without restraint. No matter what the relationship between Ling Zhu and Yi Yang is, it is not something they can discuss. Yi Sidao knew in his heart that it was impossible for Yi Yang to come out to help them just for a new disciple. But how can I say this openly? You rebellious son, get out of here. Yi Sidao yelled at Yishu, don't come back again, don't come back again. Yi Sidao was really tired. He had paid too much to maintain this family. He could keep his head down, but no matter how cautious he was, he could not stop Yishu from provoking a behemoth like the Taishu Holy Land. Yishu stared at Yi Sidao angrily, then turned around and left the Yi family in anger. Zhuer, don't take it personally. The Great Elder is not that kind of person. Besides, these are your own business. Don't pay attention to what others say. No matter what, I support you. Yi Sidao comforted Lingzhu softly. He knew that Yishu's words had hurt Lingzhu deeply. For a girl, reputation is a very important matter. No one can stand Yishu saying this about Ling Zhu without any basis. At this moment, Ling Zhu also calmed down, and she was thinking about what Yishu said in her heart. If Yi Yang really had other ideas about her, did she agree? Or agree? Chapter 146 Negotiate with me. Are you worthy? Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? The next morning, Yishu found Yi Yang again. I'm here to negotiate terms with you. Yishu spoke softly. After being kicked out of the house last night, he had been thinking about it for the entire night. Now, as long as Lingzhu is still in the Yi family, he will never be able to make a breakthrough. He needed to show his parents that even without Lingzhu, he could still support the Yi family. That's why he found Yi Yang. He now only wants Lingju to leave Taishu Holy Land. As long as Lingju is no longer a member of Taishu Holy Land, his parents will definitely not care about Lingju. Oh, why do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? Yi Yang drank his tea comfortably without even lifting his eyelids. He can easily control a mere disciple from Lingxi realm. How can I have the capital to negotiate with him? If he hadn't considered that this kid was a protagonist and could also reap the benefits, he would have ignored Yi Shu. Hearing this, Yi Shu was slightly stunned. He also knew that he didn't have anything that Yi Yang would be interested in, but since he was here, he naturally had a plan in mind. I know you like my master's wife, I can help you. Yi Shu spoke silently. Oh, boy, you still don't understand. With my current status, if they need a woman, they will take the initiative to send her to my door. Do you really think I care about your master's wife? That's just wishful thinking. Yi Yang snorted coldly and glanced to the side unconsciously. Yi Shu was confused at this moment. Could it be that he was overthinking? Is there nothing between Yi Yang and Qinya? He looked at Yi Yang silently, trying to see something from Yi Yang's face, but Yi Yang was as calm as ever, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Yi Shu was completely disappointed now. He dared to come to Yi Yang to negotiate terms because he was sure that there was some unspeakable secret between Yi Yang and Qinya. For the sake of his family and for his father to value him, he would rather give up his beloved master's wife. But now, even though his biggest trump card has been exposed, Yi Yang remains unmoved. He was completely at his wit's end now. If he allowed Ling Zhu to continue like this, he would not just be kicked out of the house in the future. He could imagine that now his parents could regard Ling Zhu as the future of the Yi family, but in the future, he, their biological son, would be even less valued by them. No, I can't just give up like this. Yi Shu roared in his heart and raised his head again. Don't you like Lingju? I can help you too. Yi Shu gritted his teeth and spoke again. He hated Ling Zhu in his heart. Naturally, he didn't want Ling Zhu to get too close to Yi Yang. If that happened, Yi Yang would definitely protect Ling Zhu even more. By then, relying on Yi Yang's relationship, Ling Zhu's status in the Yi family will be further improved. This is something he doesn't want to see. But in Yi Shu's eyes, how could a man like Yi Yang be a sentimental person? In his opinion, Yi Yang was just coveting Ling Zhu's body. Once he gets Ling Zhu, the little girl will lose her value. Therefore, he thought that as long as Yi Yang succeeded, Ling Zhu might lose the value of her existence. By then, Ling Zhu will no longer have the protection of the Taishu Holy Land, and his parents will definitely rely on him again. Oh, you are really impressive. Yi Yang picked up the teacup and looked at Yi Shu with a smile. Yi Shu saw a hint of mockery, sneer, and disgrace in Yi Yang's eyes. At this moment, his heart seemed to be bleeding. He was not such a person, he just wanted his parents to look at him more. It's all Ling Zhu's fault. Yes, it's all Ling Zhu's fault. Yi Shu kept comforting himself in his heart. The Yi family was his Yi family. They were his parents. He would never allow others to take away the love that belonged to him. Yi Shu, you still don't understand. Ling Zhu is just a new disciple to me. If I have feelings for her, I have plenty of ways to get her. Do you really think that I help your Yi family just to please Ling Zhu? Yi Yang sneered and shook his head slightly. You underestimate me. As the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land, I, Yi Yang, can have any woman I want. I help your Yi family only because Ling Zhu is a disciple of my Taishu Holy Land. I will take good care of the disciples of my Taishu Holy Land. That's all. Yi Shu looked at Yi Yang silently. At this moment, his mind was blank. He was doubting what Yi Yang said, but he couldn't refute what Yi Yang said. Yes. As the great elder of Taishu Holy Land, if Yi Yang wanted to get Ling Zhu, he had plenty of ways. Why did he go to such great lengths to help the Yi family and gain Ling Zhu's favor? These are just his personal guesses. At this moment, Yi Shu suddenly felt that Yi Yang in front of him became particularly mysterious. He couldn't understand what Yi Yang wanted to do. Everything he thought seemed to be wrong. He always tries to guess Yi Yang's intentions with his own mind, but given Yi Yang's status and position, why does he need these means? Yi Shu suddenly became confused and at a loss. He always prided himself on being smart, but now he was being played around by Yi Yang. All his little thoughts seemed like children playing house in front of Yi Yang. Looking at Yi Yang, who had a calm face, his heart suddenly became nervous. At this moment, the person sitting in front of him seemed like an insurmountable mountain. Yi Shu, you are not a righteous person. Seeing Yi Shu gradually falling into self-doubt, Yi Yang finally put down the teacup and spoke. I don't know what's in your mind, but since you want to do something, I can give you a chance. Hearing this, Yi Shu had no time to think and hurriedly agreed. He has lost all his trump cards. As long as Yi Yang can help him return to the Yi family, he will do anything for Yi Yang. You will work for me in the future. Yi Yang took out a communication token and handed it to Yi Shu. As long as you work for me, I can agree to one of your requests. Yi Shu stared blankly at the communication token on the table, feeling increasingly conflicted. What a great opportunity this is. With Yi Yang's status, as long as he opens his mouth, countless people will rush to serve him as dogs. At this moment, the road before him is what many people dream of. But Yi Shu hesitated. He didn't know what Yi Yang wanted him to do. At this moment, he could no longer see through what kind of person he was. Facing Yi Yang, he was filled with fear and anxiety. Ding! Yi Shu is panicking, emotion value plus 500. Yi Yang stared at Yi Shu with a playful look on his face, tapping the table slowly with his fingers. The sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting Yi Shu's heart again and again. He was tangled, struggling, and hesitant, but still slowly stretched out his hand and took the communication token. What do you want me to do? Chapter 147 Treat, behead, except as a dog. It's very simple. Hasn't the Wanling sect been planning to attack Chushan recently? I need your help. Hearing this, Yi Shu looked up blankly. Taishu Holy Land also wants Chushan. When Yi Yang heard this, he laughed out of anger. Oh, the mind of a villain. What is a mere hill to my Taishu Holy Land? I'm just more interested in Baihua Valley. Yi Shu suddenly looked up, and at this moment, he finally understood Yi Yang's thoughts. He wanted to take advantage of Chushan's incident and seize the opportunity to annex Baihua Valley. Thinking of this, Yi Shu suddenly couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking that he was really too narrow-minded. Why would the Taishu Holy Land care about a mere spirit stone mine? He must be targeting a sect. What do you want me to do? Simple, I need the arrangements of the Wanling sect for the next few days. I think you should be very clear about it. Yi Yang glanced at the screen beside him and nodded silently. Yi Shu didn't notice any of this, but was thinking in his mind whether this was feasible. Right now, the Wanling sect has also set its sights on Chushan, and because Qi Feng was seriously injured, Qi Mudao has been very angry these days. It seems like they are about to break off relations with Baihua Valley. If I help Yi Yang to find out the news about the Wanling sect, it would undoubtedly be a betrayal of the Wanling sect. If I were discovered, I would probably be killed without a burial place. May I ask, Great Elder, is this move intended to target our Wanling sect? HMPH, do you care about the Wanling sect? Yi Yang snorted coldly. Yi Shu was slightly stunned when he heard this. Yes, did he still care about the Wanling sect? To him, the Wanling sect was just a place to live. As for what the Wanling sect would be like in the future, he didn't care at all. All he had to do was to repair the Divine King Cauldron. In such a big world, there was no place in which he could not go. How could he live in this small Wanling sect? I can promise you. Yi Shu was silent for a moment, but finally agreed. If this succeeds, you need to promise me to expel Ling Zhu from the Taishu Holy Land. Yi Shu raised his head and said what was on his mind. Okay, Yi Yang agreed readily, but then changed the subject, but before that, you need to ask Qinya to come out. Hearing this, Yi Shu suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Yang in surprise. Didn't you say there was nothing between you and her? Why did you look for her? Yes, I really had no interest in her before, but after you reminded me, I suddenly became interested in her again. Yi Yang stood up, looked at Yi Shu with a playful look on his face, and said softly, since you used her as a bargaining chip from the beginning, do you still need to hesitate now? After saying that, Yi Yang turned and left the room, leaving Yi Shu sitting there alone in a daze. At this moment, Yi Shu's heart was filled with regret. It was him. He personally sent Qinya to Yi Yang. Yi Shu clenched his fists, wishing he could punch himself twice. Yi Yang obviously had no interest in Qinya, but it was he who put Qinya on the gambling table and used Qinya as a bargaining chip. At this moment, he wished that Yi Yang had some relationship with Qinya from the beginning, so that he would feel better. But it was he who personally placed Qinya in front of Yi Yang. At this moment, he was just like Xu Changchun who gave Qinya to Qi Mudao. But he has no way out. Yi Yang, I hate you. Yi Shu clenched his teeth, His eyes filled with anger, and a low voice came out from between his teeth, seeming to contain endless resentment. Ding! Yishu is furious, emotion value plus 500. What about this person? Yi Yang returned to the room and asked softly while tasting the tea handed to him by Mu Qingqing. He has a vicious mind and no limits. Mu Qingqing said, gritting her teeth. She was hiding behind the screen just now and heard the conversation between Yi Yang and Yishu. This was naturally what Yi Yang did on purpose. He was also deliberately provoking Yishu to make that guy completely collapse, so as to constantly test Yishu's bottom line. As expected, that guy actually said that he would offer his master's wife to him, and chose to betray the Wanling sect without hesitation. When Mu Qingqing heard all of this, it naturally deepened her disgust for Yishu. Great Elder, such a person cannot be used. Mu Qingqing was undoubtedly full of contempt for Yishu at this moment. She previously thought that Yishu was heartless and ungrateful. But now, she just felt that Yishu was shameless. Mu Qingqing naturally looked down on such a treacherous villain. Sometimes, people like this are useful. Yi Yang reached out and tapped Mu Qingqing's little head. This kind of person forgets his principles when he sees profit, has no bottom line, and will do anything to achieve his goal. If used well, he is like a sharp knife. But this sharp knife may also stab me. Mu Qingqing looked at Yi Yang with some concern. Don't worry, I won't give him this chance. Yi Yang put down the teacup and waved his hand. Mu Qingqing sat next to Yi Yang obediently. Right now, isn't the Wanling sect planning to attack the 100-Flower Valley? With him as an insider, we can act accordingly. Among the sects around Baihua Valley, only Wanling sect is relatively strong. As long as we deal with them, the rest will naturally not be a problem. Mu Qingqing nodded. She naturally understood in her heart that Yi Yang did all this to help Baihua Valley solve its current problems. Mu Qingqing couldn't understand these things at first, but gradually she understood them. After all, those sects are affiliated sects of Taishu Holy Land. Yi Yang can indeed use his power to force them to give up Chu Shan. But if this happens, those sects will certainly feel dissatisfied, which is not a good thing for the Taishu Holy Land. Yi Yang can only act secretly now, forcing them to give up step by step, and then come forward to mediate, and those people will have nothing to say. So what should we do next? Don't be in a hurry, play with them first. Yi Yang pinched Mu Qingqing's little face. Contact your master first and ask her to stabilize the people in Baihua Valley and hold on. I will take care of the rest. Mu Qingqing nodded quickly, then turned and left. Yi Yang picked up the tea on the table and drank it all. Just as he stood up and was about to go out for a walk, he received a message from Yishu. Great Elder, my master keeps a close watch on my master's wife. She is not allowed to leave the sect on weekdays. This matter may be a little difficult. Looking at the words on the communication token, Yi Yang couldn't help but shook his head. Yishu usually looks sinister, but how come he is so stupid at the critical moment? I have already created the conditions for him. The Qin family market has been taken back. Isn't this a good excuse? She wants to go home. Qi Mudao won't stop her, right? When Yi Yang helped the Yi family take back the market, he thought of a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Use the Yi family's affairs to suppress the Qin family. Since Qinya is a member of the Qin family, she naturally cannot just ignore it if something happens to the Qin family. At that time, Yi Yang only needs to show up again to win the heart of Ling Zhu and Qinya. Chapter 148 The Male Protagonist Jealousy, Why People Always See Her. Yishu put away the communication token and silently looked at Ling Shuangcheng behind him. A feeling of powerlessness came over me. At this moment, he has completely boarded Yi Yang's pirate ship. He has no say in this path, and in the future, he can only continue to help Yi Yang. But he had to endure it and wait until he could repair the Divine King Cauldron in the future. He would repay today's hatred 100-fold. However, for now, he still has to deal with the affairs at home first. That woman must not be allowed to continue calling the shots in the house. In Yishu's eyes, the Yi family is undoubtedly his biggest weakness. He would never allow anyone to take away everything that belonged to him. When he thought about how his father had kicked him out of the house twice for Ling Zhu in the past 2 days, his malice towards Ling Zhu grew even stronger. In order to let Ling Zhu leave Taishu Holy Land, he must also do this for Yi Yang. Yishu turned around and rushed towards the Wanling sect. As soon as he returned to Wanling sect, he received news from Qi Mudao. Xu Chongchun has already told Qi Mudao about everything that happened in Lingshuang City. Even though this incident was caused by Xu Chongchun, since it involved the Taishu Holy Land and the Great Elder, Xu Chongchun naturally did not dare to make the decision. I can only tell you what happened exactly as it happened. When Qi Mudao heard that Yi Yang appeared in Lingshuang City, he was also shocked. At first, Qi Mudao thought that Yi Yang came for Chushan's matter. After all, Yi Yang once said that he would protect Baihua Valley. But if you think about it carefully, it is not very likely. After all, it is just a spirit stone mine. To put it bluntly, it is just a small fight between their sects. Yi Yang will not take such a small matter to heart. Later, he heard that Yi Yang helped the Yi family and that a little girl from the Yi family had joined the Taishu Holy Land. It seemed that Yi Yang attached great importance to the little girl. Qi Mudao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Qi Mudao thought that Yi Yang would actually stand up for a little girl from the Yi family, he couldn't help but have some other thoughts in his mind. These days, he was still angry at Yi Shu because of Qi Feng's injury. But now that the Yi family has this relationship, it would be difficult for him to continue targeting Yi Shu. The fact that Yi Yang could come forward in person shows that the little girl from the Yi family is no ordinary person. Even Qi Mudao has to be careful with such people. The relationship between their Wanling sect and Taishu Holy Land is far from close. Although he is the leader of the Wanling sect, the exact situation is just a matter of a word from Yi Yang. Qi Mudao also had to be cautious when facing Yi Yang. Now that he knew Yi Shu's family had this kind of connection, he naturally wanted to make good use of it. Soon, Yi Shu rushed over. Disciple greets master. Yi Shu bowed his head and saluted. At this moment, he felt a little guilty and did not dare to look Qi Mudao in the eye. Shower is here. Please sit down. Qi Mudao changed his usual serious expression and spoke with a smile. I have heard about what Elder Shu did, and I have punished him. I was impulsive and misunderstood you earlier. You were also injured in the matter of Chushan. The sect should compensate you. Qi Mudao said this and waved his hand, and a disciple came up with a tray. On the tray, there were 2 bags of spirit stones and 2 books of Zon-level skills. Here are 20,000 spirit stones and 2 manuals. Qi Mudao continued, you are my disciple. I hope you will practice diligently in the future. The revitalization of Wanling sect still depends on you. Yi Shu took these things silently, but he began to have doubts in his heart. How come my master suddenly became so good? 2 days ago, he was still blaming himself for recommending Qi Feng to go to Chushan, which caused Qi Feng to be seriously injured. How come he has become a different person in just the blink of an eye? Haha, I heard that you have a sister who became a disciple of the Taishu Holy Land and is highly valued by the Great Elder. Qi Mudao walked down from his seat and came to Yi Shu. Hearing this, Yi Shu understood instantly. Is it because of that woman again? Yi Shu was filled with resentment. He should have thought of this earlier. How could Qi Mudao, with his mean and ungrateful personality, suddenly become so close to him? There must be some other reason. Now, he finally knew why. Since Xu Chongchun had already talked about Ling Shuangcheng, he naturally also talked about Yi Yang standing up for his Yi family. This kind of thing is an opportunity for Qi Mudao. In the small area of Qingshu County, anything related to the Taishu Holy Land is a big deal. The matter involving the Grand Elder of Taishu Holy Land is a major event among major events. No wonder Qi Mudao was so nervous. Yes, although Yi Shu was unhappy, he still nodded in agreement. Hey, your Yi family is blessed. Not only do you have extraordinary talent, but even your sister is valued by the Taishu Holy Land. You must have a bright future. Qi Mudao began to praise him, but when Yi Shu heard these words, they were like thorns piercing his heart. His father became estranged from him because of Ling Ju's relationship with Taishu Holy Land. Now, his master suddenly became closer to him because of this incident. He couldn't understand why these people were always willing to be slaves. What's so great about the Taishu Holy Land? Just because Ling Zhu joined the Taishu Holy Land, these people are rushing to join in. At this moment, Yi Shu felt even more disgusted with Ling Zhu. He finally made up his mind that no matter what, Ling Zhu must be expelled from the Taishu Holy Land. As long as that woman is around, he will never be able to turn things around. I heard from Elder Shu that the Great Elder wants to give the market under the Qin family to your Yi family. The Great Elder is right in this matter. Qi Mudao patted Yi Shu on the shoulder and said with emotion. Over the years, I have neglected you. It was also Xu Changchun who, for his own selfish reasons, borrowed the name of your master's wife's family to deliberately suppress the Yi family. Today, I, the master, will make the Qin family give up 2 markets to your Yi family. When Yi Shu heard this, he didn't feel happy at all. He knew that Qi Mudao did all this not because of him, but because of Ling Zhu. This made him feel sick. Master, the Qin family is after all master's wife's family. If this happens, master's wife will be hard to explain. At this moment, Yi Shu had made up his mind. Since Qi Mudao wanted to curry favor with Yi Yang, he would not be polite. Old man, isn't that flattery? I will give your wife to someone else, and let you be a cuckold for the rest of your life. Yi Shu cursed fiercely in his heart. The hostility he felt towards Ling Zhu gradually shifted to Qi Mudao. She's just a lowly concubine. What I give her is hers. If I don't give it to her, what do they think of as the Qin family? A trace of disgust appeared on Qi Mudao's face. When Yi Shu heard this, he quickly spoke. If that's the case, I'm afraid master's wife will need to come forward and tell the Qin family. That way, I can have an explanation. Chapter 149 Personally delivering the beloved woman. Qi Mudao thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Well, you considered it. It's time to teach those people in the Qi family a lesson. Qi Mudao said this, turned around and left, and soon returned to the yard where he lived. Yi Shu followed behind him, but he seemed a little nervous. He always had feelings for Qinya in his heart. She was the woman he had always dreamed of. Now he was going to give her up to someone else. How could he not be angry? But when he thought of Ling Zhu's domineering behavior in the Yi family, he forgot all these things. To regain the favor of her parents, what does a mere woman matter? Soon, he met the woman who had been haunting him again. She is as dignified, elegant, noble and cool as ever. Sitting there, it was like a blooming snow lotus. It's unbearable to disturb. This beautiful scenery intoxicated Yi Shu. But with Qi Mudao's scolding, this beautiful scene was ultimately broken. Bitch, what a good thing your Qin family has done. Qi Mudao walked into the yard angrily. Seeing Qinya sitting there in a daze, he couldn't help but feel angry. These days, Qinya always looks absent-minded. Although this woman didn't like to talk much in the past, she still has some spirit. But during this period of time, Qinya became more and more silent, which made Qi Mudao very annoyed. When he first saw Qinya, he was indeed attracted by her beauty. But at that time, he was already old, and taking Qin Yan as a concubine was just to satisfy his momentary selfish desires. When that feeling of satisfaction wore off, looking at his own broken body that was full of desire but not enough, he was left with only disgust for the beauty before him. To him, Qinya was like a mirror, reflecting his frail appearance. Therefore, whenever he saw Qinya, he would get angry for no apparent reason and feel indescribable disgust. But he was unwilling to let Qinya go. Even if he couldn't get a woman like this, he would never let anyone else get her. Over the years, he never allowed Qinya to leave the yard and almost imprisoned her. Only when there were occasional sect affairs would he allow Qinya to go out. On weekdays, he would not allow anyone else to enter this yard. This yard was like an exquisite cage he had prepared for Qinya. He wanted to trap this canary here forever. Qi Mudao sat down and glared at Qinya fiercely. Seeing this, Qinya hurriedly stood up and stood there blankly. Naturally, she had no idea what was happening outside. But she had been with Qi Mudao day and night for these years, and had already learned to judge Qi Mudao's emotions from the sound of his footsteps. Qi Mudao's emotions were already written on his face, how could she not see it? However, she was also somewhat confused and at a loss as to what to do. You Qin family members are getting bolder and bolder. You dare to provoke the Grand Elder of the Grand Void Holy Land. You really don't know how to live or die. As Qi Mudao spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Qinya in the face. A stream of energy landed on Qinya's face, leaving a bright red slap mark. Qinya was also knocked to the ground, but she quickly stood up, knelt on the ground, and dared not say a word. Yi Shu, who was watching this scene at the side, was furious but he just turned his head away. From beginning to end, he never had the courage to stand up for Qinya. However, his hatred for Qi Mudao gradually deepened. Even though what he was thinking at this moment was to give Qinya to Yi Yang, he was still filled with resentment when he saw Qinya being humiliated by Qi Mudao. Please forgive me, master. I don't know what the Qin family did to make you angry, but I will let them know to stop. When Qi Mudao heard this, he frowned slightly and raised his hand to slap him again. Qinya suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and could no longer stand up. Humph. It's already happened, what's the point of informing them? You don't discipline your family properly on weekdays, and now you have caused such a mess. I have to step in. If the Great Elder gets angry, not to mention your Qin family, my Wanling sect will also be implicated. Qi Mudao raised his head and glanced at Yi Shu, then continued speaking. This incident was caused by the Qin family's greed. They wanted to seize the Yi family's market, but they were caught by the Great Elder. The Great Elder is merciful. He only wants your Qin family to give up a market to compensate the Yi family. This is to teach your Qin family a lesson. But we can't just let this matter go. I have decided that this time, your Qin family needs to hand over 2 markets to the Yi family. You also need to go back and take good care of those people in the Qin family. If they dare to cause trouble again, the Qin family will have no reason to exist. Hearing this, Qinya couldn't help but be shocked and kowtowed in agreement. This time, I will let Yi Shu go back with you to deal with the problems between the Qin family and the Yi family. Qi Mudao looked at Yi Shu and smiled. But to Yi Shu, this smile was so disgusting. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you get out of here? Qi Mudao shouted angrily, and Qinya quickly stood up and walked outside. Master, I'm leaving now. Seeing this, Yi Shu also bowed in greeting. Well, when you get back, explain it clearly to your family. I was really unaware of this incident and I'm sorry that you've been wronged. Qi Mudao took Yi Shu's hand and comforted him kindly. But when these words fell into Yi Shu's heart, every word was heartbreaking. Disciple dare not, disciple takes his leave. Yi Shu quickly broke free from Qi Mudao and turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to help but spit in Qi Mudao's face. He had never seen such a shameless person. After practicing for many years, the leader of a sect is so servile. No one knows why he is practicing. Although Baihua Valley is weak and Lu Qingchen is a woman, she still maintains her unyielding pride. But what about Qi Mudao? He was willing to be an old dog. Yi Shu followed Qinya, and looking at the graceful figure in front of him, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. This should have been his woman, but now he is the one pushing this woman to her death step by step. Yi Shu kept looking at Qinya, and suddenly, the nobility and holiness in Qinya seemed to disappear into thin air. It seemed that there was only endless desire left in Yi Shu's heart. The goddess who used to be unattainable in his heart now seemed to have lost her color. The image of Qinya kneeling at Yi Yang's feet even appeared in his mind. Then, Yi Yang's appearance gradually became like himself. Yi Shu stopped abruptly and stopped the thoughts in his mind. He didn't know why he had these thoughts. Qinya was the goddess in his heart who could not be desecrated. Yi Shu raised his head silently, but the determination in his heart collapsed in an instant. Perhaps it won't be long before this goddess becomes someone else's. He clenched his fist silently, and his hatred for Yi Yang deepened. Ding! Yi Shu's hatred is hard to dispel, emotion value plus 500. Chapter 150. Go to the door and squat like a dog. Qinya flew on her sword, deliberately keeping a distance from Yi Shu. How could she not know what Yi Shu was thinking? From the first moment she saw Yi Shu, she knew that this man coveted her. As a well-known beauty, she has seen too many looks like that. Moreover, this time the Yi family and the Qin family had a conflict, although she still didn't understand what was going on. But when she saw Yi Shu, she naturally thought that it must be Yi Shu who said something in front of Qi Mudao again. Therefore, she was also full of disgust towards Yi Shu. However, at this moment, there was more fear in her heart. Just because of the appearance of that man, the man who has been lingering in her mind these days and can't be shaken off, the man who made her distracted these days. The great elder of Taishu Holy Land Yi Yang. She didn't know why Yi Yang suddenly appeared here and got involved in the affairs of the Qin and Yi families. But now, the Qin family has provoked the Taishu Holy Land, which is definitely a big deal. The Taishu Holy Land is such a huge place that a small Qin family cannot afford to provoke it. Even the Wanling sect can only act like a dog with its tail between its legs in front of the Taishu Holy Land. What is their Qin family? But what frightened Qinya was not just these, but the promise she made with Yi Yang. She needs to serve Yi Yang for a month. She didn't know whether Yi Yang's appearance this time was intended to warn her. But this time, Yi Yang's sudden attack on the Qin family might also be a sign. Her heart was filled with uneasiness and she couldn't help but recall that afternoon. After returning to Lingshuang City, Qinya finally spoke. Yi Shu, how do you want to deal with this matter? Her voice was cold and emotionless. But to Yi Shu's ears, it sounded like heavenly music, pleasant and melodious. Master's wife, this matter is not something I can decide. Yi Shu was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Master has already made the decision, and I have no right to interfere. Having said this, Yi Shu was stunned for a moment but continued speaking. Moreover, this matter was initiated by the Great Elder himself. The details still need to be discussed between Master's wife and the Great Elder. Hearing this, Qinya was stunned. The Great Elder is still here. Qinya originally thought that Yi Yang had already left. After all, a person like that couldn't possibly stay in Lingshuang City forever. But when she heard Yi Shu say that, a chill suddenly rose in her heart. Yi Shu nodded and said helplessly, Great Elder, I'll wait for you at Fengqi Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Qinya suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Shu. He asked me to come here. Yi Shu nodded. Qinya's heart instantly turned cold. She trembled and asked softly, does your master know about this? At this moment, Qinya seemed to have lost all her strength. She thought Qi Mudao already knew about this and deliberately gave her to Yi Yang. This scene was specially arranged. I don't know, but Yi Shu's words made Qinya stunned again. She stared at Yi Shu silently for a long time before finally reacting. Are you helping the Great Elder? Qinya has been patient for many years, and although she cannot match the scheming of those old foxes, she can still see through many things. Since Yi Shu said that Qi Mudao didn't know about this, and Yi Shu accurately stated where Yi Yang was, it can only mean that this matter was planned by Yi Shu and Yi Yang together. Yi Shu has already surrendered to Yi Yang. Although Yi Shu didn't want to admit it, he nodded helplessly. At this moment, Qinya was completely numb. She could never have imagined that Yi Yang's ability was so great that he actually reached out to the Wanling sect and won over Qi Mudao's most trusted disciple. Faced with such power, Qinya felt that she had lost the strength to struggle. Yi Yang could place a spy next to Qi Mudao silently, but how could he hide his every move from the other party's spy? Let's go, Qinya spoke weakly, and walked towards the city stiffly like a walking corpse. Yi Shu's heart was bleeding, but he had no choice but to take his beloved woman and step into the abyss. Fengqiting, the most luxurious restaurant in Lingshuang City, is also a subsidiary of the Wanling sect. Yi Yang chose this location for an obvious reason. This was a fair and open meeting, in front of the disciples of the Wanling sect. From the moment Qinya walked in here, everything she has will be in Yi Yang's hands. Qi Mudao would soon know about her meeting with Yi Yang. But only Yi Yang could explain clearly what they did specifically. This was the trap set by Yi Yang, leaving her with no way to refute. She could only follow Yi Yang's instructions and continue moving forward. Master's wife, please. Yi Shu pushed open a door and what came into view was a river view. Fengqi Pavilion is built by the river, and from the top floor box you can just see the river view. At this moment, near evening, the afterglow of the setting sun falls on the surface of the river, sparkling and a little dazzling. Qinya narrowed her eyes subconsciously, and vaguely saw a figure leaning against the window. My heart is filled with sorrow as I bathe in the sunset. The past is like a fleeting moment, and I don't even think about it anymore. I am so proud of myself when I stand on the ninth heaven. Phoenix, Phoenix, return to your hometown. Yi Yang raised his glass and took a sip, which was quite poetic. However, Yi Shu and the other person behind him were obviously not in the mood to listen to him reciting poems. Ding. Qinya is panicked, emotional value plus 500. Ding. Yi Shu feels disgusted, emotion value plus 500. Yi Shu, go out and guard outside. Yi Yang gave orders without even turning his head. Hearing this, Yi Shu became even angrier. Does this guy regard himself as a servant? Not only do you have to go out by yourself, but you also have to guard outside by yourself. Do you really think you are a watchdog? Yi Shu was filled with anger, but it eventually turned into the word, yes. When Qinya saw this scene, she felt even more disappointed. Qi Mudao's most trusted disciple became like this in front of Yi Yang. I'm afraid I will never be able to escape from his clutches again. You're here. Yi Yang turned around with a faint smile on his face. He looked so kind, but in Qinya's eyes, he seemed extremely terrifying. Sit down. Yi Yang waved his hand, and then started making tea for himself. The tea at Fengqi Pavilion is pretty good. It's said to be picked from an 800-year-old tea tree in Yangxia Mountain of Wanling sect. They only pick it once a year, and each time they only have 2 tails. I don't know what method they use to keep it so fresh. Qinya stood there blankly, looking at Yi Yang in front of her with a calm and composed look, but her heart became more and more nervous. This should be the calm before the storm, right? The more he downplays it, the more terrifying the power of the thunder will be. Tea is like a person, bitter at first, then sweet. This is a unique experience after all the hard work. Chapter 151, Conquering the Heroine, the hero is anxious. Yi Yang raised his head, picked up the teacup and handed it to Qinya. Seeing this, Qinya walked forward cautiously, sat down, and took the teacup. She didn't know what Yi Yang meant. It seems to be suggesting that all the hard work will pay off. But she is still stuck in the quagmire, how can she feel sweet? Feng kidding, this name is good. Yi Yang picked up the wine jug and poured himself a glass of wine. Just like the phoenix in the sky, it will eventually rest on a phoenix tree. So too, humans should always stop and rest. Phoenix, Phoenix, return to your hometown. Yi Yang sighed softly, looking at the sunset with a sad face. For people like me who practice Taoism, the road ahead is long. Do we still have a hometown? Qinya heard this and looked down at the tea in the cup. Does she still have a hometown? It seemed to have disappeared long ago, from the moment she was sent to the Wanling sect by her family. The only relationship between her and the Qin family is blood. She hated the Qin family in her heart, but she could not give up this relationship. It was not because she had good intentions, but because now she and the Qin family complemented each other. As long as she was there, the Qin family would exist, and she would exist in the Qin family. This is also the reason why she is still concerned about the Qin family. You must have heard about the Qin family. Finally, Yi Yang mentioned the Qin family, and Qinya instantly became excited. I wonder what you think of my treatment. Whatever the great elder thinks, the Qin family will obey his orders, Qinya replied in a low voice. Do you hate the Qin family? Yi Yang suddenly turned his head and looked at Qinya. He naturally understood Qinya's thoughts. It was impossible for Qinya not to feel hatred in her heart for a woman who was sent by her family to the hands of an old man. It's just that Qinya needs the Qin family to maintain her position in the Wanling sect, and the Qin family also needs Qinya to provide them with convenience. That's all. Qinya didn't say anything, but her silence already expressed her attitude. I understand. Yi Yang handed the wine glass to Qinya. Have a drink, and let the past go with the wind. Qinya looked at the wine glass in Yi Yang's hand and was at a loss for a moment. This is the cup used by Yi Yang. What does he mean? Qinya instinctively wanted to refuse, but she didn't dare to speak. After drinking this glass of wine, everything between you and the Qin family will become a thing of the past. In the future, you will no longer have anything to do with them. Qinya looked at Yi Yang silently, not quite understanding what Yi Yang meant. If the Qin family is gone, then those elders of the Wanling sect who have ties with the Qin family will certainly no longer protect her. At that time, it is hard to say what Qi Mudao's attitude towards her will be. She was well aware of her position, she had never been the important person. It's just that those people needed someone to share a piece of the pie for them, so she stepped onto the stage. Once the Qin family is gone, those people will most likely support the next family, seizing Shuang City's resources, and continue to make money for them. Seeing that Qinya couldn't make a decision for a long time, Yi Yang shook his head slightly. I promise you, nothing will involve you. Hearing this, Qinya was finally moved. Why? Why are you helping me? No reason, I'm happy. Yi Yang put the wine glass in front of Qinya. But this sentence made Qinya feel frightened. Yes, as long as Yi Yang is happy, he can decide the life and death of a family at will, and even his own life and death. Qinya silently picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Ahem. Drink slowly. Don't be in a hurry. We still have a lot of time. Qinya was startled when she heard this, but the next second, Yi Yang grabbed her hand. Grand Elder. Before Qinya could say anything, Yi Yang pulled her to his side. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Qinya lowered her head silently, not daring to speak. Don't worry, serve me well and nothing will happen to you. From today on, Qi Mudao won't dare to do anything to you anymore. Qinya raised her head in surprise and looked at Yi Yang. This was something she had been looking forward to for a long time, but when she faced Yi Yang, she felt a surge of fear in her heart. She didn't know why Yi Yang wanted to help her, but she knew what kind of person Yi Yang was. She might be able to escape from the dragon's den with this, but the next step might be for her to fall into the tiger's den. But does she have a choice? Ding! Chinya unlocks a new scene, emotional value plus 800. Ding! Chinya is filled with shame and indignation, emotional value plus 800. The river view outside the window is picturesque, and the scenery beside the window is a feast for the eyes. Only Yi Shu, who was waiting outside the door, clenched his hands tightly, with no place to vent his inner grief and anger. They have been talking for so long. What is it that requires so much time? Yi Shu naturally understood this in his heart. He could even imagine what was happening in the room at this moment. But he was powerless, or rather, he didn't dare. From the moment he was controlled by Yi Yang, he was doomed to never be able to turn things around. However, Yi Yang was doing business inside, but he had to stay here, and he felt endless humiliation in his heart. What's more, the person inside at this moment is his beloved one. Moreover, he personally delivered his beloved to Yi Yang. Ding! Yi Shu is very upset, emotion value plus 600. Ding! Yi Shu is filled with grief and anger, emotional value plus 600. Late at night, the room finally became quiet. Chinya had lost all her strength at this moment. She silently looked at the figure bathed in the moonlight by the window, her heart full of fear. However, the fear at this moment does not come from the heart, but from the body. How are you going to help me get rid of Chi Mudao? Chinya rested for a long time before asking. Some things are best left unseen. Pretend nothing has happened. The past is the same as the future. If Chi Mudao knew about what happened between you and me, I can't guarantee what he would do to you. Hearing this, Chinya was shocked, and there was more fear in her eyes when she looked at Yi Yang. This man is so scary, she doesn't know what Yi Yang wants to do. But because of the unknown, she felt more and more that the person in front of her was completely unpredictable. It was as if everything the other party did was a carefully designed trap. This is exactly what Yi Yang wanted. Hope mixed with danger can gradually break down people's psychological defenses. Moreover, with this relationship, Chinya can contribute more emotional value. What do you call this? The technical term should be morality. Chinya is different from Mu Qingqing and the others. This woman is born with a filter towards Yi Yang. Considering what she has experienced over the years, it might be difficult to make her surrender directly. You have to defeat her psychologically first, then she will obey you. Have you rested well? Yi Yang turned his head and looked at Chinya. The view from the window is nice, let's continue. Ding! Chinya is so ashamed and angry that she wants to die, emotional value plus 1000. Ding! Chinya unlocks a new pose, emotional value plus 1000. When the moonlight shines on her, she has changed shape. Chapter 152, Give you a candy, the next second is a big stick. Yi Shu had been waiting outside all night. His eyes never left the closed door. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and humiliation mixed with unwillingness and regret beat his already broken heart over and over again. Giving the woman he loved most to Yi Yang with his own hands had completely broken his heart. He hated Yi Yang, but was also full of fear of him. What he did today has become a handle for Yi Yang to control him. And he had to keep it a secret for Yi Yang. Yi Yang chose this location to let those people from the Wanling sect know that it was he, Yi Shu, who personally brought Chinya here. Once the matter between Yi Yang and Chinya gets out, he will be an accomplice. Now that he has boarded this ship, it seems there is no chance of turning back. Now he can only place his last hope on the God King Cauldron. As long as the God King Cauldron is repaired, he will have the chance to soar into the sky. When he has enough strength, no one can threaten him anymore. At that time, he would not only kill Yi Yang, he would also snatch Chinya away from him. No, he would also snatch Yi Yang's wife away from him. No matter how Yi Yang treats Chinya today, he will repay him 100-fold in the future. Ding! Yi Shu's hair stood on end with rage, emotional value plus 500. Xiao Shu, come here. Suddenly, the door in the distance opened and Yi Yang walked out. When Yi Shu heard this, he became even angrier. Did Yi Yang really treat him like a dog? He raised his head fiercely, but the gloom on his face turned into a smile. But the moment he saw Chinya, he was suddenly stunned. At this moment, Chinya seemed like a different person. Her face was rosy and her temperament was excellent, like a lotus emerging from the water or a green screen resting on the clouds. The daughter's attitude was heart-stirring. She followed Yi Yang out the door, but her steps seemed a little unsteady. With just one glance, Yi Shu saw the clues. He couldn't imagine what Qinya had experienced last night to become like this. His heart seemed to be bleeding. But it was him who caused all this. Yi Shu calmed himself and walked forward slowly. Great Elder, has the matter been settled? Yi Shu lowered his head and spoke, but the corner of his eye couldn't help but fall on Qinya. Well, I have discussed this with Miss Qin. The Qin family has too many assets right now, so why not give some to your Yi family? Yi Yang turned his head to look at Qinya and continued, I will ask Miss Qin to take a message to fellow Taoist Qi. From now on, all the properties in Lingshuang City will be given to your Yi family. What do you think? When Yi Shu heard this, he looked up in disbelief. He didn't know why Yi Yang did this, but he understood that if he could really take back all the Qin family's assets this time, Yi Sidao would definitely look at him with admiration. Thank you, Great Elder. Yi Shu bowed, and this time, he felt a little more grateful towards Yi Yang. Although he still hated Yi Yang, this matter was at least beneficial to him. Okay, send Miss Qin back. Yi Yang nodded at Qinya. Seeing this, Qinya bowed slightly and then turned and left. After they all left, Yi Yang also left Fengqi Pavilion and returned to the inn where he lived. Yi Yang immediately called Mu Qingqing. Qingqing, go to Wanling sect and tell Qi Mudao that from now on, all matters related to purchasing spiritual plants for Wanling sect will be handled by Qinya. By the way, don't say it was my idea. Mu Qingqing nodded in agreement, then left the inn and rushed to the Wanling sect. After dealing with all this, Yi Yang went out. He believed that by arranging such a thing for Qinya, Qi Mudao would naturally not beat or scold Qinya again in the future. After all, Qinya is valuable now, and the old man is protecting her too late. How dare he continue to abuse her? Moreover, the Qin family is weak now, and they need to find a reputation for themselves, otherwise, this woman will not be able to stay in the Wanling sect. Moreover, he deliberately let Mu Qingqing come forward so as to clear his relationship with Qinya, indicating that this matter was not discussed between him and Qinya, but was the intention of the sect. In addition, Mu Qingqing's identity is special. If Qi Mudao knew that Mu Qingqing was a disciple of Baihua Valley, he should be able to understand Yi Yang's hint. He probably won't interfere in Chu Shan's affairs. As for why the Qin family's assets should be handed over to the Yi family, Yi Yang naturally had his own calculations. One reason was to stabilize Yi Shu. This guy did so much just to win the favor of his parents, so Yi Yang simply gave him this opportunity. Secondly, it was naturally to vent Qinya's anger and let this woman get rid of this family completely. But Yi Yang would certainly not let such credit fall on Yi Shu. At this moment, he was on his way to the Yi family. This is a good opportunity to win the favor of the little girl Lingju. That girl is also concerned about the Yi family. Now that Yi Yang has given their Yi family such a large industry, shouldn't Lingju be grateful to him? With this incident, the little girl can at least contribute a lot of emotional value. When Yi Yang came to the Yi family again, the entire Yi family was immersed in joy. They had just received news from the Qin family that the Qin family had agreed to give 2 markets to their Yi family. This is a great thing for their Yi family. The entire Yi family is preparing to take over the market. Just at this moment, a servant came to report, Master, the Great Elder is here. Yi Sidao was shocked and overjoyed, and hurried out to greet him. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Yi Yang walking in. I didn't know that the Great Elder was coming, and I failed to greet you. I beg the Great Elder to forgive me. Now Yi Sidao can only feel grateful to Yi Yang. For small families like theirs, 2 market towns are enough to support the development of a generation. Yi Yang's light words have given their Yi family the opportunity to grow and develop. How can he not be grateful? Get up. Yi Yang waved his hand, and Ling Zhu beside him raised her head cautiously, and the look she gave Yi Yang became much more friendly. In the past, she was somewhat afraid of Yi Yang, but now, after experiencing this incident, she only felt grateful towards Yi Yang. She didn't care about how the Yi family developed, but she was happy from the bottom of her heart when she saw her adoptive parents happy. In the past 2 days, all her adoptive parents have been talking about is Yi Yang's great kindness. How could she not be affected? Besides, Yi Yang was also nice to her. Thinking of what Yi Shu had said before, if this elder was really interested in her. Instead, she felt a little more expectant. I came here today to inform you of something. Yi Yang did not waste time and went straight to the point. Yesterday, Miss Qinya, the wife of the leader of Wanling sect, came back. She discussed with me and also brought the opinion of the leader of Wanling sect, Qi. What we mean is that the Qin family's assets will be handed over to your Yi family from now on. I estimate that someone from the Wanling sect will come over this afternoon. You just prepare yourself, and I will not be responsible for the rest. Chapter 153. The protagonist wants to take credit. I'll take the credit. Hearing this, Yi Sidao was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. All the Qin family's assets are handed over to the Yi family. Ling Zhu also widened her eyes at this moment and stared at Yi Yang closely. She naturally understood what this matter meant to the Yi family. Once the Yi family takes over the Qin family's assets, the entire Lingshuang city will belong to the Yi family. Their Yi family will also inevitably rise through this. Originally, they only got 2 markets, and everyone in the Yi family was delighted. But now they were going to take over the entire Qin family's industry. Not to mention Ling Zhu, even Yi Sidao was a little slow to react. Does the great elder really mean what he said? You doubt me? Yi Yang smiled lightly. For such a small family, it was indeed hard to accept such unexpected blessing. I don't dare. Yi Sidao knelt down hurriedly, but he still couldn't recover from the shock. Is there smoke coming out of his ancestral grave? Such a great thing actually happened to him. Yi Sidao remained silent, but tears were already streaming down his face. He had been cautious and prudent all his life, all for the sake of the Yi family. Now, the Yi family had grown stronger under his leadership. Even if he died now, he would have done justice to the ancestors of the Yi family. Yi Sidao silently turned his head and glanced at Ling Zhu. He knew very well that the Yi family was where they are today because of Yi Yang, and the reason why Yi Yang helped them was because of Ling Zhu. Yi Sidao's voice was choked with sobs. He kowtowed heavily to Yi Yang, and then he also kowtowed heavily to Ling Zhu. Thank you very much, great elder. Zhuer, you are the great benefactor of my Yi family. I kowtow to you. Seeing this, Lingzhu quickly knelt down on the ground. Godfather, how can Zhuer accept your gift? You can bear it. Yi Sidao's eyes were red, and he helped Lingzhu up. The reason why our Yi family is where we are today is all because of the great elder's kindness. The whole Yi family will remember this in our hearts. If the great elder needs anything in the future, our Yi family will be willing to sacrifice our lives for him without hesitation. Yi Sidao bowed and kowtowed to Yi Yang. Ling Zhu, who was standing by, also noticed her adoptive father's excitement. She looked at Yi Yang silently, and tears couldn't help but wet her eyes. Ding! Lingzhu is filled with gratitude, emotion value plus 1000. Yi Yang's heart moved. This little girl finally began to change. For Yi Yang, these things are just a matter of words, but for the Yi family, it is like a favor from heaven. Yi Yang didn't care about the future of the Yi family. He never took such a small family seriously. All the markets, industries and the like are not as valuable as the emotional value I have obtained now. Moreover, Lingzhu's emotional value has now reached 1000. According to Yi Yang's past experience, this means that this little girl is ripe and ready to be picked. However, now is not the time, there are important things to deal with this time. Now that everything is over, I should go back. Yi Yang said as he stood up. Zhuer, please see the great elder off. Yi Sidao quickly spoke, and Ling Zhu followed silently. Only after they walked out of the gate of Yi Mansion did Ling Zhu speak softly. Lingzhu thanks the great elder for his kindness. Ling Zhu bowed and knelt on the ground. This time, she was grateful to Yi Yang from the bottom of her heart. With this incident, the Yi family will surely rise in the future, and the burden in her heart has finally fallen. Now that the Yi family is safe, you can practice with peace of mind in the future, right? Yi Yang smiled and reached out to help Ling Zhu up. The cold little hand shrank slightly, but then stopped. Lingzhu lowered her head tightly and responded softly. At this moment, she was undoubtedly nervous. She wasn't sure what Yi Yang's action meant, but her heart was already in turmoil. Like a deer running around. Ding! Lingzhu is feeling uneasy, emotional value plus 1000. Then go back to the sect as soon as possible. Yi Yang let go of Lingzhu's little hand. Yes, disciple obeys your command. Ling Zhu raised her head and looked at Yi Yang with a bright smile on her face. At this moment, she no longer hesitated in her heart. No matter what Yi Yang thought, in her eyes, she might have already decided on the person in front of her. In the afternoon, Yi Shu brought several elders from the Wanling sect back to the Yi family. As soon as he walked into the house, he couldn't help but shout. Dad, I'm back. I have good news for you. Yishu walked into the house excitedly, only to find that his father had a happy smile on his face and was having a pleasant conversation with Ling Zhu. The smile on Yishu's face froze for a moment, but then he recovered. As long as he tells his father about this important matter, he will definitely gain his father's attention again. Dad, I have something to tell you. It's very good news. Yishu hurriedly opened his mouth, but Yi Sidao saw him and spoke first. Shower, it's a good thing that you're back. I also have something great to tell you. Yishu was slightly stunned, but saw Yi Sidao's face full of excitement. The great elder came this morning and said he would hand over all the Qin family's assets to our Yi family. Shower, do you know that our Yi family's chance to rise has arrived? The great elder has been very kind to our Yi family. From now on, the great elder will be our Yi family's great benefactor. Yi Sidao couldn't help but smile, then he looked at Ling Zhu beside him and continued. All of this is thanks to Zhu'er. If she hadn't joined the Taishu Holy Land, how could the great elder have come to my Yi family? Zhu'er is also a great benefactor of our Yi family. Yi Shu, who had been so excited just now, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Has Yi Yang been here? Did you tell Yi Sidao about this? Isn't this right? He came back so excitedly to take credit, so how come Yi Yang got the upper hand over him? This is clearly his achievement, right? It was he who endured humiliation and was willing to give his beloved to Yi Yang with his own hands, which brought the Yi family to its current glory. How could this be Yi Yang's credit? Also, why should he thank Lingju? What does this matter have to do with Ling Zhu? Dad, I asked the sect master to intervene in this matter, and only then did he agree to give the Qin family's assets to my Yi family. Yi Shu couldn't help but open his mouth to argue. Yi Sidao's face turned strange when he heard this. Shower, isn't it your father who is telling you that you are not aware of your own weight? Although you are the direct disciple of sect master Qi, how could he possibly give the entire Qin family's assets to our Yi family just for you? Yi Shu opened his mouth, but there were some things he really couldn't say. He couldn't say that he gave his master's wife to Yi Yang, right? But all these things he had gained in exchange for his submission to Yi Yang have now become Yi Yang's credit, and he couldn't accept it in his heart. Was everything he had done before in vain? Although Qi Mudao agreed to this matter because Yi Yang asked for it, this was also what he exchanged for his master's wife. He did so much, but in the end Yi Yang still took advantage of him. Moreover, the credit should go to Lingju. Is he still fantasizing about regaining his father's attention through this incident? The result, that's it. Ding. Yi Shu's mentality explodes, emotional value plus 2000. Chapter 154 Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Wanling Sect, inside the sect's main hall. Qi Mudao looked at the charming and beautiful woman in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. The girl is. I am Mu Qingqing from Baihua Valley. I am currently cultivating in the Taishu Holy Land and working for the Great Elder. Mu Qingqing took out Yi Yang's command arrow. Upon seeing this, Qi Mudao quickly stood up and went forward to greet him. So you are the Great Elder's distinguished guest. Please forgive me for my poor eyesight and neglect of you, young lady. Qi Mudao smiled on the surface, but he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. A disciple of Baihua Valley became Yi Yang's special envoy. This seat was previously occupied by Lu Shu. Some time ago, Lu Shu was executed by Yi Yang. Qi Mudao naturally knew about it. However, he did not expect that this disciple from Baihua Valley would take over the position. Right now, their Wanling sect is competing with Baihua Valley for the ownership of Chushan. He had been planning to use his son's serious injury to put pressure on Baihua Valley these past 2 days, but now, knowing that this Baihua Valley disciple had become Yi Yang's special envoy, he couldn't help but feel hesitant. Yi Yang did say that he would protect Baihua Valley, but he didn't take these trivial matters like the Chushan mine to heart. But at this point, Yi Yang sent the disciples from Baihua Valley here, bringing his command arrow, and his intention was very clear. This is a warning to myself not to cause trouble for Baihua Valley. Qi Mudao has been practicing for so many years, how could he not see the meaning behind this? He pretended nothing happened and continued to ask. I wonder why Miss Mu came here this time. Some time ago, your sect sent a disciple to the Taishu Holy Land to buy spiritual plants. It seems that her name is Qinya, right? Yes, Qi Mudao quickly agreed, but he was a little worried in his heart. Could it be that Qinya had done something wrong? Thinking back to how Yi Yang had just wiped out the entire Qin family, he couldn't help but feel more and more frightened. If Mu Qingqing really came to cause trouble for Qinya, then he had to quickly cut off ties with that bitch. I wonder what the girl wants to do with her. Qi Mudao asked cautiously, not even daring to say that Qinya was his concubine. Oh, now the spiritual medicine mountain of Taishu Holy Land is managed by Elder Cheng Suling. Sect Master Qi should know that Elder Cheng is the wife of the Great Elder. I came here this time actually on the orders of Elder Cheng. Elder Cheng thinks Miss Qinya is quite knowledgeable about spiritual plants, so he specifically instructed that the matter of purchasing spiritual plants for Wanling sect in the future should be left to Miss Qin. After Mu Qingqing finished speaking, Qi Mudao finally breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Oh, it's rare that Elder Cheng thinks highly of me. Qinya is exactly my concubine. Since Elder Cheng has ordered me to do so, I will naturally follow his orders. When Mu Qingqing heard this, how could she not understand what this old man was thinking? He was obviously afraid of taking responsibility and did not dare to admit his relationship with Qinya. Now that I heard it was a good thing, I quickly clarified the relationship. Such behavior is truly despicable. However, Mu Qingqing still appeared to be in a friendly mood on the surface. In that case, I'll take my leave now. Miss Mu, why don't you stay for a while before you go? I'll have someone prepare a banquet right away. Don't bother. I have something else to do. Mu Qingqing bowed, but Qi Mudao called her again. Excuse me, Miss Mu, is the Great Elder still in Lingshuang City? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing looked at Qi Mudao silently and nodded. Thank you, young lady. I understand. Qi Mudao bowed and personally escorted Mu Qingqing out of the Wanling sect. After leaving the Wanling sect, Mu Qingqing still felt somewhat confused. What does Qi Mudao's last smile mean? What did he understand? Why did he ask if Yi Yang was still in Lingshuang City? Mu Qingqing was thinking about this but suddenly stopped. I see. At this moment, she finally understood why Yi Yang arranged for her to come to the Wanling sect. She is a disciple of Baihua Valley, and now she comes here on behalf of Yi Yang, which shows the relationship between Yi Yang and Baihua Valley. It was indeed not convenient for Yi Yang to speak directly about this matter, so after he hinted at it, Qi Mudao understood and would not embarrass Baihua Valley anymore. In these days, Yi Yang has been staying in Lingshuang City to tell Qi Mudao that he is here and he is keeping an eye on the Wanling sect. The reason why Qi Mudao asked that question was to confirm Yi Yang's attitude. After figuring it all out, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qi Mudao had already understood Yi Yang's meaning, but she, the executor, was still kept in the dark. Compared to these old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years, she is indeed still a little immature. However, she still couldn't understand in her heart, since this matter was so simple, why did Yi Yang have to wait so many days? Could it be that he did this on purpose, just to be with me? Thinking of this, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but blushing. Wanling Sect, Back Mountain, Sect Master's Villa. Qi Mudao returned to the yard and found that Qinya had returned this morning. At that time, when Qi Mudao heard what Qinya brought back and learned that Yi Yang was going to hand over the entire Qin family business to the Yi family, he also thought that it was Qinya who provoked Yi Yang. For this, he also scolded Qinya. But now he understood that Yi Yang was doing this just to help Qinya get rid of that blood-sucking family. The reason why Yi Yang did this was because Qinya was favored by Cheng Suling, and Yi Yang deliberately took care of her. Now, Qinya and Cheng Suling are getting to know each other, which is a good thing for the Wanling sect and for him. At the moment, he naturally didn't dare to do anything to Qinya. On the contrary, he had to worship this girl. Qi Mudao walked into the yard, as if he had become a different person, even his voice became much softer. Yar, I just received a message from the Grand Void Holy Land. From now on, all matters concerning the Wanling sect and the Grand Void Holy Land will be handed over to you. When Qinya heard this, she was shocked. She raised her head silently and looked at the smile on Qi Mudao's face. She knew in her heart that Yi Yang had done what he promised her. I understand. Qinya stood up and was about to kneel down, but was stopped by Qi Mudao. Yar, you and I are husband and wife, there is no need to be so formal in the future. Qi Mudao seemed particularly friendly today, and even Qinya felt a little uncomfortable. She kept her head down and said nothing. She knew Qi Mudao didn't know he was wrong, he was just afraid of Yi Yang's power. She would not forgive Qi Mudao in her heart, but it was fine for now. At least she would not have to go through the past again. Dad, suddenly, Qi Feng came back from outside. What are you going to do about Baihua Valley? They beat me so badly last time, will you help me get revenge? Qi Feng didn't notice the atmosphere in the yard at all. He sat down excitedly, but his eyes were looking at Qinya. What revenge? Don't cause trouble for Baihua Valley again. Chapter 155, Pretending to be confused. He dared not. Dad, they beat me so badly, are you just going to let it go like this? Qi Feng was filled with indignation. This was the first time he had suffered such a serious injury in his life. How could he just let it go? Yes, that's it. Qi Mudao repeated it again, his tone becoming stiff. Qi Feng also noticed Qi Mudao's emotions and couldn't help but ask. Dad, what happened? The Great Elder just sent someone over here. That person is from Baihua Valley. What do you think the Great Elder meant? Qi Mudao glanced at Qi Feng and asked silently. He knew that his son was stupid, but if he wanted to manage a sect in the future, he would have to be stupid. He would often use this question to guide Qi Feng and let Qi Feng follow Yi Shu, also in order to let this kid learn from Yi Shu. Even though Yi Shu's sinisterness was written all over his face, he was still better than his stupid son. When Qi Feng heard this, he was at a loss. It was really difficult for him to use his brain. Seeing this scene, Qi Mudao's face was full of disappointment. Idiot. The Great Elder is telling us that he is protecting Baihua Valley. At this time, he sent a disciple from Baihua Valley with his command arrow, which is obviously a hint for us not to have any more ideas about Baihua Valley. When Qi Feng heard this, he still didn't quite understand. Dad, are you worrying too much? If the Great Elder really wants to protect Baihua Valley, wouldn't he just say it directly? Why be so vague? Stupid, our Wanling sect is at least a subsidiary sect of the Taishu Holy Land. Even if the Great Elder wants to protect the 100-Flower Valley, it is impossible for us to give up our interests directly. Wouldn't that mean that the Taishu Holy Land is turning its elbow outward? The Great Elder will never allow such an excuse. As Qi Mudao spoke, he was suddenly stunned. He really understood Yi Yang's intention. But what if he pretends not to understand? Qi Mudao stared at his silly son. Sometimes being silly is not a bad thing. If he pretended not to understand the hint, he might be able to take down Chu Shan. Qi Mudao thought of this and suddenly shook his head. No, he could perhaps pretend to be ignorant, but if he did this, it would definitely cause Yi Yang's dissatisfaction, and then, the relationship he had carefully maintained would probably be broken. From now on, if Yi Yang no longer protects Qi Feng, his plan to let Qi Feng take over as the leader of the Wanling sect would probably be in jeopardy. Qi Mudao finally rejected his idea. At the moment, he might be able to get away with it and seize the Chushan spiritual stone mine. But gaining this benefit would enrich the Wanling sect, but would offend Yi Yang. What he needs is to pave the way for Qi Feng and never lose the big picture for the small. Even if he seized the Chushan spirit stone mine, it would be the sect's property and would not be of any benefit to his son. In short, this matter ends here. Fenger, if you want to secure your position as the leader of Wanling sect in the future, you will still need the support of Taishu Holy Land. No matter what, you must not offend the Great Elder. Although Qi Feng didn't understand, but when he heard that it concerned his future status, he still remembered this sentence deeply. On the other side, Mu Qingqing returned to Lingshuang City. When I opened the door, Yi Yang was drinking tea leisurely. When she saw Yi Yang, Mu Qingqing's face turned red with embarrassment. Now, if Yi Yang's plan succeeds, the crisis in Baihua Valley can be completely resolved. From this point of view, she was naturally grateful to Yi Yang. But Yi Yang never told her about his plan these days and deliberately dragged out time. This was clearly deliberate. Mu Qingqing was naturally a little angry. Of course, there is more shame and anger. Who knows what she's been going through these past 2 days? Her legs still feel a little weak when she walks. Thinking of this, Mu Qingqing naturally didn't look happy. You're back. How's it going? Yi Yang seemed unaware of Mu Qingqing's dissatisfaction and continued to ask with a smile on his face. Yeah, Mu Qingqing nodded and sat down angrily. What's wrong? Mu Qingqing raised her head, looked at Yi Yang silently, pouted and asked. Great Elder, have you already figured out how to deal with the Wanling sect? Have you been doing this on purpose these days? What do you mean? Yi Yang was a little confused. Seeing this, Mu Qingqing's face became even redder. This guy is still pretending to be innocent. You could have hinted to the phantom spirit sect earlier, but you deliberately delayed it for so long. Isn't it? Mu Qingqing was too embarrassed to say that Yi Yang was deliberately delaying time just to be with her. Ah, why did I deliberately delay for so long? Yi Yang still stared at Mu Qingqing with a confused look on his face. Seeing this scene, Mu Qingqing felt even more ashamed and angry. Is he forcing himself to make everything clear? Ding! Mu Qingqing is so ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. Yi Yang was even more confused now. What was this girl thinking? Why are you suddenly shy? Suddenly, Yi Yang finally reacted. Does this girl think that I have wasted so many days just to play with her here? Tisk tisk tisk, oh, the little girl really dares to think. Yi Yang sighed in his heart. However, it was not a good idea for Mu Qingqing to think this way, as it would easily make him think badly of her. How could he be that kind of person? He is definitely not. Qingqing, some things can't be rushed. The Wanling sect hasn't taken any action in the past few days, how can I come forward to hint to them? Yi Yang began to explain. When Mu Qingqing heard this, she lowered her head and thought about it. That seems to make sense. Although the Wanling sect was involved in this incident before, it did not make a big deal after all. At that time, even if she showed up, the Wanling sect might not realize that her appearance was related to the 100 Flowers Valley. And at this point in time, she must appear in this identity to hint at the Wanling sect. Mu Qingqing glanced at Yi Yang cautiously. Could it be that I'm really overthinking it? Thinking of this, she felt even more ashamed and angry. How could I be so self-indulgent? Yi Yang is busy with all kinds of things every day, why would he waste time here for his own sake? Ding! Mu Qingqing feels guilty, emotional value plus 1000. Sorry, Great Elder, I oversimplified the matter. Mu Qingqing apologized softly. It doesn't matter, you are still young and have a lot to learn. Yi Yang sighed softly. Mu Qingqing nodded slightly and gradually calmed down, but she suddenly thought of a question. Great Elder, I went to Wanling sect today. Qi Mudao seemed to have sensed your hint, but will he really do what you want? If he pretends to be confused, then the Great Elder won't be able to blame him. Mu Qingqing knew in her heart that if you hinted at something like this, since you didn't explain it clearly, people would just pretend to be confused. Then, when the time came, they would have done the deed and it would be difficult for them to say anything. What kind of person do you think Qi Mudao is? Yi Yang did not answer this question, but asked a question in return. Chapter 156, Training the Little Heroine, the hero appears. A flatterer who curries favor with the powerful. Mu Qingqing recalled the scene of her previous meeting with Qi Mudao. Although she had only met Qi Mudao once, she had a preliminary understanding of Qi Mudao. That's right. So, now that he understands, he won't dare to do anything other than what I say. Yi Yang picked up the teacup confidently. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Dealing with different people requires different methods. People like Qi Mudao wouldn't take this risk. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing finally felt relieved. There is one more thing. Yi Yang glanced at Mu Qingqing and gave her instructions. When you do things in the future, you need to pay attention to the details. After all these days of investigation, don't you think we missed something? Mu Qingqing frowned slightly when she heard this. What's missing? Suddenly, she was startled. That man in black. Back then, when they were in Chushan, a man in black appeared and injured Yi Shu. Mu Qingqing had always suspected that the man was sent by other sects to deliberately stir up conflict between the Wanling sect and the Baihua Valley. But these days, she has indeed forgotten about it. Yes, who is he? Why did he suddenly appear, injure Yi Shu, and then suddenly escape? Mu Qingqing had guessed this matter long ago and answered immediately. He must have been sent by another sect to deliberately stir up conflict. Then who sent this person? Mu Qingqing shook her head. There were many sects eyeing Chushan now, so anyone could be the target. It is even possible that the Wanling sect directed and acted out the incident themselves. This person is the key. The other major sects are still maintaining peace on the surface, but he jumped out to stir up trouble. This person obviously wants to intensify the conflict. Now that we have dealt with the Wanling sect, that person will definitely not give up. Next, we still have to be more careful. When Mu Qingqing heard this, she couldn't help but gasp. She really hadn't thought of all this. She thought the crisis in Baihua Valley had been resolved, but now it seems that the person in the dark is the key. Some people don't want this matter to end so quickly, it might even stir up trouble. Should I inform master about this? Mu Qingqing felt a little worried. You underestimate your master too much. Do you think she can't think of it? Hearing this, Mu Qingqing smiled bitterly. Yes, how could her master not think of this? So what should we do now? Should we go check the origins of that person? Yi Yang shook his head. Can you still find him? Now that we have dealt with the Wanling sect, I believe they will soon come to negotiate with Baihua Valley. By then, that guy might pop up again. This is what we need to pay attention to. However, your master should have thought of this, so we don't have to worry about it. Let's leave the rest to her. Mu Qingqing nodded. The biggest trouble facing Baihua Valley right now is the Wanling sect. As long as the Wanling sect no longer targets Baihua Valley, the remaining sects will naturally retreat without their backbone. But I'm afraid that the man in black will jump out again to sow discord. However, Lu Qingqian should have taken precautions against this matter in advance. Let's go to Baihua Valley and wait. Yi Yang stood up, and the two of them left Lingshuang City that day. Baihua Valley was not far from here, and that night, the two arrived at Wadu. Yi Yang did not go directly to Baihua Valley. He is still waiting for someone. Yi Yang knew very well that the man in black was Zheng Chu. Now that he has returned here, he must want to see Lu Qingqian. However, with his strength, it is impossible for him to sneak into Baihua Valley silently. Then his only place to go now must be Wadu. Yi Yang deliberately brought Mu Qingqing here, naturally to lure Zheng Chu to show up. When he and Mu Qingqing appeared on the street, Yi Yang noticed Zheng Chu's presence. In the dark alley, a pair of eyes stared at Yi Yang fiercely. He was dressed in a black robe, and his gloomy eyes were hidden under a large cloak. These days, he has been hunted by all parties. In order to survive, he bowed and served the third elder of the blood-worshipping cult, and even fed the old monster with his blood. Only then did he obtain the blood exchange method from the old monster. During these few short months, he suffered endless humiliation and finally found an opportunity. While the old monster was practicing, he seized his cultivation. At the same time, he also learned from the third elder that the soul contract of the blood worship cult's chief elder had been damaged. Although the third elder had always suspected that the first elder had used some secret method to escape, Zheng Chu did not think so. These days passed and they had no news of the great elder, but Yi Yang was fine. This made Zheng Chu suspect that the great elder was actually dead, and that Yi Yang had taken away his inheritance and deliberately spread the news to direct everyone's attention towards the blood worship cult. At the beginning, Zheng Chu didn't believe Yi Yang, but he cooperated with Yi Yang only out of helplessness. Now that Yi Yang has taken away his inheritance, he is left with only hatred towards Yi Yang. The reason he came back this time was, firstly, because he couldn't let go of Baihua Valley, and secondly, to seek revenge on Yi Yang. Of course, he didn't go straight to Yi Yang foolishly. Although he absorbed the cultivation of the third elder and had broken through to the Yuantai realm, there was still a huge gap compared to Yi Yang. Now he just wants to find Lu Qingqian and tell her the truth. By then, with the help of Lu Qingqian, they will definitely be able to expose Yi Yang's true face, and then he will have a chance to take revenge. Therefore, he has been hiding in Wadu these days. Unfortunately, in order to avoid those sects, Lu Qingqian announced to the outside world that he was in seclusion and has never appeared in these days. A few days ago, when he was teaching Yi Shu a lesson, although Lu Qingqian showed up, he did not dare to show up because there were outsiders present. However, he had no other choice at the moment and could only continue to wait here. Firstly, it was for Lu Qingqian, and secondly, if those guys dared to cause trouble for Baihua Valley again, he could also take action to help Baihua Valley resist the invading enemies. But today, he saw a familiar figure. Senior sister, Zheng Chu silently looked at the familiar figure beside Yi Yang, and a soft light could not help but appear in his eyes. Mu Qingqing is the softest person in his heart and the goddess in his mind, second only to Lu Qingqian. At this moment, seeing Mu Qingqing was actually with Yi Yang, how could he not be angry? Ding! Zheng Chu is furious, emotion value plus 1000. When the system prompt appeared, Yi Yang knew that Zheng Chu had arrived. He had been waiting for this moment. Now that Allah had arrived, his performance would naturally begin. Yi Yang silently pulled Mu Qingqing's hand. Mu Qingqing was slightly shocked but did not struggle. This scene fell into Zheng Chu's eyes, like a poisonous thorn piercing his heart. How could it be? How could senior sister be with him? And so close? Jung Chu's heart is bleeding. Chapter 157 Heartbroken. Jung Chu followed Yi Yang all the way. He tried his best to isolate his own breath to avoid being discovered by Yi Yang. Although they were far away, every move of Yi Yang and the other man was clearly seen by him. He couldn't believe that the senior sister who was as pure as a white lotus in his heart would be holding hands with another man at this moment. Moreover, she was holding hands with an old man like Yi Yang. Yi Yang is the grand elder of Taishu Holy Land, and Mu Qingqing is Lu Qingchen's disciple. According to seniority, Lu Qingchen has to call Yi Yang senior. Mu Qingqing can even be Yi Yang's great-granddaughter. This old guy is so shameless. Jung Chu stared at Yi Yang, gritting his teeth in hatred. Beast. Although for those who practice Taoism, age and seniority are not a problem. Even Jung Chu himself didn't mind the master-disciple relationship between him and Lu Qingchen. But when this happened to Yi Yang, he couldn't accept it. In his opinion, Yi Yang is just an old cow eating young grass. But he just couldn't understand why Mu Qingqing agreed. In the past, Mu Qingqing had always been very resistant when it came to me. Even when faced with the pursuit of those senior brothers in the sect, Mu Qingqing always ignored them. There was no reason for her to be attracted to an old guy like Yi Yang. No, it must be Yi Yang who used his status to force senior sister. Yes, that must be the case. He is the grand elder of the Taishu Holy Land. He must have forced the senior sister. This time, the Wanling sect came forward to put pressure on Baihua Valley. Maybe he was behind this and used it to force the senior sister to submit. Thinking of this, Jung Chu was suddenly shocked. Yes, if Yi Yang planned this, then wouldn't he force Master to do it next? Jung Chu became even more furious when he thought that the two women he loved so much would fall into Yi Yang's hands. He couldn't bear it any longer, he had to stop Yi Yang's plan. If the Wanling sect dares to come, he will make sure those guys never come back. As long as he could stop the people from the Wanling sect, Yi Yang's plan to use them to force Baihua Valley would be completely shattered. Ding! Jung Chu is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Qingqing, it's getting late, let's find a place to rest first. Yi Yang spoke softly and Mu Qingqing nodded. Seeing the two people walking towards the inn in the distance, Jung Chu finally couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly flew forward, deliberately exposing his tracks. Even though this is somewhat dangerous, he will never allow the senior sister to be coerced by that guy. Is it him? The man in black. Mu Qingqing saw a black figure passing by and was immediately startled. She wanted to chase after it. But Yi Yang stopped him. Yi Yang naturally understood that Jung Chu's purpose in risking his life was to stop them from going on. However, Yi Yang did not want to reveal Jung Chu's identity yet. He needed Jung Chu to reveal his identity in front of everyone, and then someone would naturally deal with him. Besides, now is a good time to collect emotional points, he can't miss it. Qingqing, don't act rashly. Since he has shown up, it means he still wants to disrupt and stir up conflict between Baihua Valley and Wanling sect. We need to find out who is behind him, and don't alert the enemy for now. Mu Qingqing nodded when she heard this, but did not chase after him. Jung Chu ran for a distance, but realized that Mu Qingqing did not catch up with him, so he turned back immediately. Boss, were there a man and a woman staying at the hotel just now? The shopkeeper looked at the guy in black robe in front of him and his expression changed slightly. Seeing that the shopkeeper was still silent, Jung Chu took out a spiritual stone and placed it on the counter, then spoke again, tell me about their rooms. Guest room number 1. The shopkeeper silently accepted the spirit stone. Give me room number 2 inches. Jung Chu took out a spirit stone and placed it on the counter. Hey, take this guest to room number 2. The shopkeeper called out and the waiter hurried up. Following the waiter to the backyard, Jung Chu glanced around. Hey, buddy, where is room number 1? Sir, room number 1 is on the upper floor facing the street, the waiter replied with a smile. Then why did you bring me here? I want room number 2. That's right, Tianzi number 2 is in the backyard. Aren't guest rooms number 1 and 2 together? Sir, what are you saying? Who stipulated that room 1 must be together with room 2 inches? Jung Chu stared at the waiter in silence, then he calmed down, suppressed his anger, and threw out a spirit stone. Then help me change to a room facing the street. Excuse me, sir. Room number 1 is a private room. It's the only room facing the street. Jung Chu took a deep breath and tried to suppress his anger. Take me to room number 2 inches. After returning to the room, Zheng Chu watched the waiter leave, then went out and jumped onto the roof. Soon, he arrived at the rooftop of guest room No. 1. He formed seals with his hands, hid his figure, and lay silently on the roof. But the next second, a coquettish sound completely broke his mood. Ding! Zheng Chu is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Ding! Zheng Chu is filled with righteous indignation, emotional value plus 1000. Zheng Chu didn't know what happened in the room, but the scene had already appeared in his mind. He clenched his fists, wishing he could rush down and fight Yi Yang. But he knew very well that he was definitely no match for Yi Yang at the moment, and he still needed to be patient. Yi Yang, I will kill you. Zheng Chu couldn't stand the noise anymore and went back to his room. He didn't sleep all night. Anger filled his mind. As for Yi Yang, he gained a lot of emotional value throughout the whole night. It must be said that Zheng Chu contributed a lot of emotional value, which is much more useful than Mu Tian. Yi Yang was a little reluctant to kill him. The next morning, Yi Yang leaned against the window and looked at the street outside. Mu Qingqing brought tea and said, "Great Elder, will they really come?" "Don't worry, I will." Yi Yang was full of confidence. When he left Lingshuang City, he had already told Yi Shu where he was going and asked that guy to help tell Qi Mudao. When Qi Mudao learned that he had arrived in Wadu, he must have known what to do. Just as Yi Yang and the others were waiting, there was a commotion coming from the street in the distance. From afar, a group of people were walking towards this side, and the leader was Qi Mudao. Qi Mudao is indeed a man who knows how to get things done. He understood Yi Yang's hint and knew that Yi Yang wanted to protect Baihua Valley. Naturally, he also showed his attitude and came in person to negotiate with Baihua Valley. Now that he has made his position clear, he can also help Baihua Valley suppress those other sects. If Yi Yang saw that he was so sensible, he would definitely help take care of Qi Feng in the future. Chapter 158 The protagonist appears and falls into the trap. Are they really here? Zheng Chu hid in a dark corner, looking at the vast army of the Wanling sect, with an even gloomier look in his eyes. In his opinion, the Wanling sect was here to demonstrate. It must be that Yi Yang arranged for them to deliberately put pressure on Baihua Valley in order to force Lu Qingchen to submit. Zheng Chu knew clearly that he was no match for those people at the moment, but he had to take action. For Lu Qingchen, for Baihua Valley. He couldn't bear to watch his master being defiled by such a villain. Zheng Chu took a deep breath, pulled down his cloak, and silently pushed through the crowd. Who? When the people from the Wanling sect saw the man in black suddenly blocking their way, they immediately became alert. Wearing night clothes in broad daylight, is this person sick? Qi Feng couldn't help but complain when he saw it. Master, this person is the one who hurt me. Yi Shu saw Zheng Chu and reacted immediately. Although he didn't see Zheng Chu's appearance clearly at that time, he will always remember that aura. Hearing this, Qi Mudao was shocked. The moment he saw the man in black, he realized that this person had extraordinary cultivation skills. A person who has reached the Yuantai realm is definitely not an unknown person. He knows those people in the Yuantai realm in several nearby sects. This person deliberately hid his figure, he must be an acquaintance. When Yi Shu was beaten up, he initially suspected that it was someone from Baihua Valley. But after calming down, he realized that someone wanted to use their Wanling sect to deliberately stir up conflict between them and Baihua Valley. However, the Wanling sect also needed an excuse at that time, so Qi Mudao did not pursue the matter further. But now it's different. This person still wants to use their Wanling sect as a swordsman, and he will not agree. How dare you, a cunning person, plot against my Wanling sect? Die. Qi Mudao has a short lifespan and has not taken action for many years. Now that he has received the longevity elixir from Yi Yang, he has finally become stronger. At this moment, it was the time for him to establish his authority, so naturally he would not be cautious. Zheng Chu felt depressed when he saw this scene. This guy is really here to cause trouble. He knew that he was no match for Qi Mudao, but for now, he had to stop Qi Mudao. By then, when Lu Qingchen arrived, the two of them could join forces and perhaps scare Qi Mudao away. Thinking of this, Zheng Chu took action immediately. Endless blood and energy spread out from his body. Netherworld palm. Zheng Chu shouted angrily, and his blood turned into a palm print, heading straight for Qi Mudao. The evildoers of the blood worship cult. Qi Mudao's face paused, and he couldn't help but feel confused. Why did these guys want to stir up conflicts between them and Baihua Valley? Could it be that the blood cult is also going to get involved? However, this is an opportunity. I heard that Yi Yang was previously injured by the great elder of the blood worship cult. Now the Taishu Holy Land is searching the world for the remnants of the blood worship cult. If he could catch this man, it would be a great achievement. Dreamy and infinite, thinking of this, Qi Mudao launched his strongest attack. Hiss. This old man has not been idle all these years. Yi Yang couldn't help but feel emotional as he watched the two people fighting together from a distance. Qi Mudao's cultivation has not improved at all over the years, but his strength has improved slightly. If a real fight breaks out, even an average Nirvana realm cultivator may not be able to suppress him. The fight between Zheng Chu and the other man soon alarmed the Baihua Valley, and many disciples of the Baihua Valley rushed over. Seal off Wadu and don't let this evildoer of the blood worship cult escape. Mu Qingqing appeared on the street. When the disciples of Baihua Valley saw Mu Qingqing, they immediately became excited. They naturally carried out Mu Qingqing's orders as soon as possible. In the sky, Zheng Chu almost vomited blood when he heard this. He came to help. Why would Mu Qingqing help outsiders deal with him? Zheng Chu couldn't figure it out, but now was not the time to explain. He could only wait for Lu Qingqian to show up. When the time came, they would work together to drive away those guys from the Wanling sect, and then he would explain to Lu Qingqian in person. At this moment, a beautiful figure came quickly from the distance. When Zheng Chu saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He was about to speak when he heard Lu Qingqian shouting. Disciples of 100 Flower Valley, form a formation. Yes, as the voice fell, runes gradually rose into the air in Wadu City and gathered into a red lotus. Karma Fire Red Lotus Array. Zheng Chu felt a little confused when he saw this scene. As a disciple of Baihua Valley, he naturally knew about this formation. The Red Lotus of Karma Fire is the mountain protection formation of the 100 Flowers Valley. Once this formation is deployed, even if someone at the peak of the Yuantai realm comes, there is no way to break it. Qi Mudao. You will die here today. Zheng Chu was overjoyed, thinking that Lu Qingqian was going to deal with Qi Mudao. At this moment, Qi Mudao was a little confused. Could it be that Baihua Valley really wants to kill me? Was the negotiation a conspiracy from the beginning? Just as he was hesitating, he saw Lu Qingqian raising her hand and pointing. Kill. Wipe out the remaining evildoers of the blood worship cult. Zheng Chu. Now, Zheng Chu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? My own master is going to deal with me too. He suddenly burst out with a palm, knocking Qi Mudao back, then he lifted his cloak and started shouting. Master, it's me, I'm Zheng Chu. I'm back, and Baihua Valley will never be bullied by anyone again. When Lu Qingqian saw Zheng Chu, she was stunned for a moment. How could it be him? Mu Qingqing was also stunned. It's actually him. Yi Shu's eyes were grim, but he was extremely happy in his heart. He had been looking for Zheng Chu for so long, but he didn't expect that this guy would jump out on his own initiative. Zheng Chu's appearance undoubtedly caused a huge stir. Now, all the major sects in the entire Kanglin domain are looking for his whereabouts, of course, for his inheritance. The news of Zheng Chu's appearance spread quickly. Lu Qingqian stared at Zheng Chu fiercely. She never expected that Zheng Chu was still alive. Moreover, as soon as this guy came back, he caused her such a big trouble again. She naturally realized that Zheng Chu was the person who injured Yi Shu a few days ago, but she couldn't understand why Zheng Chu did this. She always thought that the man in black was sent by several other sects. The purpose was to stir up conflict between Baihua Valley and Wanling sect, but now that she knew that person was actually Zheng Chu, Lu Qingqian was even more furious. She could never have imagined that the disciple she had raised for many years actually wanted to send Baihua Valley to death. Zheng Chu, my 100 Flower Valley has been very kind to you, but you actually stirred up a conflict between the 100 Flower Valley and the Wanling sect, intending to put my 100 Flower Valley to death. I was so blind that I couldn't see how cruel you are. A trace of anger finally emerged on Lu Qingqian's cold face that she couldn't suppress. Their Baihua Valley has been at the center of controversy these days, all because of Zheng Chu. Now, this kid is actually trying to stir up conflicts between Baihua Valley and Wanling sect. One can imagine the disappointment in Lu Qingqian's heart. Kill him, Lu Qingqian shouted angrily. This sound completely shattered Zheng Chu's last fantasy. Master, why? Chapter 159. The protagonist is deserted by his friends and family, while Yi Yang takes advantage. Kill. The only responses to Zheng Chu came from the heart-wrenching roars of his former fellow disciples. And the wicked fire that fell from the sky. The disciples of Baihua Valley knew very well that they were forced to hide in the sect to practice these days because of Zheng Chu. It was this kid's arrogance that caused all the major sects in Kanglan territory to set their sights on their small Baihua Valley. Now, Zheng Chu has joined the blood worship cult, and they are even more ashamed to be associated with him. At this moment, one can imagine the anger in their hearts. Zheng Chu looked at the raging fire and couldn't help but shed tears of blood in his eyes. Why? He murmured in a low voice. He didn't know what he had done wrong to be so isolated and alienated. He clearly wanted to protect Baihua Valley, so why did these people attack him? He raised his head, his eyes had turned red. You are all indiscriminate, die. Zheng Chu raised his hands, his blood boiled and turned into a sea of blood. The overwhelming smell of blood makes people feel nauseous. This boy is truly extremely evil. With such a terrifying bloody aura, how many people has he killed? Mu Qingqing looked at the scarlet sea of blood in the sky and her face turned pale. There was a hint of anger in his eyes when he looked at Zheng Chu. The sea of blood was boiling, and the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley who were controlling the Karma Fire Red Lotus formation suddenly felt the blood in their bodies evaporating. The body is gradually losing strength. Lu Qingchen also realized that something was wrong and took action immediately. Dancing among the flowers, a peony palace lantern descended from the sky, its light falling and protecting the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley. Above the palace lantern, Lu Qingchen's long sleeves were dancing like a fairy, in a dreamlike state. Puff! Zheng Chu spat out a mouthful of blood, and a trace of clarity returned to his turbid eyes. He silently looked at the graceful figure, gritted his teeth, and formed seals with his hands. In the sky, the sea of blood turned into a skeleton and began to roar. Countless drops of blood fell like rain. Dreamy and infinite, at this moment, Qi Mudao also reacted and immediately stepped forward to help. An illusory figure rose up, like a giant, and a mountain-like palm fell towards Zheng Chu. Facing Lu Qingchen alone, Zheng Chu was no longer able to hold on. At this moment, Qi Mudao's joining made him fall into a disadvantage instantly. Falling from the sky, just as he landed on the ground, he raised his hand and pointed, and the blood rain in the sky finally fell to the ground. At the same time, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. But at the moment he disappeared, Yi Yang took action. A terrifying sword intent, like a surging river, rolled up a bloody rain all over the sky, transformed into a giant sword, and soared into the sky. Break through the sea of blood in an instant. The sword light was magnificent, splitting the sea of blood in two, but its power remained undiminished, piercing into the distance. Boom! There was a loud noise in the void, and the space in the distance seemed to be torn open, which was terrifying. A drop of blood exploded and scattered in all directions. Great Elder, Qi Mudao flew down, came in front of Yi Yang and bowed. Friend Qi, long time no see. Is Zheng Chu dead? Qi Mudao asked hurriedly. He did not expect to be so lucky this time. Zheng Chu possesses the inheritance of the god of craftsmanship, and all the major sects in the Kanglan domain have been looking for him for a long time. Now that he has met him, how can he not be tempted? He asked Yi Yang falsely, but actually he just wanted to test Yi Yang's attitude towards Zheng Chu. No, this boy learned the magic skills of the blood worship cult and escaped by performing the blood escape technique. How could Yi Yang not understand what these people were thinking? What's more, he also wanted to use these people to deal with Zheng Chu, so he simply started to explain. This spell is mysterious and unpredictable. I can't track his location. Yi Yang did not lie about this. He did not expect Zheng Chu to have grown to this point. All we can say is that the luck of these protagonists is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Right now, he also wants to deal with Zheng Chu as soon as possible. If he lets this guy continue to grow, he might become a big problem. This boy has fallen into the devil's way. I will immediately notify the disciples of the Wanling sect to conduct a comprehensive search for this boy's whereabouts. Qi Mudao immediately spoke up to express his opinion. Well, that's fine. The remnants of the blood worship cult must be killed by everyone. Hearing Yi Yang's statement, Qi Mudao immediately made arrangements. At this moment, Lu Qingchen also came up. She looked at Yi Yang silently, and a hint of tenderness appeared on her cold face. Although she didn't know Yi Yang's arrangements yet, now that Qi Mudao and Yi Yang were here, Lu Qingchen had probably guessed their purpose. She was naturally grateful to Yi Yang for helping her several times. However, since she represented Baihua Valley, she still didn't dare to get too close to Yi Yang. "Thank you, Great Elder, for your help," Lu Qingchen nodded slightly. "You're welcome. I didn't teach my disciples strictly enough, and a traitor like this appeared among them. Baihua Valley will fully cooperate with Taishu Holy Land to search for Zheng Chu's whereabouts." After what happened today, Lu Qingchen hated Zheng Chu to the core. In her opinion, this time, it was Zheng Chu who deliberately provoked the conflict between Baihua Valley and Wanling sect. If Yi Yang hadn't stepped in, they might have already started fighting. Thinking about the fact that she still had some master-disciple relationship with Zheng Chu in the past, she felt even more regretful at this moment. "I didn't expect that Zheng Chu actually held a grudge against Baihua Valley." When Yi Yang saw Lu Qingchen's expression, he immediately expressed regret. "A few days ago, the man in black attacked the disciples of Wanling sect, and I realized that someone was deliberately stirring up trouble. It's a pity that he hid too deeply and almost succeeded." When Lu Qingchen heard this, her expression changed slightly. It seems that Yi Yang has been here for some time, and he even knows about the black-clothed men attacking the disciples of the Wanling sect. No matter what, he didn't succeed at last. This time it's all thanks to the Great Elder. Lu Qingchen was still a little frightened. If Yi Yang had not stepped in to suppress them, they would have probably already come into conflict with the Wanling sect. Zheng Chu's move is undoubtedly intended to destroy Baihua Valley. Afterwards, Lu Qingchen also ordered the disciples of Baihua Valley to go out and search for Zheng Chu's whereabouts. In the past, she still had a master-disciple relationship with Zheng Chu and did not let the disciples of Baihua Valley participate in tracking down Zheng Chu. But now, since Zheng Chu has done this, she naturally cannot continue to sit idly by. After arranging all these, Lu Qingchen finally had time to sit down with Qi Mudao to discuss the matter of Chu Shan. The purpose of Qi Mudao's visit this time was to reconcile with Baihua Valley. Moreover, Yi Yang was also here, which was a good time for him to make his attitude clear. Without waiting for Lu Qingchen to speak, Qi Mudao directly announced that the Wanling sect would no longer interfere in Chu Shan's affairs. In addition, they will convene surrounding sects and make a public announcement. When Lu Qingchen heard this, she silently looked at Yi Yang, who had been silent, with gratitude in her eyes. She knew that the Wanling sect would not give up such benefits for no reason. Yi Yang might have done a lot of things behind the scenes these days. Ding! Lu Qingchen is deeply moved, emotional value plus 500. Chapter 160, A mistake turns into a success. Qi Mudao did not waste too long. After announcing his withdrawal from Chu Shan, he offered to resign. At this moment, his mind is completely on Zheng Chu. He has not been able to make a breakthrough in these years. If he can inherit the legacy of the god of craftsmen, perhaps he can make a further step. Qi Mudao took his men away, and Yi Yang also said goodbye. Lu Qingchen had originally asked someone to prepare a banquet to entertain Yi Yang. After all, Yi Yang had helped Baihua Valley again this time. However, Yi Yang declined with an excuse. Yi Yang knew Lu Qingchen's character very well. She valued friendship and loyalty. The best way to deal with Lu Qingchen was to make her feel indebted. Only in this way can you slowly win her heart. Watching Yi Yang leave, Lu Qingchen did feel a little guilty. Yi Yang had helped her several times, but she was always a little wary in her heart. It was not that she had any doubts about Yi Yang, but because of her position, she did not want Baihua Valley to have too much contact with Taishu Holy Land. She didn't want Baihua Valley to become a subsidiary of Taishu Holy Land, but she owed Yi Yang too much. Sometimes, when you are in a certain position, many things are beyond your control. Ding! Lu Qingchen feels guilty, emotional value plus 800. Great Elder, why are we leaving in such a hurry? On the way back, Mu Qingqing was full of doubts and asked. She also plans to stay in Baihua Valley for 2 days. But as soon as the matter was settled, Yi Yang took her away. Your master doesn't want Baihua Valley to get too close to Taishu Holy Land. I respect her opinion. If it's not necessary, I won't have too much contact with her. Yi Yang began to explain. Naturally, he wanted to convey these words to Lu Qingchen through Mu Qingqing. Lu Qingchen has always wanted Baihua Valley to not be dependent on any force, so Yi Yang naturally needs to give her a reassurance to show that he has no intention of annexing Baihua Valley. However, if these words were said directly to Lu Qingchen, that woman would become suspicious. So conveying them through Mu Qingqing was a more tactful way of expressing one's attitude. From now on, if they communicate with each other, Lu Qingchen won't have to be on guard all the time. When Mu Qingqing heard this, she couldn't help but lower her head. Mu Qingqing was naturally aware of Lu Qingchen's thoughts. Over the years, in order to maintain the independence of Baihua Valley, Lu Qingchen had been cautious in everything. If Zhengqiu had not caused so much trouble this time, Baihua Valley would probably still be the transparent small sect it used to be. It's just that now, they have been pushed to the forefront and have to face those powerful forces that are eyeing them covetously. If it weren't for Yi Yang's assistance these times, Baihua Valley might have been swallowed up. It was right for Lu Qingchen to be wary of the Taishu Holy Land, but in Mu Qingqing's opinion, this was not fair to Yi Yang. Grand Elder, thank you. Mu Qingqing spoke in a low voice, and this thank you seemed to be for herself and also for Lu Qingchen. Don't think too much. I promised you that I would protect Baihua Valley, and I will definitely keep my promise. Yi Yang looked at Mu Qingqing, chuckled, then pulled her and said softly, besides, you are so capable, I don't want you to go back to Baihua Valley. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing blushed immediately and said coquettishly, the Great Elder is so bad. Huh, what's wrong? Yi Yang pretended not to understand. You are indeed very capable. Since you started helping me, I feel much more relaxed. When Mu Qingqing heard this, her face became even redder. Is this what the Great Elder meant? She secretly raised her head and saw Yi Yang's evil smile. She reacted instantly and couldn't help turning her head away and ignoring Yi Yang. Show her, have you arranged everything? Wanling sect, inside the sect's main hall. Qi Mudao saw Yi Shu coming back and immediately asked. Master, don't worry, I have already sent my disciples down the mountain to search for Zhengqiu's whereabouts. Yi Shu spoke silently. At the beginning, it was he who wanted to obtain Zhengqiu's inheritance of the god of craftsmanship, so he instigated the Wanling sect to look for Zhengqiu. At that time, Qi Mudao felt that he did not have much time left and did not want to get involved in this matter. However, Qi Mudao now seems to attach great importance to this matter. Yi Shu understood that now that Qi Mudao had taken those elixirs to prolong his life, he naturally had some other thoughts in his mind. This is exactly what he wants. Master, our Wanling sect is weak, and Zhengqiu is no longer the same as before. It may not be easy for us to capture him. Qi Mudao understood this point very well, but Zhengqiu possessed the supreme inheritance, and too many people knew about this. Once those people started to take action, their Wanling sect might not even get a single drop of benefit. Right now, Zhengqiu is seriously injured, and this is their only chance. What do you think? Disciple thinks that we may be able to make use of the power of Taishu Holy Land. Yi Shu had been thinking about one thing on the way back. That's why Zhengqiu appeared here. He thought of countless possibilities, but in the end, there was only one possibility that could reasonably explain it all. That is Zhengqiu coming for Baihua Valley. No matter whether Zhengqiu came back for revenge or for some other reason, he must have come back for Baihua Valley this time. Otherwise, given Zhengqiu's current situation, his best option would be to leave Kanglan domain and hide completely. After thinking this through, Yi Shu naturally came up with a plan in mind. What do you mean? Qi Mudao obviously hadn't thought of this yet. When he heard Yi Shu's words, he was still a little confused. Master, think about why Zhengqiu came back. Hearing this, Qi Mudao suddenly reacted. Yes, Zhengqiu is now being hunted by all the major sects in Kanglan territory, why would he come back? When he showed up earlier, he injured Yi Shu. He's doing this for Baihua Valley. That's right. He might have hated the 100-Flower Valley for expelling him from the sect when he was at a critical moment. That's why he came back here and deliberately provoked hatred between us and the 100-Flower Valley, hoping to take revenge through the Wanling sect. Now that his plan didn't work, how could he leave so easily? My disciple thinks that he is probably still hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. In this case, his goal is very clear. After hearing this, how could Qi Mudao not understand what Yi Shu meant? You mean, he will find another opportunity to attack those disciples of Baihua Valley? That's right, so we need to cooperate with Baihua Valley and use them as bait to lure Zhengqiu out. Yishu continued to explain, moreover, Mu Qingqing is now working for the Great Elder, and the relationship between Taishu Holy Land and Baihua Valley is very close. Even if something goes wrong, Taishu Holy Land will not sit idly by. This way, our Wanling sect can advance and retreat freely. If something goes wrong, Taishu Holy Land will intervene. If nothing goes wrong, we can use the people from Baihua Valley to lure Zhengqiu out. Qi Mudao's face lit up with joy when he heard this. Okay, show her, I'll do as you say. I'll write a letter to Lu Qingchen right away, and you go to Baihua Valley in person. Chapter 161. The hero offers advice, but it serves others well. Looking at Yishu's leaving back, Qi Mudao's expression became solemn. How could he not know the character of his disciple? In his eyes, Yishu's calculations were just like a child playing house. In the past, he had always indulged Yishu only because he had not much time left and needed someone to protect Qifeng. But now, he felt more confident and naturally became more defensive towards Yishu. He believed what Yishu said, but he didn't believe it all. The temptation of the god of craftsmen's inheritance is too great, even people from the 6 holy places have coveted it for a long time. He didn't dare let others interfere in this matter. Dad, you're looking for me. Qifeng walked in from outside. Now that the remnants of the blood worship cult have appeared, our Wanling sect has the responsibility to eliminate the demons and defend the righteousness. This time, I plan to let you lead the team to search for Zhengqiu's whereabouts. Hearing this, Qifeng immediately got scared. In the past, he had always been arrogant and domineering, because he had never been beaten. But this time, he was taught a lesson by the disciples of Baihua Valley, which finally made him realize that there are always people better than you. To be honest, he was afraid. He didn't dare to leave the Wanling sect these days. Besides, he had seen Zhengqiu's strength with his own eyes. How is it different to asking him to lead a team to hunt down Zhengqiu? Dad, my cultivation is shallow, you should let the elders handle this matter. Qi Mudao naturally knew what Qifeng was thinking now. He had spoiled Qifeng over the years. Now that he had suffered a setback, he was devastated. This made Qi Mudao even more worried. Listen, Fenger, Zhengqiu has the inheritance of the god of craftsmanship, which has been coveted by the world for a long time. If your father can obtain this inheritance, perhaps he can use it to break through the Nirvana realm. At that time, your father can continue to protect you. Qi Mudao stood up and walked to Qifeng. You are like this now. If your father is not here, how will you cope with it? No one in this world can be trusted. I can only leave this matter to you. Don't worry, I will follow you secretly under the pretext of seclusion. Moreover, if you can capture the remnants of the blood worship cult this time, it will be a great achievement. By then, the elders in the sect will have nothing to say to you. When Qifeng heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still a little confused. Dad, since you are going to do it yourself, why are you still hiding it? Qi Mudao shook his head helplessly and sighed. As the leader of the Wanling sect, I don't know how many eyes are staring at me. Moreover, the inheritance of the god of craftsmanship is also a hot potato. These things can't be done openly. Both I and the people of the Holy Land think so. Qi Mudao saw clearly that what those holy places said about wiping out the remnants of the blood worship cult was all lies. They were all targeting the inheritance of the god of craftsmen. However, whoever obtains that kind of inheritance may become the target of public criticism. Therefore, no matter whether it is the holy places or the surrounding sects, they only sent their disciples to handle this matter. He was naturally no exception, but he also wanted to use this incident to build momentum for Qifeng. Last time, he wanted to use Chu Shan's incident to let Qifeng stand out, but ended up being done by this silly son. This time, he will personally protect him secretly, so there won't be any more accidents. What about senior brother Yi? Do you want him to come with me? Qifeng was still a little worried. For things like this, he only trusted Yi Shu. No, I plan to find a reason to let him go to Taishu Holy Land. Ah, Dad, didn't you tell me to go to Taishu Holy Land to get some experience? Such a good opportunity. Stupid, Qi Mudao glared at Qifeng with some regret. Before, I asked you to have more contact with Taishu Holy Land, hoping that they would take care of you in the future, but now, there is no rush for this matter. Now, the most urgent task is to inherit the god of craftsmanship. If I can obtain this item, I may be able to break through the Nirvana realm. By then, with a few hundred years of life left, I can naturally pave the way for you. Qi Mudao said, taking a deep breath, go down and get ready first. Qi Feng naturally couldn't understand his father's arrangements. He only knew that if he could go to Taishu Holy Land and get in touch with those people in Taishu Holy Land, his position would be secure in the future. But now, his father gave this opportunity to Yi Shu, so he naturally felt a little dissatisfied. The reason why Qi Mudao did this was naturally because he wanted to find an excuse to get Yi Shu away. He had long begun to suspect that Yi Shu's motives were impure. At first, it was Yi Shu who first proposed to join forces with Taishu Holy Land and all the major sects to hunt down Zheng Chu. Even though the reason Yi Shu gave was reasonable, why would a mere disciple take this matter so seriously? There is only one reason, and that is that Yi Shu has also set his sights on the inheritance of the god of craftsmanship. Qi Mudao knew that his disciple was very ambitious. In the past, he let Yi Shu go in order to pave the way for Qi Feng, only hoping that Yi Shu would be successful in the future and be able to take care of Qi Feng. But now, he no longer needs Yi Shu, he wants to do this himself. Naturally, he needed to find an excuse to get Yi Shu out of the way. A few days later, Yi Shu followed Qinya to the Taishu Holy Land. He was undoubtedly angry at this moment. He knew very well the purpose of Qi Mudao's doing this. He said that letting him come to Taishu Holy Land to practice was for his own good. But in fact, it was the old guy who wanted to deal with Zheng Chu himself. Now Yi Shu hated Yi Yang even more in his heart. If Yi Yang hadn't sent Qi Mudao those longevity pills, this old guy would have almost lost his eyebrows by now and would not have the time to take care of these things. But now Qi Mudao had gained 10 more years of life, so the old man naturally became more energetic. These days, Qi Mudao no longer entrusted him with many matters of the sect, and now he has even sent him to the Taishu Holy Land. The purpose of this is self-evident. What's more, Yi Shu felt uncomfortable looking at Qinya in front of him. This woman was supposed to be his, but now, she has become Yi Yang's plaything. When he heard that Taishu Holy Land specifically asked Qinya to be in charge of the affairs here, he guessed that Yi Yang must have been behind this, in order to give Qinya the opportunity to come here and meet Yi Yang privately. But now, not only did they want to meet in private, he also had to follow them. How could he not be angry? Qi Mudao, this old man, has become a cuckold and doesn't even realize it. He is such a fool. Yi Shu cursed in his heart and followed Qinya into the Taishu Holy Land. This was Yi Shu's first time coming to the Taishu Holy Land. Looking at the blessed land of immortals before him, even he couldn't help but sigh at the rich heritage of the 6 holy lands. No wonder they are the huge mountain pressing down on the major sects in Kenglin domain. Chapter 162. You came at the right time. At Lingyao Mountain, Qinya met her good sister Cheng Suling again. But now, she was evasive in her eyes and felt uneasy. How can I be worthy of my sisters if I and Yi Yang are like that? Even though Yi Yang forced her to do that, she still couldn't get over it. Sister Qinya, you are here. Cheng Suling was as enthusiastic as ever, which made Qinya feel even more guilty. Qinya meets Elder Cheng. Hey, why should you and I care about these empty formalities? Cheng Suling walked forward, took Qinya's hand and walked towards the main hall. Yi Shu stood behind the two of them, his eyes fixed on them. Beautiful, so beautiful. He always thought that Qinya was a mature beauty, but he never thought that Elder Cheng was not inferior to Qinya at all. With two such beautiful women here, Yi Shu couldn't help but feel a little dazed. She is Yi Yang's wife. Yi Shu looked at Cheng Suling silently, feeling even more indignant. Why were these good women ruined by Yi Yang? But soon, another idea came into his mind. Isn't it better that this woman is Yi Yang's woman? If I kill Yi Yang in the future, I can take this woman for myself. He had already been itching to have sex with such a charming woman. Watching Qinya and the others walk into the hall, Yi Shu wanted to follow them, but was stopped by the disciples at the door. He could only wait outside in disappointment. This is the Taishu Holy Land. No matter how stupid he is, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. In the hall, Cheng Suling seemed particularly enthusiastic, which made Qinya feel a little uncomfortable. Cheng Suling did this, of course, for Yi Yang. She didn't know about the relationship between Yi Yang and Qinya yet, but not long ago, she heard Mu Qingqing mention that Qinya would be responsible for all matters related to purchasing spiritual plants for the Wanling sect in the future. Cheng Suling is also a smart person. She knows that Yi Yang must be creating opportunities for her. Qinya comes here often, so she has time to persuade her good sister. That's why she seemed particularly enthusiastic. I'll take you to the herb garden. I've already told my disciples, and if I'm not around, you can go pick out herbs on your own. Chang Suling took Qinya's hand and walked towards the medicinal garden in the back mountain. Qinya was becoming increasingly nervous at this moment. Looking at her sisters who knew nothing about what was going on, she wanted to say something but stopped herself several times. She has been imprisoned in the Wanling sect for these years, and Chang Suling is her only close sister. But now, if Chang Suling knew about this, their friendship would probably come to an end. But if I don't tell her, wouldn't I be sorry to Chang Suling? Qinya followed like a walking corpse. My mind is in a mess. Elder Chang, Chenyang sect has sent someone to collect the elixir, and we need you to go over and take a look. Suddenly, a disciple came to report. Sister Qinya, you just watch first, I'll be here soon. Chang Suling gave some instructions and turned to leave. Qinya finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Looking at Chang Suling's back, she felt fear and anxiety. It's better to take the elixir back as soon as possible. Qinya muttered to herself. At this moment, she was more afraid of meeting Yi Yang. If she met Yi Yang, she probably wouldn't be able to go back today. Qinya soon arrived at the medicine garden. All the mature spiritual medicines in the spiritual medicine mountain would be transplanted here. It can be said that all the precious medicinal materials of Lingyao Mountain are stored here. On weekdays, even the disciples of Lingyao Mountain are not allowed to enter this place. Qinya should be the only person who can enter here besides Chang Suling. This was all because Chang Suling believed in her, but the more this happened, the more guilty Qinya felt. She looked around and selected the herbs. The medicine garden is filled with all kinds of spiritual herbs, lush and green, like a primeval forest. Fortunately, with the blessing of the formation, it is very bright inside. The soft grass exudes a hint of spiritual energy, and stepping on it feels as comfortable as stepping on cotton. Qinya was selecting medicinal herbs when she suddenly felt a pair of hands hugging her. I knew you were here. You haven't been back for several days. Hearing this voice, Qinya was suddenly startled. The more you don't want to see someone, the more you see them. If the person coming is not Yi Yang, who else could it be? Grand Elder, I've already told you, don't mention your position when no one is around. You've got the wrong person. Qinya turned around quickly. Yi Yang was shocked when he saw this. He had nothing to do these days, which naturally made Chang Suling suffer. There was no other way, so the woman came to Lingyao Mountain again and didn't go back for several days. Yi Yang came here to find her. Logically speaking, only Chang Suling could enter the medicine garden, and no one else would dare to enter. Moreover, Qinya and Chang Suling both like to wear green long skirts, so Yi Yang didn't think too much about it for a moment. But when he saw it was Qinya, he suddenly had an idea. If you are wrong, then you are wrong. There is a way to deal with being wrong. Qinya was about to break free, but found that Yi Yang had no intention of letting her go. Ding! Qinya unlocks a new scene, emotional value plus 1000. Ding! Qinya is panicking, emotional value plus 1000. Ding! Qinya is feeling uneasy, emotional value plus 1000. Yi Yang was delighted. This woman's conservative character was quite interesting. How could she contribute so much emotional value at one time? You two, what's going on? Suddenly, Chang Suling walked in and was really shocked by the scene in front of her. She was thinking of bringing Qinya and Yi Yang together to help her share some of the burden, but how come these two are already together? Seeing Chang Suling, Qinya suddenly became nervous. Ding! Qinya is panicking, emotional value plus 1000. Ding! Qinya is extremely ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 1000. Su Ling, please listen to my explanation. Qinya was about to speak but was interrupted by Chang Suling. It seems that I came at the wrong time. No, you came just in time. Yi Yang waved his hand. Chang Suling frowned slightly, but still walked up. Now it was Qinya's turn to be confused. What does that mean? Doesn't Chang Suling blame her? Did she accept it so easily? Ding! Qinya is too shy to handle the desire, emotional value plus 1000. At this moment, Qinya completely surrendered. She finally realized that no one could escape from Yi Yang's big hand. Yi Shu waited for the entire afternoon. As the sun was about to set, she finally saw Chang Suling and Qinya coming out. But when he saw the two of them for the first time, Yi Shu was stunned. The two of them had rosy complexions and looked even more charming. With this attitude, how could Yi Shu not know what happened? Could it be that these two women are in that kind of relationship? A bold idea suddenly came to Yi Shu's mind, and he felt a little excited when he thought of this. Wouldn't it be great if I could take them down in the future? But soon, the appearance of another figure completely interrupted his fantasy. Yi Yang. Chapter 163. The heroine stayed overnight, and the hero took the initiative to be a thug. Sister Qinya, it's getting late. You might as well rest in Taishu Holy Land today. Cheng Suling held Qinya's little hand, and the word, sister, sounded more affectionate. With this girl around, she can finally take a break. How can she not be happy? You and I haven't seen each other for such a long time. Come back with me tonight so that you can talk to me. Hearing this, Qinya's legs suddenly went weak and she almost fell to the ground. She looked at Yi Yang cautiously. It had been a whole afternoon and she couldn't stand it anymore. Did he have to continue in the evening? Then she probably won't have to go back tomorrow. No need for that. I'd better go back early. Qinya quickly opened her mouth to refuse. Look, you're anxious again. Cheng Suling held Qinya's hand and continued. Today you were busy playing with me, but you didn't take any of the elixir. It's already evening now, you don't want me to stay and help you count the spiritual medicines, do you? Qinya felt ashamed and angry when she heard this. She originally came to buy elixirs, but was delayed by Yi Yang, causing her to forget her business for the entire afternoon. Even if she wanted to go back to get the elixir now, she still had to be accompanied by Cheng Suling, which was somewhat unreasonable. But she didn't want to go back with Cheng Suling. Wouldn't that be like walking into a tiger's mouth? Then please help arrange a place for me to stay, Sister Suling. Why bother? I have plenty of places to stay in Ziyang Peak. Just come back with me. Cheng Suling didn't say anything and pulled Qinya away. Good boy, if she lets this woman run away tonight, she will be the one in trouble. She will not let go of this opportunity. It just so happens that several of my disciples have returned recently, and you can meet them. Those girls are all stunningly beautiful and have extraordinary talents. Cheng Suling knew what Qinya was afraid of, so she simply took out Yunqi and the others to give Qinya some reassurance. Hearing this, Qinya finally breathed a sigh of relief. She also heard about Cheng Suling's disciples. In fact, those people were all Yi Yang's disciples, but Cheng Suling treated them like her own daughters and they had a very good relationship. If they were around, Yi Yang would not dare to do anything rash. Thinking of this, Qinya no longer refused. Just as the two were about to leave, Yi Shu came up. Master's wife, are you done with things here? Yi Shu heard the conversation between Qinya and the other person just now. He deliberately asked at this moment, also wanting to remind Qinya. He knew very well what would happen tonight if Qinya went back with Cheng Suling. Yi Yang on the side was watching eagerly. Not yet, let's rest here tonight. Qinya naturally didn't have a good face towards Yi Shu. First of all, Yi Shu knew everything that was happening to her now. Secondly, it was Yi Shu who personally handed him over to Yi Yang. She was able to remain restrained towards this traitor, which was already giving him face. After Qinya finished speaking, she followed Cheng Suling and left. She didn't even care where Yi Shu would stay tonight. Since this guy is so willing to be someone else's dog, he is best suited to squat at the door. Yi Shu looked at Qinya's leaving back, and his heart felt numb. Has this woman been tamed by Yi Yang? I kindly reminded her, but she completely ignored me. Just when Yi Shu was feeling depressed, Yi Yang came up. Xiao Shu, I didn't expect you to ask Qi Mudao for such a job. It's really rare that you have such a kind heart. Yi Shu turned around, these words were undoubtedly like a knife stabbing into his heart. No matter how lowly he is, he would never ask for such a job. Isn't it because Qi Mudao was wary of him that he deliberately arranged for him to come to Taishu Holy Land? But when facing Yi Yang, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. Once the things he did now were to be spread out, Qi Mudao would no longer be on guard against him. At that time, Qi Mudao would have to kill him. Disciple greets the great elder. Yi Shu bowed, but there was only endless hatred in his eyes. You did a good job this time, keep up the good work. Yi Yang looked at Yi Shu and couldn't help but reveal a trace of contempt. Isn't the great elder curious about what Qi Mudao is doing? Yi Shu thought about Qi Mudao's recent actions and suddenly had an idea. Since that guy is unkind, don't blame him for being unjust. Zheng Chu showed up, he is definitely tracking down that guy's whereabouts. Yi Yang sneered. He already knew this guy's thoughts thoroughly. How could he not know these things? Does the Great Elder have no interest in the god of craftsmanship inheritance? Yi Shu continued to speak. Right now, the Wanling sect was no longer reliable and he had to find a bigger backer. He wanted to inherit the legacy of the god of craftsmanship, but he could not compete with those sects on his own. Now, he could only rely on Yi Yang's power. Oh, what do you think? Yi Yang chuckled and watched Yi Shu's performance silently. I am willing to help the Great Elder to capture Zheng Chu. At that time, the inheritance of the god of craftsmanship will belong to the Great Elder. I just need the Great Elder to help me ascend to the position of the leader of the Wanling sect. Yi Shu naturally said this on purpose. He had no interest in the position of sect leader at all. He only wanted the inheritance of the god of craftsmanship. Once he repaired the divine king cauldron, the mere Wanling sect would not even be worthy of carrying his shoes. However, he naturally had to act as a pawn. If he did not have a reasonable request, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Therefore, he deliberately proposed to take the position of the leader of the Wanling sect. You are quite ambitious, kid. But why should I believe that you can find Zheng Chu? Of course I have a way to find him, but Zheng Chu is quite powerful, so I need the Great Elder to arrange someone to cooperate with me. Yi Shu raised his head and stared straight at Yi Yang. As long as Zheng Chu is captured, the inheritance of the god of craftsmanship will belong to the Great Elder. Yi Shu believed in his heart that no one could resist the temptation of the god of craftsman's inheritance, and Yi Yang was no exception. But he didn't know that the so-called inheritance of the god of craftsmanship was just made up by Yi Yang. Zheng Chu's inheritance has long been in Yi Yang's hands. But Yi Yang had no intention of exposing Yi Shu. Since this guy was willing to act as a thug, he was of course willing to be a fisherman. Sure, I can send someone to assist you. But before that, I need you to do something for me. When Yi Yang returned to Ziyang Peak, Qinya and the others were chatting animatedly. Yunqi and the others only seemed reserved when facing Yi Yang, but they were usually very relaxed when they were with Cheng Suling. Qinya is Cheng Suling's sister, so Yunshu and the others are naturally very close to her. Qinya used to be alone, but now there are suddenly so many people to talk to, and her heart is gradually opening up. But with Yi Yang's return, the atmosphere in the yard suddenly became gloomy. It's all right, you guys continue chatting, I'm going back to practice. Yi Yang said, and turned back to the room. Chapter 164. You and I will stay in the same room tonight. Sister Qinya, it's rare that you are so happy today. I still have a lot to say to you. Please stay in the same room with me tonight. We are sisters, so we can talk about our innermost feelings. It was late at night, and Cheng Suling took Qinya's hand and returned to her room. It was indeed rare for Qinya to be so happy, so she didn't think much about it and agreed. After so many years, she seemed to feel free only here. Perhaps it was because Yunshu and the others did not know her and knew nothing about her, so they seemed more friendly when they spoke to her. Although she was not very good at conversation, she was very happy to listen to them talking about the outside world. At this moment, back in the room, she was still somewhat excited. The two chatted until late at night, and Qinya fell into a deep sleep. In a day